night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Coming to you live 250 miles above your imagination in this IT nightmare we call the International Fake Station. I, of course, have my handler from the Chinese Communist Party here, Something Wong, to make sure that I toe the party line. I wanted to discuss tonight a little bit about why some of these people get so triggered and so angry at the prospect of the earth not being a globe. I think that's really interesting. But I have a guest here tonight that I want to bring up that is from Facebook, somebody I was talking to here just a little bit ago. Timmy Bob has Greek statue wiener. Yeah, Timmy Bob. We'll see what happens with old Timmy Bob. Timmy Bob can't prove that he's a person, so that's another thing. Trip Canada's with us, Awakening in the Aether. One More Quarters with us is it tonight. Good to see everybody. Got Jehovah's daughter Barbara is with us. One of the better of moderators. Not that there's a competition, but she's been with me for a long time now. Mr. Super Sidewinders in the chat. Twilight Nights, I see. Corey Skates is with us, and Ida Hat, I see. Let's see, username redacted. That's always a good thing. Keeps you out of trouble. Waking the Aether, Mr. Leho. How you doing, Mr. 1510? That's awesome. I got a lot of good people. Saddle Bum, Daniel Watkins, Mental Pancakes, a bunch of great people. So I was in a discussion with our guest, Connor Taylor on Facebook, about what the definition of level is, and there was some controversy on that. For some reason, and we all know in this audience how they have added the definition, the fourth definition, which contradicts the very first three in the online dictionary that you get to. And of course, the Ministry of Truth to just change it. But luckily, good old Sav has a Webster's Unabridged Dictionary right here. Big old thick son of a bitch. And in the definition of level, we're going to go in and see also if we can find anything that refers to the perpendicular to the center of the earth or curvature or anything like that, and amongst other things that we've been discussing throughout the day here on Facebook. So without any further ado, just a second, let me get my shit together here. Where is my Hang on a second. There we go. All right. So we want to bring up Connor Taylor. Let's say it for Connor Taylor. Welcome to the show tonight. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me here. If I'm being honest, I didn't expect to do this all of a sudden, but I figured it would be a good thing to do. Maybe I'll learn something. But
Yeah, that's good.
yeah, a little bit unexpected, but I have no complaints and thank you for having me here.
Absolutely, absolutely. We see a lot of times right off the bat on Facebook, especially amongst with Globe people, and this is why I titled this tonight. It wasn't necessarily to you because you came out, like you said, it was a last minute thing. I'd already had this stream set up, but something that's fascinated me for the longest time is you could say something that would be considered ridiculous normally to people, and they just look at you like, whatever, right? But when this topic comes up, it's completely different. It is completely different. You can be walking down the street. Hey, Bill. Hey, Frank. How you doing? Hey, Dave. Nice. Good day. You say, hey, man, did you know the earth is flat? Oh, go fuck yourself. They get angry really freaking quick. And it's like, this is what I all ask. Now, I know the answer to it. But I think that a lot of these people that get angry like that, they stop for a minute and ask yourself, why? What am I really angry about? Somebody doesn't think the earth's a globe? Well, okay, but it's not. And there's this concentrated thing. And so what I was getting ready to say is that you have been pretty well at refraining from the ad homs when it comes down to this, unlike this other character that we've been on here with. And, you know, stating your points, you put up a thing from the online dictionary, given the definition of level and that fourth definition. I want to bring that up so people can see it. Let's see, it's in this stream of stuff that we have here. Here we go. Let me bring it up.
If I may, real quick about basically not insulting people. Before we start anything, I want to stress the importance that no matter how wrong somebody is, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, you know, in any debate ever, if you insult somebody, they're almost immediately going to be closed to
Yep.
whatever you have to say.
Yep.
So that's why that no matter how dumb or uneducated I think somebody is, I try to refrain from insulting them. Because like any chance that I have to try and show them something, if I insult them, they're just, you know, they're immediately close to it.
Right. And it's not only that, it's like, is that your only logical argument? You know,
Yeah,
that's the way I look at it. I'm like, look, is that all you got? You know,
I think insults show a low level of education, or I mean not education, like shoot, what's the word? Emotional intelligence, I think is a better way to put it.
well, see, that's the thing. I never draw first blood, but however, I can be devastating verbally. I mean, it's just been a talent of mine. I actually one time reduced a sheriff's deputy down to tears just with my words, and I didn't even use a single cuss word.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm not an aggressive person. I live by a non-aggression principle, right? But it's like my favorite animal, the porcupine. Okay. Porcupines don't bother nobody. They just go through the forest doing whatever porcupines do, eating and foraging and hanging out, right? But if somebody fucks with that porcupine, they end up wishing that they hadn't every time, man.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm at, you know? So non-aggression doesn't mean I can't be violent, right? And the same thing with that too. I mean, if somebody starts wanting to throw into the arena of insults, oh, well, let's do that then, you know? But I mean, if you're going to be exchanging information back and forth and comparing ideas to see which one is actually going to hold any kind of truth to it, I think that really obfuscates away from the point. And often I see that in a very short amount of time, it reverts right into that. Oh, you're and always saying, well, you're just uneducated. And listen, over here on this channel, My audience can tell you what we think about the term educated. Okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, there's these people think that we didn't have access or go to the same government indoctrination centers that they went to. They for some reason think that we've been transported here through time from the 1300s or something. And I mean, it's like, and have never been exposed to this crap. And it's like, look, man, I already learned all this. I already know all this. And in a lot of cases, I know more about it than the person I'm talking to. What
Yeah.
I'm supposed to believe. And this is why I've come to where I'm at now, is because I do know what the model incorporates, and I've compared it to what is physically impossible, provable, demonstrable. And I find that right at a rudimentary basis, the idea, and I know people think, well, that's odd for him to say this, because after all, that's what we've all been told. But the idea of a spinning water ball or rotating water ball or a water ball with air ball around it is not only ridiculous, it's scientifically impossible right from the basics. So I often ask people, what would make you ever think that you lived on a globe if no one had ever told you so?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we can get into that later depending on how much time we have.
Oh, I got all
Um,
night, man.
but let's see. Can we get into the point at hand,
Yeah, the level.
the current subject? Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we see here in your thing that, all right. And this is the thing. Definition 4 is actually contradictory to 3, 2, and 1. All right. So number 1, of course, is a device like a spirit level or what have you for establishing a horizontal line or plane by means of a bubble in a
Yeah.
liquid that shows adjustment to the horizontal by movement to the center of a slightly bowed glass tube. That's true. I've done a lot of carpentry. I use spirit levels. I got another one that's got a bubble in the center that's round for leveling stoves and dryers and things like that. Okay, so number 2, a measurement of the difference of altitude of 2 points by means of a level. So if something's at this level or something is at this level. Okay. 3, horizontal condition, especially equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of an even altitude. Okay. So that's an important word, equilibrium. Now, when you get down here to 4 and it says an approximately horizontal line or surface taken as an index of altitude, an approximately horizontal line, or a practically horizontal surface or area as of land. Okay, it's not practically horizontal, it actually is horizontal. I have a dictionary right here. I showed at the beginning, the Webster's New Universal Unabridged Dictionary, and the copyright on this is 1979. And I have it open to the word level. Now, as you can see, I'm just going to bring up real quick both of us. As you can see, each page has like 3 columns. Oh wait, hang on, let me get it straight to you. Each page has 3 columns. The word level takes up almost an entire column of this. Now, I've been through this entire thing, and there is absolutely no indication, no mention of a globe or approximations or anything else like that. It's level, perpendicular to plumb. Let's go. I can go through all the definitions. There's, let's see, just under the first of it, there are 11. So it says, let's see, a level, dim of Libra, a balance. Okay, so an instrument for determining whether a surface is on an even horizontal plane or for adjusting a surface to such a plane. It has a glass tube, blah, blah, blah. So we know all about what a spirit level is. Number 2, for brevity, a measuring of differences in height. Okay, that was consistent. or altitude, with such an instrument. So on what level is something? A horizontal plane, there's that word again, plane, or lines are not arcs, especially such a plane taken as a basis for the measurement of elevation as sea level. Number 4, a relatively flat and even area of land or other surface horizontal area. Number 5, the same horizontal plane as the tops of the picture should be on a level. Height, altitude, as water boils more quickly at this level. Used our normal position of height as water seeks its level. Number 8, position or elevation considered as one of the planes in a scale or values, as few can rise to the level of a great man. So using it as a euphemism. Still, again, talking about higher or lower. A horizontal walk or passageway, or between tiers of seats. That's a level. The line of aim or direction, a line of aim or direction, as of a gun. Number 11, a more or less horizontal passage or drift of a mine. Okay, so that's what they name that part of a mine. So then we come down to the next level, and that one has 9 definitions. Number 1, even, flat, not having one part higher than the other, parallel with the free surface of the liquid at rest as a level surface. Horizontal, not ascending or descending, as a level floor, a level road. Even with, of the same height as, or on the same line or plane with something else, as level with his ability. Equal in rank or degree, as level in value. I mean, there's like 8 more. Let's see. Number 5, even, uniform, unchanging, as a level voice, a level hue. Number 6, equally advanced in development. Number 7, even with the top of the container, not heaping, as a level teaspoonful. Number 8, not having or showing sudden differences or inequalities, well balanced, equable. Number 9, direct, straightforward, underviating, as a level story. And then here's another one. In a level or horizontal line, evenly, directly, steadily, as aim at level. And then there's 2 more for level. And I mean, I can go on. I've gone through them on this show before. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were up here, my man. I didn't know you came.
Sorry about
fell
that.
off.
I didn't mean to do that.
But see, the thing is I've got, and there's a couple more, and not one of them mentions anything about a curve or anything else like that, because you have to understand, a line is not an arc. And a line on an arc, as was suggested in like the meme you put up, is a tangent. That's not a line. That's not a line. That line doesn't really exist. It's only a tangent point on a ball. So
Now, my counterpoint to that is that those definitions are for how they are most often used. Whenever you're talking about, like, say, a house, there is no house, at least as far as I know, that's nearly big enough to account for the curvature of the Earth. Whenever we're considering plumbing, we don't need to account for Earth's curvature, because it's just not on a large enough scale. Whenever we're talking about really big objects, I don't know, maybe really, really long bridges, maybe you'll need to take it into account, but there's hardly any bridges that would ever have to take that into account.
now, see, I've
And
had Globers come on here and tell me that it does take it into account. They often want to
sometimes,
use this obscured, blurry picture of Lake Pontchartrain Bridge as their evidence of that. We also have to know that how bridges are constructed. When they do put any curvature into a bridge, it's not for curvature of the earth, it's for structural integrity of the bridge. So
I mean,
there's no spans of lines. I forget what it is. There's some god awfully long piece of rail at no curvature was taken into account for building it. We don't have to take any curvature. In fact, the way that the earth is surveyed is they use planar surveying, which, and by the very definition of its name, planar means they use a flat surface baseline. Now, when we get into the geodetic surveying, now what we're doing is we're stitching these already figured out plots, stitching them together, and then adding a curve to them, which is of no use because you're not even going to build a structure big enough to incorporate that 100 square miles that they're using or whatever it is for the survey. So it's just like, there's a lot of trickery involved. I mean, it's no coincidence, I don't think, that the formula for the angular perception of the human eye exactly matches the math for curvature of the globe. I mean, it's crazy. A hell of a coincidence. There's Flatzoid's Perspective has joined us tonight. Are you still with us, Connor? Or did you cut out?
yeah. I'm sorry. Like, am I muted or something? Sorry.
I don't know. You didn't show as muted. You might have been muted with your own device, though, and that wouldn't show up on mine.
Oh, okay. If this is an app, I'm not using the app. I'm like using an online on the web version. So I don't know.
Yeah,
But
that's
anyways,
all it is online. Yeah.
there are a couple of structures that do require us to take, or at least according to the sources, according to the internet, there's a couple of them that do require, such as a bridge, for example, and I apologize if I mispronounce this, but the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, it was built in 2012, and there was an underground railroad system, underground train system in London built in the 1990s called the Crossrail Tunnels, and at least supposedly those were large enough that they had to take the Earth's curvature into account so they could correctly place the exiting tunnel.
It couldn't have been that they were just off on their calculations when they first set it up. I mean, that's what I would say it is. I mean, there would be no reason to account for curvature in a tunnel. Why would
So whenever it's going underground and it's large enough, the exit point is going to be different if it's dipping down.
If it's dipping down, yeah.
Yeah,
not if it's level. If it's level, it won't. You'll have to go up at the same angle to come out as you did to come in.
Exactly, if it's level, but at least they claim it's not a level surface that they're exiting out of. It's a spherical surface that they're exiting out of. Sorry if you hear noises in the background. One of my dogs is currently getting a little bit too excited.
Listen, I deal with that on every show. I got 5 of these dogs. They come in here and drink on that water, and this microphone picks up everything, and you hear them in the background. Everybody's used to hearing my dog drinking water or barking if somebody goes by outside. So don't worry.
I'll temporarily put them up to avoid disturbances. But that was basically my point, is that at least supposedly there are a couple of structures large enough that they had to account for a little bit of curve. So say for the tunnel to exit correctly, or for it to conform to the earth in case of the bridge.
I would have to look into that. I mean, it's sounds like another one of those stories they come up with about, the snipers have to take into account the spin of the earth when they shoot, And I'm like, yeah, you're talking to one of those guys. No, we don't. Shut up.
Yeah, that one I wouldn't really know myself.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. So I would have to look into that too.
No, I mean, think about that. If the Earth's spinning under a bullet, it's spinning underneath an airplane too.
Yeah, that's true. So I mean,
Yeah.
like I figured that's where like law of inertia would come in.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah,
Anyways,
I mean,
so
yeah, I mean, it's like it sounds like you're going by what you believe and what you've been told and stuff, and that's all cool. I was there, man. But see, some of the things we have to look at is the absolute scientific impossibilities of a globe Earth, and it's not just the curvature. Okay, we've got this huge problem with this thing. How'd they get it up there? Because we know that a gas pressure can only take place if you have a volume of gas. And
so
you only have a volume of gas if you have containment.
okay.
How
So
flat?
I'm guessing you're talking about like the vacuum
Well,
of
whatever,
space
whatever.
not being able to exist next to Earth's uh field of gravity, atmosphere, etc.
Oh, a vacuum or any other thing. I mean, the bottom line to it is this: you cannot have a gas pressure without a contained volume of gas. And the only way to have a volume of gas is through containment. Now, there's no proof of gravity affecting gas at all. How much does gas weigh? It only weighs something if you put it in something and weigh it.
Well, I mean, gas always has a weight.
Not a
That weight
not a
that weight
combined weight
depends.
though.
The
Well,
weight of the gas changes between like oxygen, helium, nitrogen.
right.
So there's no one universal weight for gases, but all gases do have a weight.
They have the combined weight or a combined pressure. I'm going to say they don't. I'm not going to say weight because the only
Yeah,
way that you
atmospheric
can have a
pressure.
weight is you have to have a volume of gas. Now, can you think of any way to have a volume of gases or a gas without a container?
Let's see. Let's see. I think I saw something at one point where they were able to do something like that, but on Earth, as far as I'm aware of, you're not really able to just have a vacuum without something holding it in place.
Damn it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, hang tight. I think I might be getting ready to reboot. If I go off, I'll be right back on. All I have to do is wait for it to reboot. I don't understand why yeah, give me just 1 second here. This stupid thing's acting up on me again.
Yeah, that's all right. Alrighty. It looks like kind viewers, it is me, just me for now. So just to be clear for anybody watching, and I'm not on the Facebook part, so I can't see if y'all are typing out, but it's a debate basically me as a globe Earth, whatever you want to put it, um, versus, or not versus, but debating with
There we go.
this kind man right here. Oh,
Sorry
hello.
about that. Sorry about that, man. Sometimes that happens. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Don't even worry about it.
Yeah. But yeah, the thing is, you cannot have a volume of gas unless you have it contained. Now,
So my account, okay, so here, so I'd like to go on to that subject for a moment.
mhm,
So the container doesn't have to be something solid like metal. In the example of, I don't know, a fire distinguisher,
mhm.
or extinguisher, my bad. And I think we can at least agree on that there's a pressure gradient. The higher you go, the less gas there is. And gas likes to fill its container
Right.
roughly evenly. Of course, it's not exactly evenly,
Mhm.
but in any container, you're not going to see the bottom having just a ton of gas down there, and then you get to the top and there's barely anything. The explanation for that is that it's a combination of atmospheric pressure and gravity pulling in the particles. Now, some particles do kind of like drift off into space. It's very rare because like Earth's gravity reaches pretty far away, and a tiny, like say, I don't know, nitrogen particle very rarely has enough energy to just fly off on its own. But yeah, like there's no gradient when you have a container, and the container doesn't have to be solid. Is my point? It's a combination of atmospheric pressure and gravity that's keeping the air stuck on Earth.
All right. I can see where the confusion starts to lie, because we do have pressure, and this is pressurized, right? We are not a spray paint can. We are not an acetylene cylinder. It's a very, very relatively low amount of pressure comparatively to the entire size of the Earth. All right. Now, as far as a gradient is concerned, where are all of the gases on Earth produced? Right here on Earth.
I mean, they're not produced by Earth. They were part of whenever Earth was first being pulled together into the ball currently. It came from somewhere else, but yeah, like all the gases on Earth are from Earth.
How do you know it came from somewhere else?
So
I mean, right now, watch, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to prove that gases are exchanged and produced right here on the Earth by organisms and by the Earth itself. Okay, watch. I just did an efficient exchange of carbon dioxide and oxygen.
You changed what the gas is.
Right.
But you did not change. Like you didn't remove gas. You didn't produce it. You inhaled gas, and then your body used that gas and then expelled the extra. You didn't produce anything.
Yep. Actually, I did. This exchange of gases amongst all organisms, and it's not just oxygen and carbon monoxide, it's methane, it's all the other gases. This is a dynamic fluid pressure system. It's constantly heating and cooling in all different areas all the time. It's mixing. Okay.
Yeah, but you didn't, your body, like you breathing in didn't like magically create the carbon dioxide that you breathed out. Your body took what it needed for the, to allow you to live, the energy for your body and whatnot that came from the oxygen, and that energy turns into something else. Whenever I move my hand, that energy that I breathed in is now being expelled as thermal heat, kinetic energy, whatever. And like you breathe out the extra stuff or the byproduct of that. And then like, let's see, let me get my words in order. So if you created carbon dioxide, we would be long dead if there was nothing else to transfer it into. So because there would be such a buildup.
What do you think plants do?
Yeah. Exactly. The plants turn it, the planets or the plants for now, of course they don't technically breathe, but I'm gonna use it for the point of the argument. They breathe in the carbon dioxide and then they use what they need from it, and then it gets lost and put out as whatever they do, just plant things, and then they breathe out the carbon dioxide.
Let me ask you something, Connor.
What's
if
that?
The gases are not produced here on the Earth, where do they come from?
So a lot of the gases, for example, come from stars. A lot of stars produce what we're made of and what's on Earth, such as a lot of carbon comes from stars.
How do you know this? Wait a second. How do you know any of this?
Okay. So what exactly do you want me to explain? Like the stars or?
Yeah.
Mr. Connor, do you know what photosynthesis is?
Yeah, it's energy from the sun.
Well, and not only do they take energy from the sun, but they also take carbon from the air and
Carbon
transfer it
dioxide.
into oxygen, just like we take oxygen and transfer it into carbon dioxide.
Hmm.
It's a cycle.
It is a cycle, but energy
Okay.
gets lost in that cycle and it gets
Okay, but
put into something else.
that energy,
Well, where does it get lost
it's
at?
transferred, but
Okay, so say for example, I eat a piece of chicken and I get calories from that. Some of those calories are going to be used to produce heat for me to stay alive. Now that heat doesn't stay in my body. It gets, it goes all around me and I no longer have that energy. That's now thermal energy that goes somewhere else. Now
I see, Samuel.
that energy still exists, but I no longer have that energy, and that energy is gonna be used for whatever other number of things.
Isn't that called an exchange?
It is an exchange. Now I'm not
No,
disagreeing.
you're saying it disappears. It doesn't. It
All right.
exchanged
No,
in a
I'm not
different
saying.
form.
So
I'm
I
not
want to get
disagreeing with
to
him saying that it's an exchange. I agree that it's an exchange. I'm
Right.
disagreeing that we create it. It's
Well, if I
Well, it
take
was in
one
your
gas,
body,
hold
for
on.
pity's sakes. You created it.
If I
Your
take
body
one
did.
gas and another gas and I turn it into another gas, I've pretty much created that gas, right? Like
Okay,
I can create, listen, I can create a cake, but I didn't create the eggs or the flour or the sugar that I put together into that, but I still made a cake, right? I produced a cake.
okay.
That's
Actually,
what we're talking
yeah,
about here. But the bottom line of it is this is getting way off point. Okay.
yeah. I'll admit. I
Point
think
is
I
that the
I think
gas
I
pressure gradient,
misunderstood what you said. So I
Okay.
thought like we breathe in and we just create carbon
all right,
dioxide
so
out of nothing.
the gases come from the earth, right here on the earth. The earth is right here where we walk at, right? The water vapor is created right here on the earth from liquid water, and it turns into a vapor and it goes into the air. And this is part of our atmos and shit, right?
Okay, yeah,
You're
I
saying-
think
all right.
I see what you mean.
So you're saying that it came from a star. What are stars?
We live in an ecosystem.
I mean, with the ecosystem, I agree, but like with stars, they're bunches of mass that produce or that consume fuel and produce, or I mean, they consume fuel and work off nuclear fusion, and then they give off heat and whatnot.
How do you know any of that? First off, I have to wonder, how did a mass of a gas form together in any kind of an environment, much less turn into nuclear fusion? I mean, how do you get a ball of gas or even a large sum of gas to collect together in a void? That's impossible. You can't get a mass
Oh.
of gas to collect together right here in this fucking room. It'll
So-
end up dispersing out and filling the room.
So I have a couple of points for that. So stars are produced because some dust started collecting together due to
And you have
gravity.
been to a star, and you know this how? Like
Have
personal
you-
experience?
Have
Because
you
what we
been?
would like to see is personal experience, and we know that everything you're saying, you've not experienced ever.
Have
How
you been
can-
up? Have you been up to the dome, like to touch it? Have you seen it? Like gone up to it?
No, I
No.
haven't. But
We
I
just
have,
know that
let me get this. I have not. But you know what? I had a steak the other day, and I didn't have to see a picture of the fucking cow to know that that steak came from a cow. That's the only way that beef comes, is from a cow. I didn't have to go touch
Exactly.
the cow or anything. So if I know that a gas volume, a gas pressure cannot exist without a container, then I know that that only can mean that there is a container. We know
So
that
I mean,
gravity is
So,
actually a
it means-
I've already brought up that gravity and atmospheric pressure is the container. You don't have to have
Okay.
a solid.
Your
They-
ass
they-
weighs 100 and what pounds, or 200 or 300 pounds. Your butt does,
But
That's
anyways-
gravity. And so when you sit down, your gravity moves downward. If you fall down because you trip, your gravity, the weight of your physical body, hits the ground.
Now,
Okay,
let me just ask you a
Gravity
question.
means weight.
I got
What
this
part
is-
of that don't you
Gravity,
understand?
gravity causes weight. It is not weight itself.
How, can
How
you
does
believe-
it cause
wait,
gravity?
I got this. Stop. I got this
Okay.
one right here. How do you know that gravity is what's responsible for weight?
Okay, so that is a very good point. So first of all, okay, so do you want me to go back to the stars thing, or do you want me to answer
Okay.
this right
Well,
now?
first off,
Wait, may I just ask
think
a quick
we get-
question, Sovereign?
Yeah,
Sovereign.
yeah,
May I just ask
We keep
ask a
getting-
quick question?
We keep getting shit that's taking it off of the topic, and it's dish galloping, and it's getting irritating.
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to answer the
understand. You're
questions,
doing it.
but
You're all right.
we're
You're all
switching
right.
a lot. But anyways, okay, so can I have y'all's two's names?
Oh yeah, hang on a second. I can.
Yeah, I just so okay, thank you. Just so I know who I'm talking to and whatnot. Anyways, okay, so Trip, you wanted to ask a question real quick, and
Yeah,
I'll
just
get
let me
back to
ask
the
you.
gravity thing. I'm just
Yeah,
Yeah.
just to, let me just a quick, just to ascertain your logic, how you relate information. Now, Sovereign was talking about the steak and the cow. Now, if you were to determine the size of the cow, would you measure the cow, or would you measure a tree that's like 5 feet away from it?
I would measure the cow.
Okay, so why are we looking at the sky to measure the floor that we stand on? Why are we looking at the sky to measure what the floor is? It makes no sense. Makes no sense
So
whatsoever. No logical sense. If I were to come to buy a house and they're telling me the dimensions of the house, I would measure the house to find the dimensions, not measure the neighbor's house or the
so
neighbor's
I
mountain, like backyard or something. So what you're doing is you're looking to the sky to relate what the floor looks like. It makes no sense, sir. So I suggest you
so
look at the floor before you look at the sky.
So I think I understand the point you were trying to make.
Mhm.
So I might be able to answer this with the gravity explanation I'm going to give. If not,
Sure.
if not, then you can ask me again and try to clear up. So anyways, so first of all, I would like to point out that gravity, the theory of gravity and scientific theories are based off of observed phenomenon. So say if I pick up, I don't know, this random pin that I have and I drop it, like it's falling down. So the theory of gravity is supposed to explain, well, why does it fall down?
Right.
So and then eventually, so the reason why we can look up to the sky to try and figure out the masses of gravity is because we can, how do I put this? We can see that whenever there are bigger objects, say the sun affects us a lot more than we affect the sun. So we're being pulled towards the sun um, with a much stronger force than the sun is being pulled towards us. Same thing with the moon. The Earth does move towards the moon, but not nearly as much as with the moon being pulled towards us. So hopefully that might explain why we use the sky as evidence as to why.
Can I just kind of stop you there for a second?
Yeah, of course.
For just a second. All right. So you observe something happen. In other words, you observe something fall, and
Mhm.
then assume that something called gravity was responsible for it, but
No.
without proving that that was indeed the cause.
No,
You then
I'm
ascribe that to other objects in the sky that you cannot actually evaluate firsthand to equate to the place where you're standing. That is the most unscientific and illogical leap of faith, I must say. I mean, really, if you honestly look at it. So getting back to gravity, you see an object fall. You have a thing that you call a gravitational constant, which is approximately 9.8 meters per second squared, right? And you're right on that. We see an observed phenomenon, and the observed phenomenon is that if I take an object and I let loose of it, its tendency is to fall to the ground. Okay. Now I want to know why. You say, I
The
think
ground
it's
pulls the
gravity.
object to the ground.
And
to
I
make
say,
the
that it's not gravity, it's relative density disequilibrium. because can you modulate now in this to find out if gravity is the cause of the object falling down? We have a dependent variable, which is going to be the object in question, and we're going to have an independent variable, which is going to be, in your case, gravity.
I'm stronger than the
Right.
object. Isn't
Dreaming, we can hear you, honey.
So I
Hang on a
want
second.
to
Real
want to
quick,
clear.
real quick,
Okay.
real
Yeah,
quick,
sorry,
real
sorry.
quick, and I'll be done. Real quick, and I'll be done. All right.
Sorry.
So now, in your thing, the independent variable is gravity. In order to determine that to be a fact, you would have to isolate and modulate the independent variable of gravity. However, in mine, with relative density disequilibrium, I can manipulate and modulate the independent variable, thereby changing the weight of the dependent variable, changing its rate of acceleration, even stopping its acceleration, and up to and including getting it to go the other way. Okay, merely by changing the density of the medium in which the object is residing. That's the only thing I need to do. With gravity, we don't have that. It's still an assumed cause. So they slip it in and say, weight due to gravity. Well, that's not been established. Weight is the relative density of an object within a given medium. Boom. It's not, it's a quantification we use here in the air because that's where we live. Our physics would be completely different if we were aquatic creatures. We would have a different acceleration rate, all of this different shit. It would be all different completely. So it is all about the medium. And I can manipulate it, modulate it, and demonstrate that that is the cause for an object. Either the medium can support the object or the medium cannot support the object. It's that simple.
Okay.
Once you get past all that stuff that they taught you, and you just start to realize things for what they really are, right? And you just look at it and go, okay, shit falls because it's heavier than the medium that it's in.
Right.
Right. Like a ping pong ball will fall through the air, but it'll float on water because it's not as dense as the water. It's really simple. Once you push that out of the way and you just start to look at the floor that you're on, but start looking at the floor and start realizing, it's not supposed to curve. There's supposed to be a physical curve at a certain set distance because the number that they gave us is very specific. So there's a very specific set curvature, and we can't see that curvature no matter how hard we try it. I have a P900 Nikon. You can see 83 times zoom. Never see a curve, but look at the floor you're standing on.
Okay.
Right.
So I can get back to what Mr. Tripp was talking about, but okay. So I want to clear up a minor misunderstanding. I wasn't saying there was gravity. I was kind of going with the story of, say, Isaac Newton. Now, of course, Isaac Newton wasn't the first person to discover things fall, obviously. But
you realize that Newton was not a scientist, right? You know that, right?
You don't have to be a scientist to discover things.
Well,
Although
you know what he
scientists
was,
do generally discover things.
How much outside of gravity, how much do you really know about Isaac Newton? Because it'll blow your mind, man.
I mean, probably not that much, but whenever there are so many famous people, you generally only know them for the reason why they're famous.
Oh, yeah. Well, the gravity thing, that's one thing. You got to look at the stuff they're not telling you about the guy. And what I'm getting at is that he was an alchemist. He was a pseudoscientist. And he was obsessed with Hermes Trismegistus and the Pythagorean cult theories. This guy was a nutcase, man. So was
Nikola Tesla was also a really bad scientist, and he believed in a lot of pseudoscientists, but he also made a lot of discoveries about electricity. Now, if what you're saying is true, I'm not saying it's not because I haven't looked into that. That doesn't mean he hasn't provided anything. Nikola Tesla, like I said, he was a really bad scientist, but he discovered a lot of extremely useful things for gravity. But anyways, going back to
physical effects in the realm that we inhabit of air. Let's be real about that, because Archimedes predates Newton by almost 2,000 years, 1,900 years. Okay. So how could Archimedes have come up with buoyancy without gravity, right? Now, my friend Flatzoid Good to see you. Flatoid's Perspective is here right now. And he's also added to it, said Isaac Newton did not even present gravity. It was postulated to everyone on his behalf after he died, thanks to a fella named C.V. Boyes.
Oh yeah, and that I'm aware of. Like I said, he wasn't the first person to notice that things fall and thought, why do they fall? So that is a good point that he brought up. Isaac Newton, I do know he was not the first person to say anything about gravity. So what that person said is correct about Isaac Newton not doing that.
Well,
I
it
have
was
a
actually
question.
kind of
I have a
misinterpreted. One second, then you can go, Dreamy. It was actually misinterpreted. Actually, look at the word gravitas. It means weight or heavy. And so when people say things fall due to gravity, they're literally saying things fall because they're heavy. And that I agree. If it is in a state of disequilibrium, which means that it is heavier than the medium that it is displacing. That teeter-totter wants to balance out, and it's going to go down. If it's the opposite, it's going to go up.
Something that I want to point out is that Adam.
Dreamy had one thing she wanted to go with here.
Oh wait, just a quick minor point about that. It'll take like 10 seconds.
All right.
Adam is Greek for like I forget the exact word, but it basically means unsplittable. But I'm sure we all know about newts.
Means man. It comes from Adama. Means man.
So I mean, like, just because they're like what the word originally meant doesn't mean that's what it means today.
Well, it's a word. It's a word that they've actually really made up and ascribed to describe why things are falling.
Yeah, okay? And I mean, like, all words are made up.
But see, the thing is when you don't have any proof of it, and somebody comes along and shows you that there's actually another provable reason, and they want to hang on to it. Why would that be? Because that's the only way that their heliocentric sun worship model can actually work.
Something
this whole thing was pushed by the Jesuits on behalf of the Catholic Church in order to discredit the Bible. And it all had to do with the Reformation, because the church wanted to be the authority over the Bible. And if they could prove and show that the Bible was wrong, then the Catholic Church itself becomes the ultimate authority. The Pope becomes the authority. And so the Jesuits, on behalf of this, because of the work of Tinsdale and others that translated the Bible into language that the common man could understand from Vulgate Latin and the Greek, then this was what they did. Now, the Jesuits made an oath and vowed to infiltrate the sciences, to infiltrate the universities, to infiltrate the schools, everything in order to accomplish this mission. We did an entire show on it, man. You look up the documentary if you get time. It's on YouTube. It's called Heliosorcery, and it goes really deep into it. And it might fascinate you, because I didn't know that much about these characters until after I watched this, and it was really quite enlightening. And
I've seen some of those flat Earth documentaries, including, I think it was called Beyond the Curve, where they did, they showed two different tests, but I've been told, but it's unconfirmed, that they did a third test.
Yeah, I wouldn't
and
go to
both
Netflix.
of those tests ended up showing that the Earth spins and has a curve.
Yeah,
we should let Dreamy ask her question.
Highly edited. Don't go to Netflix looking for knowledge.
It was made by.
I'm just going to put that out there. Dreamy, what'd you have, honey?
I was just going to ask him if he believes that a non-scientist can discover something, and then what do we do? Just throw it out because somebody that wasn't, quote, a scientist and had a expensive degree plaque piece of paper on their wall is discounted?
No.
That's what you were saying earlier, that, he's a scientist. Well, scientist doesn't mean nothing to me. I know a lot of stupid people with PhDs. Doesn't make them smart, doesn't make them intelligent. So I'm just asking you were bringing up Tesla at that point in time. So that's why I'm asking. You said he wasn't a smart scientist. I don't think any scientists are really all that damn smart, but I think because Tesla was actually doing physical things to try to just what you want to call it, seek how to collect energy, because that's what he was doing, trying to collect and create a pathway for energy. That's what I see it as, a pathway. Doesn't necessarily means he needed to be a scientist necessarily.
Now,
anyone that's using the scientific method, and first and foremost being honest with the results, not doing like who is it, like Eddington with his observation and excluding data that didn't conform with what he postulated and shit like that. When you're actually conducting the scientific method, you are at that time a scientist. Just like if you pull out your cell phone and you record an event taking place, you are a journalist, a citizen journalist. At that moment, you are making a record of history, of events. Okay. So when you engage into the scientific process and you do it honestly, and you're taking everything into account. Now, are you going to get everything perfect? Probably not. You may have to tweak and that kind of thing, but you are actually quote unquote doing science, okay? Because you're coming to the answer honestly through observation and experimentation, and there is a process to that experimentation, and that process has to be followed even when it comes to proving gravity. Before we can ascribe this magical function to objects that we see celestially and have no way of actually touching or analyzing or really knowing what they are outside of looking at them and making assumptions about them, we have to know actually, does it really exist? And what we find is that it doesn't.
So now a few points that I'm going to make, because there have been quite a few points about this. Whenever I was talking about scientists, I was referring to people that have gone through college and gotten a degree. But I do agree with his points that, like, if you honestly conduct science and understand what you're doing, experimenting, another synonym, then yeah, you can be considered some form of scientist. So I do agree with that. Now, something that I'll bring up, since it seems like I think we need to get back on track with this, with gravity, I'll use Einstein for example, because he was one of the first people to come up with that like actually had mathematical equations for us to know exactly
assumptions.
For if you do the math, like if you understand the math and do the math, you can do it yourself.
They were mathematical assumptions.
Einstein's general theory of relativity, for example, F equals gm1 m2 divided by r squared. So to break that down, basically, F is the force of gravity. And then you do GM1. So we'll use the moon and the earth. You take Earth's gravity, or at least the assumption of gravity. We'll put that.
Real curious, how did they get the gravity of Earth? How was that calculated without an assumption?
Okay, so
out there in space is this great big huge scales sovereign, and they picked up this ball and they set it on it and they weighed it. That's how they did it. And all these ball huggers just loved that, and so they ran with it.
Okay, so we're gonna get back to the topic.
Sorry for the sarcasm.
Well,
no, it's quite all right. Okay, so we can take GM1, the force of gravity, which is 9.8 meters squared. I believe you can put that there, and I don't know what the moon's gravity is. It's about 1/6. So I don't know.
But you're still basing that on an assumption.
Yeah,
you're still assuming that mass is attracting mass, and you're applying it to objects that, one, you've assumed the distance.
No,
two,
I
you've
haven't
assumed the size.
I haven't reached I haven't reached my point. What I was gonna say. So you can use these things and combine it with the conservation of momentum by seeing how fast the moon moves, and you can make predictions as to where the moon's gonna be throughout the season. For example,
What if it was half the told size and half the told speed and half the distance? You wouldn't get the same numbers because you don't have a distance.
You would not have the same.
You're assuming a distance. Where did you get the
Connor question?
Yeah, what's up?
What's the R?
What's the R? The radius. So say I think that's supposed to be the radius of Earth.
Yeah.
All right. So how was the R value attained?
Of the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, but how did they get the radius of the Earth?
Let's see. Is there a specific they, or are you just talking about everybody?
Anybody.
Well, it is mainstream, right?
How science comes to the conclusion that the R value and how they got it? How does science say it?
Okay, so say for example, you can use shadows even to do this. Now, unfortunately, you do have to do a bit of traveling, but I'm just pulling this up as an example because it's one of the more recent things that I've learned as to how you can improve the Earth.
If there's an alternative answer or an alternative way to get those same mathematical equations, would you accept it and call that non-void because it can't be proven on a flat Earth or a globe? Would you accept that?
I apologize. Would you repeat that question again?
So if there was an alternate way to get the exact same mathematics from, like, as you're saying, I'm assuming you're going to go sticks and shadows, right? If there's another way to get those same mathematical equations from a flat Earth, would you accept it and consider that to be a non-proof of the globe or flat Earth and just move on?
To put it, okay, so yes, I would. If the Earth.
So now just so you know, if you have a local sun, it does the exact same mathematical equation. So you can prove a flat Earth being a sphere with a local sun and the exact same sticks and shadows.
Unfortunately, you cannot.
Yes, you can.
So because the sun, okay, so I'm assuming we're using the classic model where it's just like flat Earth, dome. Okay, so
now there you go, bud. Right there. Take a look.
Okay, so what do you do when the sun is in a different position?
No, understand. No. It doesn't matter when it's in different position.
No,
say that it's over my head right now. No, listen. It's over my head right now. Okay, so I have no shadow. Buddy, 500 miles, 500 kilometers down there has his stick with a short sun. It'll give it the exact same sun rays because they're corpuscular rays, but they don't come in parallel.
Now, if the sun was in that exact same spot, then yes, I would agree. But if it's in basically any other spot, you're like it's gonna yield different results. If you have, this is I believe the correct term is cherry picking. You're taking the sun.
If it's like a black swan right now. So the fact that it could be done once on a flat Earth proves that it could be done on both.
Okay,
so I don't know why you're perpetuating
it. Directly overhead.
Right, because from where I'm sitting right now, it's dark. 8 hours from me is daytime. So the sun is not going to be shadowing me at all because it's out there, or probably the moon or some stars or something like that's out there. But it's dark here. So 8 hours for me is daytime.
Okay, so anyways, going back to the point that he was making, I can get back to that in a moment.
I understand what he was saying.
I can go back to what he was talking about. So yes, if the sun is directly overhead, it's going to yield the same results in that exact same part. Now that's once. The difference being is that you can measure a spherical Earth no matter where the sun is, assuming that it's daytime. Now, I want to make that clear. It's assuming it's daytime because obviously you can't measure shadows from the sun if it's nighttime. If you do the same,
distance does matter because the sun is still shining whether you like it or not.
I'm aware. I'm aware that that the sun is still shining.
Okay, then.
But
Okay,
okay,
hold on.
so
May I just make an observation that I have? Because I'm in Bolivia. Okay, so I'm in between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. Okay, so the sun
Yeah.
literally crosses over my head twice a year, where I have no shadow. All right. Now, if I were to continue to follow that sun and have it at my zenith every day, I would have the exact same calculations that you're talking about. So it happens on a flat Earth too, my friend.
so if
Okay,
you're
so
doing
I don't think you understand the way the sun moves.
No, I'm aware. If you're doing it on a tiny scale, I'm talking
No,
about
on
say
any scale, on your
I'm
table.
saying if you're doing it in different, say, example, different time zones. So you take one in Massachusetts and you plant it there, and then you put it, I don't know, in Texas. Now of course that's going to be difficult to do by yourself, so you would have to get a friend to do this. But the sun is going to have different angles for that, which unfortunately don't really happen on a flat Earth. You can
Well,
take
that's what
the
that
angles of the sun.
diagram was
talking about?
showing you.
No,
That
no, I'm
diagram
aware,
that just showed you
but
just showed you exactly what
that's
you're saying.
that's cherry picking because it's only if the
It's not
sun is
No,
cherry
overhead.
no, the
picking.
biggest
That's you
first.
cherry picking.
Wait.
That
Not,
only works if the sun is
not
overhead.
that.
All right, all right. Well, first off, we got to back up into the whole thing behind this guy doing the experiment in the first place. This fictional character, and I will say fictional because none of his contemporaries even mentioned him for such an extraordinary feat that he did. He was placed into Rockefeller textbooks sometime
Are you
in the
talking about
20th
Einstein?
century. I'm talking about Aristophanes, the man
Oh,
that did the
Aristophanes. Okay.
and this is the ancient Greek that these people love to jump onto. All right. His entire thing was based on an assumption of convexity. Now, despite the impossibilities of his experiment, given the time, he noticed that the shadow at one place, 500 miles from another place, fell at a different angle than from at another place. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, already going into it with the presupposition or the preconceived notion of convexity without any actual evidence of it, he then had to assume a very distant light source. Okay, because as the light source comes closer, the shadows change relative to position and their distance between each other. All right.
Yeah.
So by using a thing called scale, he placed the sun far enough away that he was able to make his calculations appear as though it were on a ball. Now, what we see here in this diagram right here, with a local light source on a flat surface, we can get the exact same results with the shadows. No spherosity involved whatsoever, not a single bit of convexity. Okay, so what does Aristophanes prove? Nothing.
Prove jack shit.
The only way would be to know the distance and the size of the light source, which of course is the sun. How did a man in ancient Greece know how far away the sun was? How does anyone now know how far away the sun is?
Okay. So there's a couple of different observations, or I mean not observations, a couple of points that I can make about that. So Aristophanes, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that. So that's basically how all science starts out. You make an assumption, also known as a hypothesis. You test the assumption, and if it ends up being true under scrutiny and or how do I word this? You conduct multiple tests, and any good scientist will assume it's untrue, and they will go along and specifically try to disprove them and say that what they do isn't true. And despite all of that, if it ends up remaining the same, so such as if we're able to make predictions consistently because the sun is roughly 93 million miles away. Now, of course, I know that changes. That's an average, not the exact distance. Then, like, and if no other explanation is allowing us to make those predictions,
Oh, wait a
then
second.
it just makes sense.
Do you realize that the distance of the sun has changed from 3 million miles all the way up to 105 million miles? And this is a series of changes over history. And then
I'm aware.
And then back to the 93 million miles. That's a hell of a margin of error.
Oh no, yeah, it is
Really bad.
I'm
gonna assume
bad.
I'm going to assume, because I burn very easy, that the sun comes down here and cooks my ass. Now, you might be browner and you might get a tan really quickly, but maybe the sun just stays way the hell away from you. And I'm going to assume that because, you know, by God, it's just my idea. And that's just how I feel. So your sun may be 1 billion miles away from you, so it doesn't cook you. But it comes down here and cooks my ass. It picks me out of the crowd. Now, does that make sense to you? It's my idea. I'm assuming.
Now, if you want to test that hypothesis, then you can. And
well, I do test it. I go outside and I stay too long. I turn into a lobster. I get really red and I burn.
Yeah, so
I mean,
as far as I know, listen. As far as I know, this guy only did this fucking thing one time. Okay, it wasn't like he.
Sorry, I just take what you say. And I can't help but be sarcastic because that's how stupid it sounds to me. You take an assumption. You're taking an assumption that one person.
You're being very hostile. Stop.
Yeah,
don't
calm down. We're trying to have a discussion.
Connor's open. All right.
I'm just saying that when I hear this, I get sarcastic because it doesn't make sense. You want us to because one person made an assumption. It was their idea. And now, because people have swallowed that hook, line, and sinker, and then people that think that it's round because the light bulb in the room is round, it's just totally, you know, they don't observe anything. Water runs downhill. It rains on top of the mountain, it runs down, and then it puddles in lakes, ponds, whatever, at the bottom. It's always level.
So I'm going
to change that observation. So when you have
talking about the sun.
Yeah, like we're going off the
Connor,
topic.
so can you finally accept, Connor? Wait, listen. You've given your rebuttal as far as what you've considered. Now that we've shown that those calculations could be done on both a ball and a flat Earth, can we move on to looking at the floor to actually register what the floor looks like? Because at one point, Mr. Connor, you're gonna have to face reality, and that's the floor that we stand on. And I'm just hoping that you have enough courage to face the truth, my friend. Because I really do. I want you to be honest with yourself, because the second you can be honest with yourself, you can move forward as an individual. And when you move forward as an individual, we move forward as a civilization. Because as an individual, you're nothing, but as a whole, we are something. So my hope is that you look to the ground that you stand on, because that's where you live, bud. Not in the sky. You can dream all you want about up there, but the floor is what defines where you live, bud.
Okay, so anyways,
it is a remarkable coincidence that the curvature of the Earth just happens to match the fucking human eyesight perception. I mean, that's just amazing as all hell.
Okay, there's a few things that I want to point out so radio waves, for example, move at the speed of light. That's something that I think with a bit of equipment, most people can prove. And if you have something that can produce radio waves, you can point it towards the sun. And
it's a black object, bud.
Whenever you
the sun's a black object. It doesn't. It absorbs sonar. It absorbs everything. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Whenever you point it towards the sun, it takes about 16 minutes for it to get back. Now, depending on what time of year it is, it can be slightly sooner. It can take slightly longer. Just depends on what time of the year is. Now, light moving. Now that means that whenever it gets there, it takes about 8 minutes, bounces off, comes back towards Earth, takes another 8 minutes. So 16 minutes total at the speed of light is about 93 miles, 93 million miles, give or take a couple million miles, depending
So
on the
again,
time of
you're looking to the sky to prove the floor. Is that Connor? You're looking to the sky again?
So how else do I prove what
Uh,
the sun does besides like observing what it
Well,
does?
well, we
Like I
we
can't
watch
stare
it
at the
move
ground
across
and
the
observe the
sky,
sun.
Connor. We watch it move. You watch it move,
Okay.
right?
So isn't
So
that
what
you
what
looking
does
up
it,
at
what
the
does that
sky?
have to do with the floor you stand on? When are you going to look at the floor,
Wait a second,
Connor? Are you scared to look at the floor?
Connor, do you know what a dark object is?
A dark object?
Yeah.
I think I'm misunderstanding what y'all mean. Would you
Okay.
explain it to me?
All right, the sun is a dark object, although it gives off light. In the field of bouncing lasers or radio waves or anything else like that off of it, no. Okay.
Oh no, you can conduct this experiment yourself if
Can
you
I?
want. You can
No,
you
with
can
with what? Because here's what's
with
going to be your
something with
problem.
literally anything that produces radio waves and can receive.
Okay, so here's what your problem is. I guarantee you can send a radio wave to the sun and you're not going to receive shit back. And I'll tell you why. Not only will it not bounce off the sun, but I want to talk to you about your 8.5 minutes, 8.5 light minutes there, 8.5 light minutes back, giving us about 17 minutes, somewhere in that vicinity, right? Okay.
Somewhere around there.
Now, the Earth is traveling at the average speed of 67,000 miles an hour around the sun.
Yeah.
We will have been traveling from the point of origin for 18 minutes at Mach 88.
Yeah.
All right. So you're not anywhere near the location you were when you sent the signal.
Yeah.
Now, we've
and
also
I
got
know what point you're
another
going
real
with.
bad problem. And this is a problem with light, and it's a problem with radio waves. It's getting the signal there in the first place, getting the laser there in the first place. It takes immense power to send something an immense distance. If you could, the amount of attenuation of that signal would be so much, because you got to figure that thing is spread out by the time it gets to the sun. And then when it reflects, it's going to spread out even more. Now, what happens to a signal when it spreads out that wide, or light when it's spread out that wide? It dissipates. In fact, it gets to a point where it can't even be detected. So
It doesn't dissipate completely, though. It's still strong enough.
You can't
It's
bounce
still
anything
strong.
off the sun.
No, you can.
No, you can't.
No,
Have
you
you
can.
ever?
So that's a hypothesis. We
It's
can.
a hypothesis. Have you ever done it?
I have.
You've bounced something off the sun and it come back.
Yeah, radio waves. Like,
No, you
I mean,
haven't.
like, of course, of course, the equipment. Like, of
Oh
course,
my
you have to buy
goodness,
the
now
equipment.
we're playing off. Oh, I want to see that experiment. I bet that would be an absolute blast. Did it melt
You
the
hope so.
object on its way back there and back again? I mean, I'm just curious.
And besides the attenuation, did you know that the Earth is
transmitter?
spinning when you shot it? So you shot it, the Earth is spinning and moving at the same time. How are you going to get the signal back to your radio?
Because it doesn't spin
Well, the
enough.
radio
It doesn't spin
Earth,
enough.
the Earth
Okay,
takes
bud.
24 hours to make one rotation. Do you think you've moved like to the other side of the Earth by the time
Look, it's
it
spinning
bounces back?
1,000
Well, how
miles
many
an
light
hour.
years away
No,
is
but
it?
1,000 miles an hour,
you've
but
moved
guess how long
over-
it takes?
You've moved
24
over
hours to make one rotation.
18,000 miles from your
Okay.
original position. Now, listen to me. Hold on. First off, I need to really understand something here. You are trying to tell me that you have a radio transmitter with enough power to transmit a signal 93 million miles?
It doesn't require a very strong radio. Of course, it's not
Oh,
just
it
some cheap
doesn't.
ham radio that you can buy, but it just
Try to pick up Germany with a walkie-talkie. It's
okay.
only-
So that's
the signal is only
that's a
good.
weak radio. It's like just a cheap radio that you can buy
Right, a
from any.
weak radio. Why? Right? Because the amount of distance for a radio wave or a light wave to reach is dependent on the amount of power
There
that's
you go.
put
Power's
into
the
it.
answer.
So
Power.
then you just buy a radio that has a decent amount of power.
You
Like,
don't have a radio. You're never going to have a radio with enough power to transmit a radio signal 93 million miles. I'm sorry.
that's unfortunately not true.
It is true, dude. I was communications in the military. I was the net control station for 5th Corps headquarters in Frankfurt, Germany from 1984 to 1985. Okay? I know how fucking radio works.
Oh no, and
So if what
I
you're
I
saying-
know
listen to me, if
I'm in the
if
military.
what
I'm
you're
in the
saying
military
is
too.
true, if what you're saying is true, I should have received my own signal back around coming up behind me. It's not. My signal was limited to the range of the radio. And the radio was limited by the amount of power that was put into that radio.
Now there's a whole
I
bunch
just
of
wanna
things
know
that
who's-
make it weaker, such as the radio also has the purpose built into it that if somebody else picks it up, they're not going to be able to listen to it or be able to understand what you're saying with, you know, whatever encoded.
It's just
Connor, I have a
wait,
legitimate
that's
question.
just a crypto device. That's not going to have anything to do with the distance. All
Oh
I'm
no,
doing is
but it
bringing
makes
them.
it weaker because
If
it
you
has to
turn-
travel there. Like the equipment has to, like there's like whenever you're trying to shoot radio waves to the sun, that's literally all you're worried about. But if you're shooting
so I
radio
have a
waves to the other
question. I
side
have
of
a
the
question. Can I
country
ask you a
or
question?
or to the
I have a
I'll get to you.
flashlight
Well,
on.
God, he's trying to answer, man.
Yeah, or like to the other side of the earth, there's other things that have to be worried about, such as if it gets picked up, part of those radio waves or the strength of those radio waves goes into making it to where the message is, well, hopefully impossible to decrypt for them, which unfortunately isn't always the case. But like, those are meant for two completely
No.
different things.
No,
This is
dude.
dumb.
You're talking to someone who worked on and operated this equipment. That was
Yeah,
my
I mean,
job.
like
And
I'm
the
aware,
crypto,
but like,
the crypto does not weaken the signal. The crypto does not weaken the signal at all. Has nothing to do with the strength of the signal at all. It's nothing more than encrypting the data that's being sent through the signal. The signal doesn't care what the data is. That has no bearing on the speed of it or the strength of it. It has no bearing on it. If it did, I would just type in every one of my messages. I would have said strong signal. That way it would know to be a strong signal. It doesn't care. So that has
There are
nothing
people-
to do with it. You just made all that shit up, I think. man.
Besides, if I
Unfortunately,
turn on a flashlight and can you pick it up with radio waves? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, if I bounce radio waves off of it, yeah.
Oh,
How do you
bull
bounce
crap.
radio waves off a light? How do you bounce
You
light?
can't.
off
Oh,
a
if you're talking about the light itself, I thought you were talking about the flashlight. No, I can't bounce off at least as far as I know, I can't bounce it off of
You
the
can't
light
bounce it
itself.
off a
But
light.
the sun isn't just light. The sun is
The
made out
light
of.
the sun is an illuminary. You can't prove it differently.
All right.
So
Shine.
unfortunately,
Wait a
I
second.
can't.
What is the sun? What is the sun, Connor?
So the sun, essentially, okay. So the sun is a collection of different materials melted and are under nuclear fusion with a carbon-based core, and it gives off light and yeah, I mean like whatever else, such as solar flares.
How do you know any of that?
So what specifically?
How do you know this? You seem to specifically know what the sun is made of and what's energizing it. How do you know any of that?
Part of it is that we can conduct
We
nuclear fusion on Earth and learn how it burns, and then we can observe the sun. And we're not burn because yes, burn. I want to point out that the sun is not on fire. Nuclear fusion does not require fire. Whenever I say burn, I don't mean it's on fire. Just to clarify that. So just for example, like whenever we're using nuclear fusion to produce energy, we're able to observe the sun and say that it burns in the exact same way.
So they've been able to reproduce a little sun that'll keep sustaining and go right here on Earth. When is this ever been done?
I mean, more or less.
Where? When have they ever done this? That sounds like a bunch of hooey, man. Think about this. I look outside and I see trees. Trees are green. Oh my God, here's a thing over here that's green. That must be a tree too. I see fire and it's actually fire and I can touch it and I know that it's hot, right? I've also got another
Or
fake fireplace in the front room that I can turn on. It's electric. It's not really a fire. It looks like there's fire, but there's no fire and there's no heat from it. So how in the world, because you know what a nuclear fusion looks like, are you able to extrapolate that that's what the sun is? We first have to figure out how in the hell did a gob of carbon or any other thing form together, much less gases. How do they form together into a volume in order to undergo this in the first place?
So, okay, so first of all, go with like the sun, what it's made out of. So, do you agree that fires, whenever they burn, they appear to be different colors?
Yeah, but we haven't
So
determined what the
we
sun
so,
is yet.
so we don't. So we okay. So just bear with me. So whenever, so say if a fire burns purple, do you have to um extinguish the fire to know that it's burning, shoot, my words are getting mixed up. Do you have to extinguish the fire to know what it's made out of, or what's causing the fire to burn?
It'd probably be a good idea if you don't want to get burned.
Well, no,
so
I'm aware,
and that's assuming that it is fire. What is fire actually?
So
Is
here,
it
I'll
matter?
get
What is it?
I'll get back to that in a moment.
Yeah, tell me about how you know what the sun is.
So certain elements, whenever nuclear fusion, whenever they're burned, whatever word you want to use, burn specific colors. And fires, whenever depending on the heat of the fire, it can change colors. We can do the exact same thing with the sun. The sun has a very specific color, and
right now
we can use that to tell what it how hot it's burning and what it's made out of.
How in the world do they do that? Are you talking about spectroscopy?
Count your chickens before they
Spectral analysis? I don't know. I mean, like, basically.
Okay. So you're looking at something that's supposedly 93 million miles away through the medium of Earth, which includes several gases, through God knows what medium that the sun is actually in, looking at a split of the light that comes from it.
Now, I mean, you are able to send a balloon high enough to where it gets to about the thermosphere. I don't think any balloons can get to the exosphere, but you can get to the thermosphere where it removes any particles in the air, so you can observe the sun directly. And if you have the right camera,
is that what they did?
That is one thing that you can do. Now, I'm not sure if that's what early astronomers do.
Not what can we do. I'm sure we can do.
I mean, okay, yes, we have done that, and anybody with a couple $100 can send a balloon up there with a decent camera
and a spectroscoper, a spectroscopy instrument.
I mean, if you just observe the light and then you watch the video,
horseshit. Horseshit.
I mean, you can.
Connor, at one point, you gotta stop assuming shit, bud. Like you're assuming a lot of stuff, right? When are you gonna go and start actually doing something that's verifiable? At this point, you're just looking at lights in the sky and thinking that you know what's going on, but you don't. Unless you went up there. Listen. Unless you went up there and touched it, you don't know what it is. So why do you keep looking to the sky, guy? Can we talk about planar surveying? Don't you think that's more relatable to the Earth's surface, planar surveying? Wouldn't you agree?
And we have done things on Earth.
So let me just elaborate into planar surveying. So what they do is they take and they assume 100 square miles of flatness, right? Before they go into geodetic surveying. So let's say we square out 100 miles, right? And say, oh no, wait, let's move 50 miles east. So now you have a new grid of 100 miles flat. No, let's move another 50 miles east, another 50 miles east, another 50, all flat. So that's over like 250 miles of flat surface. So when exactly does the curve come into play here, bud?
So if you are, if you are high up enough, you are able to see curve from 100 miles. If
You
you're
can't
on the
see
ground,
curve, bud.
You-
Even
you're
Neil
high-
deGrasse Tyson,
hold on,
the
hold
guy
on.
that speaks on your behalf, says that you can't see the curve from where the Red Bull guy jumped because that shit's flat. So
no, he
you're
did not.
going against a physicist. So he's
You
talking
are
shit, or
taking
you're
that out
talking.
of
No,
context.
hold on. Let me ask you a question. So is he lying or are you lying? Somebody's lying here.
Okay, so or maybe it's taken out of context.
No. It's not taken out of context. He said it's flat from up there because they used a curved, what is it called, fisheye lens to curve horizontal lines. He said that. You can go look at it. You can look at it yourself. I don't know why we don't have to discuss this. He said it. So either you're lying or he's lying. So is Neil deGrasse Tyson lying?
Okay, so where exactly did you get this from?
You can YouTube it. I don't know. Sav, can you pull it up for this guy? Obviously, he doesn't know his own religion.
Which
At
one?
one
which
point,
one
you
are
got to
we
figure out
looking
your own
for?
religion, bud.
Which one are we looking for?
Okay, so
When he goes,
I'm
when he's the flat, when he's got
I'm
that, Blake
trying to-
spheroid. You know, when he's got that Blake spheroid, and he's like, that stuff is flat.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
look,
yeah,
with the beach ball, with the beach
Yeah,
ball.
hey,
Here's
listen,
the
Connor,
problem.
watch the video first.
You're
No, yeah, I'm
invoking.
trying to find it.
You're
as we speak.
invoking things. You're invoking things like saying 100 miles up. You have no verification of 100 miles up at all. I mean, the best you're going to do is a high altitude balloon, maybe. Okay.
And then you can see the curve.
No,
from-
you don't
you
see
can't
any
get high
curve.
enough.
That's just
Literally,
it. You don't see any
anybody
curve.
can test
Yeah,
the hypothesis.
Connor, look for the video. Hey, stop talking. Look for the video.
No, don't worry. I am. I'm not.
Okay, so then
finding
it's easy to
That's the
find.
thing.
Yeah, see, at one point, you got to realize that you're lying or he's lying.
Literally,
Right,
the
Right?
only
So at one
thing
point,
I'm
you have
currently
to. You have no
finding
choice.
is the
Nobody's
opposite of your
lying.
claim.
The only person lying is the person that gave him that information.
And
No,
the-
because he has to
trusted-
realize
now
that
listen,
he's
hold on.
either
He
he's going
listened to-
against the physics, the
to-
physicists, or he's his own physicist that's figured out his own
Is
world view.
Okay, if I cannot find, I'm only finding the opposite of the claim here. If you're able to send the link in the chat, I can copy it and paste it. And
I
try to
can't
figure
send the link in the chat.
You
I
can't
don't have
just
a
copy it
I don't have
and
a
then
wrench.
just. Oh wait, is that not possible?
You
No,
can
yeah,
put
you-
it in the StreamYard link or
No, I mean
behind you.
the chat. You can do links.
Okay, well I can't because I'm on my phone. I don't have multiple screens. I exit the screen, I'm gone.
Gotcha.
Oh no, I exit the screen, and as long as if I'm back within like about 30 seconds, I'm using a phone as well.
Well,
But
if
I
anything, I'll
do
find
get
it and
what
I'll go
Trick
come
is
back.
saying. He's saying that because you were lied to, you're just passing on that lie, or you're making crap up on your own when it goes against what other people are saying.
So, for example, I just sent a link of Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that the flat Earth is ridiculous. So,
Yeah, he would have to say that. That's his job. That's
well,
his
no,
fucking
but
job.
okay,
Do you
but
see
okay.
the
So
photograph? Wait,
say.
real quick. Do you see the photograph I'm showing you there?
Mm-hmm.
That's 128,000 feet. That's
And
a-
where'd you get this photograph from?
I got this from a video that I have.
Mhm.
I have several more. Here's the problem with your curvature, and I'll show you in a minute. Is that you notice that horizon is still at the same level, looking straight out, and you guys are looking for curve from side to side. You're looking for curve. You're looking for curve forward, right? Look at that side to side.
So,
Okay. So what is it? What are we doing here? Are we on a paper towel tube or something? The reality of it is this, and this is going to be interesting, right? We have trusted information that's been given to us. However, when you start to get into it, like for instance, these guys love to fuck around about maps. And I tell everybody there are no accurate maps. Because
well,
we
yeah,
have
because
a
it's
mixture. Wait a
impossible
second.
to put
We
a
have
sphere on a flat map.
we have a mixture. Well, yeah, the flat map had to be put down to global coordinates that are decided by the Royal College of Cartography.
And
Okay?
literally
But
everybody in
you
the
don't
world
get
agrees
to,
with
you
it.
don't,
It's accurate.
what are we going to, wait a second, what are we going to do? Go out and map our own fucking world? No, of course not. But I'm going to tell you how the trick was done. Areas across, how do you measure distances across large bodies of water? Through
I mean,
observational calculations. Okay. They're not physically measured distances. This is why we have nautical miles. Now, on land, we have actual miles in statute miles. Okay. So, that being said, we've got this weird fucking 39-minute part. Okay. So we've got
Also,
this,
that I just want to say this, that
Yeah.
picture looks exactly the way it looks every time I've been in a plane and look out the window. That's what that looks like, especially when
So,
you're flying above
okay.
the
We've
clouds.
never
All right,
been up
bud, I
that
got it
high.
for you.
Oh
I
yeah,
put
yeah.
it-
Don't worry.
I put it in the
I'll
chat. At
yeah,
39
I'll look at
minutes,
it
he
after this.
starts talking.
Hang on, I got it.
But
right here.
so okay, so say for example, how do I trust that this is an unedited picture of the Earth? Because I know that
Get your
flat
ass up
earthers
there
love.
in the airplane and look out the damn
I
window.
have been myself.
You're
I've
never
traveled
going to
quite
be
a
up
bit.
that high. Nobody's going to be up that high. Sorry.
I mean,
When you're flying above the
in
clouds.
most airplanes, he's correct. You're not going to be up this high.
No
But
airplane.
I know that flat earthers love to throw out the term CGI. So how do I know that this isn't just CGI to appear flat?
Well,
By
here's the
going and
problem.
observing it yourself.
Here's the problem with most of these pictures that you're seeing with the curvature. Okay. Now, when you're using a wide angle lens, I don't know if you know much about optics or not, but all lenses have a curve to them. Okay. Even a rectilinear lens has a curve to it. The lens of your eye has a curve to it. All of that. In fact, because of the wide angle technique that was used, is why you have the letterbox format in movies. And they had a thing called Panavision where it was really narrowed down for the width. And that was to cut out the distortion as much as possible that happens with a wide angle lens. Now, often we'll see in the footage from up at these things, when there's turbulence, you'll notice that when the camera moves one way, the Earth starts to get a convexity to it, right? And then the camera goes the other way and it will turn into concave. But when it's setting level, when it's setting still, so to speak, what comes across the middle of the screen, which is, of course, your primary field of view, that's the center of your field of view, there is no distortion. That's why we have so many photographs of this right here. And even when the people see a little bit of curve, if you calculate it out to be with the standard 8 inches per mile squared, then you find out, whoa, man, the Earth is way bigger than they're telling us. Because at this altitude, your horizon should drop below you. It should drop below you, not stay relative to eye level. It should drop below you. This is provable on AutoCAD. This you can do the geometry. You can, I mean, and it's provable. And this disputes the idea of 8 inches per mile squared. So one of two things: the Earth is either flat or it's such a huge fucking sphere, which again is a scientific impossibility, that we can't even see curve from there. Now, no airplane's going to fly at the altitude of this balloon because the air is way too thin. The only way to get this is with a balloon. Now, here's an interesting thing. Why did the balloon decide to stop there?
Okay, so there's a couple of things. That was a lot for me to take in. First of all, the reason why the balloon stops here is because there's a restriction of gravity. So the gases inside are not as restricted, and then they pop the balloon. Second of all, why does it only appear flat whenever you're using something like, or weirdly distorted, is a better term, whenever you're using a wide angle lens or a fisheye lens? But whenever you're using a normal camera, such as from the cell phone, some people have taken pictures of the top of Mount Everest of this, it does appear curved whenever there's no weird lensing effect added.
Because they used a wide angle setting on the digital camera phone.
Okay, but like,
so, hold on a second.
So you assume that.
You would argue with a ham sandwich.
Hold on, wait a second. This is not a distorted lens. And you're
How do you know that?
completely wrong. You're completely wrong about why the balloon stopped at that altitude.
Okay, so how do you know that it's not a wide angle lens?
Because I know the person that took the picture. I actually have the fucking data for it.
Oh, do you? Why don't you?
I don't. It's on my laptop. is why,
It's
and
on
I
your
don't have
laptop.
that fucking hooked up right now. I still haven't transferred everything over. But either way.
So what
So
kind
when
of
you do
balloon
see
did
the
they use?
curvature, so
What kind of balloon did they use?
how much curvature should we see at 127,000 feet?
Honestly, I am not sure. They're in this
Well, maybe
picture.
we should look into it then.
Okay, so what you just said a little bit ago is that there's a wide angle lens, and then in the picture, and then you say that that's
Normally a wide angle lens is used.
oh no, you said there was a wide angle lens for the picture. Whenever it's moving around weirdly, it looks concave or curved.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah. You're
whenever
going
it's
to
just
use the
looking
wide
straight,
angle lens, right? Because the wide angle lens is designed to give you the truest part of the photograph
It's
in the very center of the lens.
it's designed to see more.
It's
Like
designed
that
to
is
give
it is
you.
it is
It's
designed to
designed
see
to give you a panoramic view with as minimal amount of distortion across the field of view of the center of the lens. That's how it's designed.
panoramic pictures do not show an accurate picture.
A panoramic. Listen to me. A wide angle lens, unless fisheyed or heavily distorted, will show a true image across the horizontal plane of the lens. The only place that you'll start to see any distortion is if you were to spread that out and look toward the edges, and it would look quite funny, to tell you the truth. But we also have another thing too. Why is that sun making a big bright spot under it? That's kind of weird. That would indicate that it's
And those are
so
corpuscular
something that I
rays
want
coming
to
off the
point-
sun, are they not? Not parallel,
Yeah,
corpuscular?
those aren't parallel.
Okay, so the sun. Okay, so from the picture, the sun. Let's see. Okay, so in short, it's
wisely.
basically perspective. Those
wisely.
lines are. Oh no, I'm aware. The lines appear to be moving off in weird directions because
In a
of
weird
the
direction.
camera. Because of
Because
the
of the camera.
camera.
When have you ever
That's-
seen any parallel sun rays coming in from the sun? When?
Whenever I take pictures of it.
Okay, so
you've never seen it.
some are coming in parallel and the other are corpuscular, right? Because they come in at all angles, like 360, like a base, like a base bin. When it shoots out base in 360, the sun shoots out sun rays in 360. It's radius, it's radii.
That's
right?
where the word ray comes from radiate. It
Okay,
comes from
so
radius.
something that I want to point out with wide angle lenses is that they do have a form of distortion. Whenever you're using a camera that's taking a wider picture,
Dude. So you're
So-
claiming that this is due to distortion? Is that
I
your
mean,
claim?
it could be.
I'll
But
just move on with it. I know
you are
I can
unable
guarantee you
to
I know more
verify.
about optics. I can guarantee you I know more about photography.
You are
than-
unable to verify the accuracy of the picture. That's why I've been asking you
Dude,
to provide
bottom
the
line.
information.
Bottom line. So
So,
you think
okay.
so the picture is doctored. That's what you're claiming.
Maybe, I mean, okay, so maybe it is real, maybe it's
So
fake,
let's-
but you are unable to provide for either.
Well,
Okay,
it's
let
funny
me-
how
let me
you
just
guys
make a
never provide any
postulation.
Goddamn information with your photographs. Never.
Let me
once.
make a-
In fact, you guys always use the goddamn Red Bull jump, and that's the
Let
most
me-
ridiculous thing in the world because the motherfucker was up this same height.
Let me
Yeah,
make a
he was
postulation
up
about
the
the
same height.
Hold on. Let me just say one quick thing.
Sure, what's
The
up?
wide angle lens. Let's say that picture that Saab showed is a wide angle lens, a fish, and it curves. Okay, let's say it's curving on the sides. The
Mhm.
fact that you can still see the horizon at your eye level shows that it's not a ball, because that ball would curve forward, left, right, everywhere. It curves all the way down. So the fact that you
Beneath
can
your eye
still see
level,
the horizon at the eye level, even with curved sides, show that it's a flat horizon at the top and then just curved at the sides.
So
It would
Curvature should be
below you.
left, right, and forward and backwards. It's a ball,
It is.
right?
It would be below you as well.
yeah, so I mean, like you walk in any direction and it's curvature. Although it's curved, but unfortunately, due to how large the Earth is, obviously you're not going to see.
No, we can't. We've already established that the radius doesn't show, because I can show with my camera that the 3959 does not exist.
Okay,
Okay, so
then
you can't
okay, so then you
can't
should do that.
impose curvature when curvature cannot be seen.
Now you should do that
I
when you
do
are
that.
able to.
I
Okay,
have a
so then
camera.
do you have any proof of your pictures?
Yeah, I've taken many pictures.
Okay, where's your pictures at?
And they're my phone. They're my camera. I have it on
Okay.
SD drive, and I have my phone in my hand.
Why
Like,
don't
the
you
fact is
provide
that
them?
there's many pictures and many videos that show that there's no curvature. You don't need my pictures
Oh
itself,
no,
my
there
personal
isn't.
pictures. The fact is that I drop a plumb here, a plumb line here, and 5 kilometers away from me, that plumb line is parallel to the plumb line I placed here. Then I go 20 kilometers further, the plumb line is parallel with the plumb line I placed here. There is no deviation from the plumb lines.
So
None.
okay, so unfortunately,
Unfortunately,
whenever you're talking about that, there's maybe like a couple inch difference, I think.
no,
Something
you
like
think.
that.
See, again, you think. See, you think a lot, but you don't prove
Okay,
anything. So you think
okay,
it.
so
Like, do you have an education? Do you have an education, Connor? Like, do you have secondary school diploma, post secondary? Do you have that?
something like that. But I'm
Okay,
also a
so no,
plumber.
no. So
I've
you hold
worked
that
with
in high
plumbing as well.
regard? Do you find that like that's your high regard? Like, you hold that up, like that's your pinnacle. Your look at my trophy. Your little
A
diploma, right?
pinnacle. I mean, like it
So
sure is.
at
It
one
sure
point
is
you got to
nice,
realize
but
that maybe that what you read in those textbooks aren't right, because you can be intelligent, but if the information that you're digesting is wrong, then you're a smart, ignorant person.
okay, so that's a nice hypothesis. But again, I'm asking you to provide the pictures that you claim that you have,
Yeah.
that supposedly show a flat Earth.
Okay, so we're going to disagree, I guess, on this. In fact, I see absolutely no curvature. There has been no experience in my life that I've ever had or an observation that would lead me to even think remotely that I was on a spherical object. This
Yeah,
is
and
an
I mean,
idea that, wait a
I've
second, this
provided
is an
multiple
idea.
examples for you to
Those
be able
aren't
to.
Oh, you
examples
did.
because
Excuse me, you're interrupting. I'd like to hear what Sav has to say. Thank you.
they
Okay,
have
sounds good.
multiple explanations, and if there's more than one explanation for it, then it's not a proof,
No,
right?
if
Okay.
there's multiple explanations that work together, then it is.
They do. Okay. So when it comes to curvature, we find none. We
Okay.
find that we can see objects well beyond where they should be hidden by a physical curve. Okay.
Okay, so a lot
Now,
of them
we also
are.
know that we have to take into account human visual perspective. Two things very important: angular perspective and field of view. When
Mhm.
we're standing on the ground, we have a limited field of view because the ground is obstructing our cone of a field of view. Our
Yeah.
perception is going from our eyes to a conical aspect. Okay. So
Okay,
what's
so
happening there is once you see to the average eyesight horizon, which is approximately 3 miles, okay, then we can see no more of the surface because it rises up to you to just be under eye level. Okay. And you're standing on it. Now you're not obstructed from the top down or from the sides, only from the bottom. So things are going to start to go into the horizon from the bottom up as they change in angular size going away from you.
now if you're using your eyes, then yes, that makes sense. However, we have
Yeah.
instruments such as cameras that can zoom
Yeah.
in and
That
make
makes
up.
it worse for you.
Exactly.
That
You're
makes
just
it
putting
way,
yourself in the
way,
corner,
way,
bud.
way
Okay.
worse for you.
How
Now,
does it make it worse?
how does it make it worse for you? Because if we can bring in objects that have supposedly been hidden by a curve, even mathematically, that means that they're not being hidden by a physical curve.
No,
Because
I'm
we can't
not
see
talking about
through
that
a
they're
concrete.
being. I'm not talking that they're being completely hidden from a curve. I'm talking that, say, they're far away enough that our eyes can't make them out. But once you zoom in and make up for
Angular resolution,
our distance, like how far we can see,
angular resolution limits.
Yeah.
that's a way. That's a good way to put it.
That's
If you
exactly
use
what
a
it is.
camera to make up for that, then you can see
Did we
that part of
increase
the
our field of
object is
view?
going to be obscured from the
Did
bottom up.
we increase or decrease our field of view with that?
We didn't do either. We just zoomed in.
Yeah,
You did it.
Field of
did.
view.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
wow,
did.
bud.
We decreased it. We decreased the field of view.
Okay, so the
Okay,
field of
so
view
wait,
isn't
wait,
supposed to
so
show.
what you've done is magnify everything within a limited field of view that you've restricted down. This is just the nature of how optics work.
Oh yeah.
Right?
So okay, but
So
that doesn't.
now all you're doing is magnifying everything that's within that field of view. This is why at a quarter mile away, a 3-foot wave can obstruct an object 250 feet tall that's only 25 miles away. And that wave
So
only needs to be a quarter of a mile away from you to do that.
so then
Let's show,
what
wait, hold on. Let's
happens?
show
What
this guy.
happens when
Hey,
the
Saab, let's show this guy the video. Show the
yeah, what
video
happens
so you can
when
see
the
that.
ocean? Okay.
Here's Neil. Here's Neil.
Watch your friend, bud.
With a really wide angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that.
Wow.
No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is
It's
flat.
flat.
And then I showed examples of wide angle lenses curving horizontal. I tweeted that.
You did.
But I don't want to be a spoiled, curmudgeon or anything. I just wanted you to put, there's so much to actually be impressed with in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want you to be distracted by things that are not. That's all I'm trying to say.
There he
That's
is.
all he's trying to say.
Okay. Okay, so are we going to skip over the fact that he says you can't see the curvature of the Earth from that height?
No,
Yeah.
but you're saying you
Just-
can.
So
No,
you
okay.
just-
But you
said
say you can. You say you can see
Okay.
the curve from the floor, but he said you can't see it from space. Technically, because space
okay,
is
so
40% of
he-
the atmosphere
He
under
said
your
that
feet.
you are not in space.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
The
he
technical word for
neither was
space
that
is
balloon.
40% of the atmosphere under
Neither
you.
was that balloon. Neither
Just-
are any of the other photographs that you showed any curvature with. Those aren't in space either. You know why? There's a thing called entropy. Yeah. How did they get there?
entropy has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. And
Well,
entropy in a system
It
makes
has
it look
to
more
do with-
chaotic.
It has to do with whether or not a motherfucker goes outside of the Earth system or not. I guarantee you it does.
So entropy is the breakdown of a closed system over time. The Earth is not a
No,
closed
that's
system.
not exclusive. It's free. It's the equal exchange
That's
of
the
energies.
science. That's the scientific definition
Well,
of
okay.
entropy.
So, in other words, everything wants to equalize, right?
So yeah, more or less.
Okay.
Yes.
So
The answer is
how-
yes.
the answer is yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
I'm
So
just curious to what degree this guy is willing to carry on the lie. I mean, to,
Okay,
to, you,
so-
to your
okay,
death,
so-
are you
yeah,
without any proof? Are you willing to carry on these deceptions, these
okay,
assumptions
so
to your
I've
death?
already told you that with a
Just
balloon
curious.
you can observe the sun and stars, and I mean I don't know how
I don't
how
need to
high up
zoom
y'all
into
think
the
the
stars.
firmament is.
Just look
And then
up.
I've also provided examples, like even amateurs or scientific amateurs, I think is a better way to put it, are able to observe this themselves with
Observe
the
what?
radio waves.
The radio waves, no, you
No.
cannot. You're not going to bounce a radio wave off.
So
the sun.
the science is
In fact,
not
if
backed
anything,
up.
if
Did
anything,
you say
the
you
sun-
said you were in the military,
Holy
right?
God, you guys.
Connor?
Yep.
If anything, the sun disrupts radio waves.
Okay, so it disrupts it to a certain extent, but
No,
it's not.
It
It's
disrupts it a lot, especially
not
if
not
you-
not enough
Yes,
to not enough
yes,
to remove the observation.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
if you want to test the
Radio
hypothesis,
operator.
do you
Radio
okay? So
operator.
okay, so sending radio waves to whatever part of the Earth is not the same thing as sending them up towards the sun. If you
Dude.
want to test it out yourself, you can. You have a hypothesis now. Do the scientific method.
I know that the
And test
sun
it.
interferes with my radio transmission. So
Mhm.
why would sending a radio transmission to the sun change? I'm sending it to the very thing that's causing the fucking interference in the first place.
Okay, so it's causing
Also,
mild
the ham
interference.
radios, don't they go from radio
mild.
to radio to get the message across? So radio waves are not infinite, but they do have a limit.
They do have a limit,
We
but
do
the
know
limit is
that.
not
That's
the
common
limit's not about
sense,
93
common
million miles
knowledge.
away.
The limit is well before 93 million miles, my friend. Do
Unfortunately,
you
it's
realize what kind of a transmitter you would have to transmit a signal 93 million miles?
He's out
Have
of
you ever
pants
even
and
looked
that's
at your
want
local?
that most
Go
people
down and
look for the money.
go down and look at what it takes for them to do a local TV broadcast, for instance. Okay, that's just from a remote location to the main station so they can put it out onto the rest of the network. Okay, no, it's not happening, bro. You don't have a radio strong enough to send a signal 93 million miles. I don't care what you even say about it. I know that to be a fact, absolute 100% fact, that the distance that a radio wave can travel, one of the biggest things involved is the amount of output. Okay. And that output is dependent on the amount of input. That's all.
Okay. Okay,
So-
so there's a couple of things that's not the best about that example, because whenever we're sending these radio waves to the TV, it is one place sending out radio waves to like every TV that's watching, and depending on what you're using, I don't know, say for
That's not
example
the point.
Netflix,
The point
that's
of the
going to
matter
be
is they
millions
had
of people.
to daisy chain it. How are you daisy chaining a signal to the sun? Are you got nodes set up along the way? I'm sorry, it just doesn't work like that.
Okay.
He means
So then,
amplifiers by node.
okay, so then how? Okay, so then let's take out the
Why would
disruption
you
from the
assume that a
sun.
radio, first off, let me ask you a question. Why would you assume that a radio wave can travel 93 million miles? What is the limit of a radio wave?
I mean, so it depends on what's obstructing it.
Okay, let's say nothing's obstructing it.
As far as I know, there's not really too much of a limit, considering how we're able to send radio messages off into space, and hopefully aliens will pick them up.
Whoa. Okay, so now you're back off into science fiction Narnia land about sending radio signals out into space. Okay, that's nonsense to begin with. Where the distance of a radio signal of any kind is dependent upon the amount of energy that's put into the signal. There is no ands, ifs, or buts about it. Another thing that happens with light or a radio signal is a thing called attenuation. Okay, do you know what attenuation is?
Okay, so first of all, I want to point out that the picture that you showed me showed no evidence of a firmament or any distortion.
Attenuation, brother.
that?
You know what
So-
attenuation is?
Okay, I just wanted to point that
You
out.
know what
but why don't you-
attenuation
Wait.
why don't you describe it for me?
How do you know it showed no evidence of a firmament? How would you
Okay.
know if you saw it?
Because glass distorts light. There was no distortion.
How's it made out of glass? And you're also assuming that what you're looking at is outside of this firmament.
Okay, so then let's simplify it. If there's any sort of firmament made out of anything, we would have noticed some sort of distortion, some sort of
Why?
reflecting of light. Because
Sometimes we do see a reflecting of light.
okay, but that's
What about a
no,
rainbow?
we do not at all.
How about a
but
rainbow? For reflection.
okay, so
if I'm
okay,
looking,
so
if I'm
I
looking, wait a second. If I'm looking, have you ever seen a bird fly into a window?
yeah,
Okay. Do you think it did that intentionally?
no.
Okay. Why do you think it happened?
Because birds are not aware how windows work. They were not taught how
Have you ever
windows
seen a person walk into a sliding glass door thinking it was open?
if it is extremely clear and there's no light on
right.
it, then yeah.
How can you tell?
No major light.
Can you tell the dirtiness of a window from say 15 miles away?
With the right equipment, yeah.
No, you can't.
With the right equipment, I 100%.
First off, you're assuming again.
Okay, so you're
assuming again what
you're assuming that there's a firmament as well.
No, I'm
You're
not.
making all these
Assuming that. I'm not assuming.
you have not provided any evidence to
I
back up
have
your claim.
indeed. I have indeed.
Whereas you have
Then
not.
how do we
All right,
breathe?
listen very carefully.
How do we
Listen very
breathe with
carefully.
oxygen?
I'm going to give you this right here, and this is it. And very briefly, once again, you cannot have a gas pressure system without containment.
And again, gravity and atmospheric
Gravity
pressure
cannot
is that.
contain it.
It
Gravity.
100% does.
Oh, can
Connor,
you
I'm
show
gonna
me?
think- I'm
Oh my
thinking
God!
you're-
I swear to God,
Okay.
I'm just gonna give it to you guys. Go. I hate that.
Okay, what's up?
back when I was younger, and I'm just thinking that based on your voice, you sound fairly young. They told everyone that the ozone had a hole in it, and that all the air was going to disappear. Why
No, they
would
didn't.
something, if it's not a container, as Sovereign keeps saying, how could it get a hole in it if there was no container there in the first place? And
Okay,
if all
so
the air was going to equalize, like they
so
say in an airplane, listen,
okay.
like they say in an airplane, if a window blows, everything gets sucked out.
Mhm.
Now you explain how that ozone, if they weren't lying to us, why are we still breathing? They told us we were all going to die.
Okay, so I would like to make a few points. First of all, whoever told you that the ozone was like a literal hole
Oh, the scientists did that.
is
NASA, the scientists.
no, they did not. So they okay, so it's a
Yeah, they
hole.
Oh, and so
It's
you
a
know,
hole of
how
a
long
s-
you've been alive?
it's a hole of a specific gas that
Oh,
protects
you're
us
full
from the
of-
how do you
sunlight.
get a hole in a gas?
Okay, so say for example, so the gas is around us, right? How do I put it? It's roughly distributed equally in the atmosphere as as a pressure. How do I explain this specifically? Okay, so say for example, the oxygen down on Earth is distributed roughly the same across the entire Earth. Now, of course, there's pressure gradient, but if you assume an elevation, so say 100 feet above the sea level, it's gonna be roughly the same. It's the same for the ozone up there, and it's not a literal hole for the atmosphere. And they were actually worried about the damage that the sun would cause because the ozone helped protect us from sun rays. Now, luckily, there were laws passed that made it to where I forget what um, chemical it was, but there was a specific chemical that when burned that was used for a lot of refrigerators, for example.
CFC.
It would go off into the atmosphere and it would bind with the ozone and take it out of the atmosphere and turn it into something else.
Okay, so that's
so
completely wrong.
it's basic chemistry.
It is it?
It is.
What,
It is. It is.
what creates ozone?
What creates ozone?
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm not sure.
It's a reaction to the gases with the sun. It's sunlight, right?
Mhm.
Forms the ozone. Okay. And they recorded a thinner amount of it that
Mhm.
just happened to be during the winter time in the north.
Oh no,
And
we're still recording.
wait a second, just listen. So this thinning of ozone in the winter time that went away again when it was summertime. Do you understand what's going on there? The lack
So
of
it's
sunlight,
not
there's no
just
need
going
for
away in an
ozone.
instant.
No ozone was being created. It's that simple. It's not this idea that you just said a word, gradient.
Pressure
There
gradient.
was a word that preceded gradient.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that word was pressure,
Mm-hmm.
right? So what is causing the pressure of the gradient? Space?
So yeah,
Something has to be
something that
pressure.
something that I want to get back to with the ozone, a misconception is that it wasn't just during the winter. Maybe that's when they started observing it.
It
But
was.
the ozone for the last couple of decades has been slowly healing. There's still
It's because it
there's
was
still a
another
bit of a hole
climate
there, but
hoax.
it has been observed for
It was climate
years.
hoax bullshit, just like this.
You
All the rest of
you can
crap.
claim that, but you can also
I know
observe.
that. I know
You can
that,
claim.
dude.
Okay, so
Dude,
what
I'm
tests have you conducted?
almost 60 years old. Okay,
What tests have you conducted?
in my lifetime, first we were going to have an ice age, then we were going to get killed by acid rain, and then we were going to
The
get
killer
killed
bees.
because the ozone
All
layer
of this
was
is
going away.
taken out of context.
Okay?
Exactly. Oh, bullshit.
So
You're
acid,
taking it.
okay,
You're out of
so
context.
acid. Okay, so whenever you heard acid rain, I'm willing to bet you heard acid. Like, oh no, water is an acid. Water is literally considered an acid.
You know,
But
you're like a
whenever-
pathological liar.
What-
because
whenever-
a
whenever you
pathological
drink
liar
water-
will continue
Alright,
to
so
make up a
Stinky
new lie to
Stinky
cover
Cash-
his ass.
But
Instead of
okay,
just
so okay,
stop and actually
Nobody
admit-
is
okay, so you can take. So
Okay,
you
so
you can
Stinky
take
Cash-
the electrons of water.
I'm going to
We have
address
a little
Stinky
maturity, please.
Cash's. I'm going to address Stinky Cash's comment. He said the gas is healing because we got rid of hairspray. We didn't really get rid of it, Stinky Cash. We sent it up for NASA to use. Okay. That's just I wanted to go with that.
So something that I want to point out is that, I mean, of course, you would require a microscope, but if you have a strong enough microscope, you can observe the electrons of water and prove that it is a -1 electron. Sometimes, anyways, it depends on how many electrons. Again, it's actually both a base and an acid, which is really weird. Water's the only thing that does this, but you can observe the electrons of the water or literally anything that has, or literally any atom. And see what electrons that are attached to it and figure out if it's an acid or a base. Now, again, acid rain is not nearly as acidic as you think it is. It is 100 times less acidic
Nuke the
than,
whales.
for example. However,
Nuke
it is still
the
bad for the
whales.
environment.
I want to nuke the whales. Okay. This is a bunch of nonsense fucking green bullshit.
Okay, prove it.
Okay.
Prove the hypothesis.
Prove it. You haven't proven yours. Okay. The
Prove the
bottom
hypothesis.
line is
Have
this.
you
Hold
ever
on.
observed
Wait,
an atom
Connor,
or an electrons?
Connor, we're not talking about climate change here, right?
Okay.
What we're
I mean,
talking
you're the one that
about
brought
is-
it up.
What we're talking about is the inability to have a volume of gas without containment. Your contention is that gravity is the container. Can you demonstrate a downward acceleration of air due to gravity?
Okay, so if I take literally any gas and drop it. Now, okay, so
How
the
do you
reason
drop
why
it? Wait,
Okay, now,
You have to
wait,
drop it.
misworded. My bad. That is misworded. Okay, so the reason why a lot of particles float in the air is due to the amount of energy that they have. Whenever you heat up water, the electrons become excited and get a ton of energy, and that gives them enough energy to float up. But eventually, unless they're continuously given energy, so such as if you trap it in, I don't know, a barrel and continue heating it, they're eventually going to be pulled down by gravity because they
gas
lose that energy.
molecules don't stop moving.
Gas molecules don't stop
No,
moving
they
until
do.
they turn in. Okay,
Until
so
they hit something.
okay, and then they bounce off, and then they continue.
Right. So what are they bouncing off of when they go up?
I mean, if they have enough energy, nothing.
That doesn't mean it doesn't have
Okay.
anything to do with energy. Gas.
okay, so-
Listen to me. The behavior of gas is to expand to fill the empty space. This
Exactly.
is gas
There's no
behavior.
pressure gradient.
Right.
Pressure
Right.
gradients do
No,
not
that's
exist
not
in a
true at
container.
all. That's
No, it
not
is.
true at all. That's not true at all.
No,
Before
it's
we
not.
even get into your gradient, you have to prove that gravity can actually affect a gas behavior.
Okay. So
Okay,
here.
so-
Okay. So
Now,
what
listen to me.
do
Listen to
you?
me. Listen, before you start answering the question, let me finish asking it.
Okay.
All right. So, if gravity is what's responsible for gas remaining on the earth, that would mean that air has a downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared. Can you demonstrate air having a downward acceleration due to gravity? Now, keep in mind, the only way to do that is going to be in a contained volume because that's the only way you can weigh air. It's the only way you can have a pressure of air. It's the only way you can demonstrate any weight of it. So, how can you show a 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration of air?
Okay. So a few things that. Okay. So this is a question that I want answered after I answer this question. Is what do you believe whenever you drop something? Why do you think things fall? But I'll answer that real quick. Okay. So it's literally just because it has the energy to move up. Whenever something flies, it's being pulled down, but it is expelling kinetic energy used by its muscles to move upwards. It is
prove
being
it's
pulled.
being
It is being
pulled?
pulled down, but it's being overcome by
Can you
gravity.
prove that there's a pull?
That there's a pull. Okay, so here, give me a moment. I can literally just drop something. Here, I'm gonna turn on my
I think
camera.
he just said. I think he just said air has muscles.
No, I
does
did
it do
not say.
calisthenics?
Wait. Can you do that? I wasn't looking. Can you do that demonstration?
Okay, here.
again?
So first of all, to answer his question, muscles produce energy, which allows you to
Yeah, I
move.
know, but
I
oxygen
produce
doesn't have
energy,
muscles, does it?
but you don't need muscles to produce energy.
just-
The energy is given by another source, such as if I boil water, it is given the energy required to do that. But once it runs out of energy, it turns back into water. And then if you take away more energy, it turns into ice. But anyway, so like there's a downward force. Why do you think this
Wait a
object
second.
falls?
I didn't
He
see
just-
a force.
No,
Okay.
I just saw something
Where's there a
fall.
force?
Connor.
Where's there a force?
Something
in-
fell, Connor.
Okay. For
That's
something
all that
okay.
happened. Wait a second.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question, Connor. That object you had, is it heavier or lighter than the amount of the
medium.
medium that it displaced? In other words, if you had a replica of it made out of air, which one would weigh more?
That one object?
That's
That
right.
just-
That's right. Now,
That
what
one
would
object.
happen if the air weighed more than that object?
So that's not really how that works. So
Well,
that's a
wait a
huge
second. Yes, it is, because in my,
Okay.
in my explanation, the medium is exactly what's responsible. It's relative density disequilibrium, right?
Okay,
So
but
when you lifted
air
up
part
the
of-
sugar, when you lifted up that little object, right? You
Mhm.
put it into what? You put it into a state of disequilibrium.
Yeah, but guess what I did? Guess what I did to do that? I had to use the energy which was produced by my muscles to keep it there. I exerted a greater force on it to keep it in place than the
Okay.
Earth was doing.
Yes, you did.
Was
Right.
pulling out.
It wasn't the
hold on
earth
to it.
doing it. It wasn't the earth
Okay,
doing it.
but
How do
it
you
was
know it
being
was the
pulled
earth?
down
Wait a second. How do you know it was being pulled?
because it. Okay, so here, how about I try to ask a question about this? Why do you
That
think
little
things
mass was
fall?
attracted to his big ass. That's what
Why
he's
do you
trying to tell us.
why do things fall?
Why
Why do
think
they
that?
why do they okay, so
Well,
we'll
not all
assume
things fall.
we'll
Wait a second. Do all things fall?
they do unless they have enough energy to go up, which
What about if
requires
they're what about if they're lighter than the amount of air that they displace?
then they'll still fall. If
They'll fall.
If they're lighter.
they'll go up.
No, my
in
goodness.
up.
a vacuum chamber, things get pulled down
Oh.
anyway.
No, they're not being pulled down. They're just the relative density is at play there again too, because something
Okay.
is always denser than nothing, isn't it?
Okay, so again, I'll
Why
put it in a
would- wait a
vacuum.
second. Connor, are you
vacuum.
aware? Are you aware that things weigh more in a vacuum?
They don't weigh more.
Yeah,
they do not.
Measurably
Okay.
so. I
The
can show you.
reason
You wanna
why
see?
they fall down faster is because you remove
The
you
medium.
remove air resistance from the equation.
There you go.
If you take a hammer and a feather, obviously this feather is much lighter than a hammer, and you drop it in a vacuum chamber, they fall at exactly the same rate. Why
Okay,
does
so what
that,
if you
that
put water
removes
in that
density out
chamber?
of the equation?
Connor, what if you
Hmm?
put water in that chamber? What happens to the feather and the hammer?
The water floats.
The
I
feather
mean, not
floats
the
and
water
the hammer
floats.
drops, right?
I
So the
I
medium
meant-
has everything to do with the way the object reacts to its medium. The medium is
Okay.
everything, bud.
Okay, so are you saying that like the feather floats and the hammer sinks?
Yeah.
Is that
Or
okay?
a ping pong
so
ball, because even less density. So a ping
so
pong ball
the
and the hammer.
the reason being that happens is okay. So we'll assume it's in a vacuum chamber and you place water down at the bottom of the vacuum chamber. You
No,
drop
in
the hammer.
the whole no. You had a vacuum, you took the air out, they fell at a certain rate. Then
Mhm.
instead of taking the air out, you added water to the brim, right?
Oh, okay.
So now
yeah.
you put the hammer and the ping pong ball in the same area, in the same place, and let them go. So
Okay.
what's going to happen? The medium is going to keep the ping pong ball from going down because the medium is heavier than the ping pong
Okay.
ball. The hammer is is denser than the medium, and it's going to fall down. So your vacuum chamber is like, it doesn't mean anything because the medium is what displaced the object.
So what you're talking about is buoyancy, and buoyancy does not exist without gravity. But
No,
that's
buoyancy,
another
listen
point.
to me. No, no, no. That
No, no, no.
equation, look,
I'm
buoyancy
addressing
is P times
your
V
point.
times G, right? So all you have to do is
And guess what G
buoyancy P times V times A,
is?
acceleration.
Guess what G is?
Because the average pace that things fall is 9.82
Guess
meters,
what G is
with meters per
in your
second
equation?
squared, right?
Would you like?
So
Would you
it's,
like?
what do you call it? It's just an average fall. So you can change that little g to an A, to the W for weight, whatever.
Yeah.
You can change it to any letter you want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't prove anything.
Oh no, it does. Would you like to
No, no,
guess
no, no, no,
why
it
it's
doesn't.
called
Sorry, but
G?
it doesn't. Okay, your
Would you like to
math
guess why it's
equations
called G?
don't relate to anything unless
Would
they
you like to guess
describing
why
it.
it's called G? Because G stands for gravity in this situation.
Yeah,
And
I
again, the
understand,
reason
but
why
you can
the
change
reason
that to A. You don't have to leave. You don't have to put a G
Oh no,
because
now
your teachers told you. Hey, your teachers
of
told you to put a
course.
G, so you
Wait
put
a
a G
second.
like a
Wait a
good
second. Wait
student.
a second.
But you
Wait a
can
second.
change that to an A. You can even ask Sub. He knows.
I'm going
All
to
right,
address
so
this point.
here's the problem, Connor. Here's the problem. You can put a G in there and say
Mhm.
acceleration due to gravity, but you have
Mhm.
not determined that it is due to gravity. That's an
Okay.
assumption. So what Tripp says is absolutely 100% right.
Okay, so then why do y'all think
So
things
per
fall?
force, I can actually say F equals M times A. Can I?
Okay.
It's the
Okay,
same
so
thing.
the A still means gravity. That doesn't
No,
change.
it
No, it
doesn't.
doesn't. It
means
means a
it's
velocity, a fall
it's-
of rate.
Listen,
No,
That's all it is.
It's an
Rate
observed,
guess why it
of
falls.
falling.
is an
Nothing
observed
else, bud.
effect. Is an observed effect a cause, Connor?
No, but the theory is the okay. So then,
Yes,
okay, so
theory.
then,
There you go, bud. You got
The
it.
theory
My
is.
theory is Connor was dropped on his head.
no, it's a
Let's not
hypothesis.
do that. All right,
Okay, here,
y'all.
let
All right, let's
me
not
explain.
default down
Let me
to that.
explain the difference between hypothesis and theory because I see a lot of misunderstandings with this.
No, there's no misunderstanding here,
a
Connor. We all
hypothesis
understand. You
is
don't have to explain the science.
a
What you have to do is you have to
hypothesis is a
explain
guess,
how we don't see curve, how
and a
rail
theory
guns, you're in the
is an
military, how rail
explanation
guns
for
hit
an
targets
observed
100 miles
phenomenon.
away with 66,660 feet of missing curvature.
Oh yeah, I've already seen that. Rail guns aim upwards to.
No, yeah, because what?
No,
Because why? Because
do.
they lose velocity.
Rail
Because they
guns.
lose velocity and they have to fall. They fall because they're against the friction of the air.
Okay,
Right? Because they lose velocity.
And guess what? The gun gives it enough energy to overcome that gravity and
Listen,
the friction of
gravity.
the air to make it to where it needs to go. That's how
Wow.
guns work.
This guy's amazing. This guy's a keeper.
All right, so
Okay, so
Connor,
y'all explain what's y'all's theory for why things go down.
all right.
We already told
I'm
you.
about to tell you.
Okay.
Go ahead, there, Tripp.
I'll listen.
Go ahead.
No, you tell him. We already told
right.
him though.
All right.
No, sorry, I must have missed it then.
Not all things go down. Okay.
Excellent.
Not all things go down. Well, you wanted an answer.
Oh no,
I'm gonna
okay,
give it
so
to you.
yeah, but that doesn't explain why things fall. Okay, so why do some
Okay,
things fall and
why
why
do
do some
things
things go
fall?
up?
Okay.
Why do some things fall and some things go up?
Okay. The reason some things fall or some things go up is because these things are in a state of disequilibrium. Do you understand what disequilibrium means? I'm sure you
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Okay, so then
Oh.
how does that explain why things go down and things go up?
Holy fucking God, I'm getting to that. Why do you keep
Okay.
bombing me with questions? I will answer all of your questions in my statement.
All right.
All right. So, because of the relative density,
Density isn't a force.
I didn't say it was, did I? Are you?
No,
do
but
you
you're saying
want- do
relative
you want
density.
the
I already
answer?
know the
Do you
argument
want
you're
the
gonna make.
answer or not? Do you want the answer or not?
Oh no, yeah, get to
All
the
right,
point.
all
Quit-
right, all
quit
right,
stretching it out.
all right. Because if when you get to the force, it's really going to fuck you up.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So relative density disequilibrium. What does that mean? It means that something is not equal with the relative density of something else. And in this case, it's the object and the medium in which it resides. Okay.
Okay.
So we take the case of air. The medium is air, and we have an object in it. That object will fall at a average rate toward the ground because it is heavier than the air that it displaces. That's
Okay.
why. Hold on a second. So if I increase the medium's density to where the object is lighter than the medium that it's in, the object will float. If I put the object in a medium that is of relative density, it will weigh nothing. So a gallon of water, for instance, out here in dry land human world where we live, weighs around 8.5 pounds. If I put that gallon of water into some water, how much does it weigh now? It weighs nothing. It weighs
the exact same plus whatever you put it into.
No,
You're just
because
adding
that volume only weighs because it's in a state of disequilibrium in this environment.
Okay,
That's the
so
only way that it has weight. And so just like with a gas, in order to have a volume of gas, it must be contained.
Okay,
There is no other way to have that. Now, gravity, we know, does not affect gas behavior. We can prove that all fucking day long. And if air actually has weight and it's pushing down against the ground, and I see you, Joshua, I'll bring you up in just 1 second. No, actually, I don't know if I am, or if you're that same guy. So that would mean that if I put something on a scale inside of a vacuum chamber, right? And I remove this medium of air, which obviously must have weight, then that object should actually weigh lighter. The scale should show lighter, but the opposite actually happens. It does. I'm about to.
You can weigh gas and then take it out, and it is lighter.
I'm going to show you. You.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to put this up here. Title of this is "Do Things Weigh More or Less in a Vacuum?" Now I've brought it up to where he's actually doing the experiment. Okay. And I'm going to unmute it.
Including you. For example, I have this guy here standing on my scale. So he's starting off at 19.81 grams.
Watch the scale up here on the right. Hold on a second.
As soon as I turn on the vacuum, though.
Let me do something here. Let me get rid of this little penguin or whatever's blocking that. Damn it. See, is that fucking thing? Is that any better?
Nope. Just turned into an eye.
All right. Just a second. What about that? Yeah, that's a little bit better because you can see. You can see through it enough for demonstration purposes. But I want you to watch that scale as he removes the air from the chamber. Okay.
He starts to gain weight.
198, 17, 18, 20, 23.
He's already gained around 0.02 grams already, 20 milligrams. 19.84. So he weighed around 0.15% more just by being in the vacuum chamber. Before we continue with our experiment, let me tell you about our sponsor today.
So that's one instance of something.
Okay, now here
I'm
going to address this because you've already made like 5 or 6 points I haven't been able to address. So first of all, I want to point out that it's ironic that that you're using somebody who went through school and college as an example because you call it indoctrination. Second of all, that object itself doesn't have more weight. The reason why it weighs more is because the buoyancy of the air pushing it up a little bit because the air is excited.
There you go. Anti-gravity.
Yes, you're right. So the medium wasn't there to support the object, and therefore it showed more weight. So if we go the other way, what happens? The weight decreases. Buoyancy and density, my friend. Welcome to flat Earth.
So buoyancy does not exist without gravity.
Here we go again.
You can do the math yourself. You can do the math yourself. Second of all,
wait a second. Show me where gravity is involved in the buoyancy formula. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you put water in in zero gravity, which unfortunately there can't be zero gravity. Unfortunately,
there is no such condition.
Unfortunately, yeah, y'all don't believe that.
Of course there's not. Everything is subject to the medium.
Okay,
Hold on, wait. first off, where is there any such condition of 0G?
Whenever there is no gravity.
Well, there's of course.
Well,
how
there's
can
never
that
any
possibly
gravity, so.
be? When are you ever not in a medium?
Whenever you're not in a medium. I personally, I would say I haven't ever been there, but I mean, I guess if you're lucky enough to become an astronaut, you can get up there.
Oh,
No, well,
geez.
if you're fantastical enough to believe that somebody can get through the containment necessary, well, then I guess that would be. But the
Okay,
problem is this, okay, that we know that gravity will not prevent the equalization of gases.
Unfortunately, the evidence does not support that.
You want to bet? Open a soda can.
Okay,
In fact, we could actually do just a thought experiment to show that. All right. So we're going
to guess what happens whenever the.
Can you please stop interrupting?
Oh no,
Dan?
I'm trying to. He's
not supposed to say you were dropped on your head, but you interrupt constantly.
Okay, so yeah, that's wonderful.
Show
But
some
that's
respect.
because
If
he's
you
made
want
like
to
half.
prove yourself to be intelligent, show some respect.
He's
That's
made like.
listening
Okay.
is the first skill of learning.
So first of all, you've insulted me basically this entire time. Well, I haven't insulted
Yes,
you
I
once.
have insulted you one time or maybe twice.
No,
but
multiple
that's it.
times.
I've
And
asked you questions because you keep acting like you're the sole authority on everything because you somehow bought yourself a piece of paper by going to school and learning something that somebody else told you.
That's wonderful.
You didn't go out and
That's wonderful,
experience for
Oh my God,
yourself.
this is really getting off
And so
topic,
that's
man.
why
Okay.
I asked for a little bit of respect.
There's like half a dozen points that he's
Show
made, and he
some.
keeps on moving to other points. I'm trying to answer his points, but he keeps on
All right, go ahead.
changing the
Answer
subject
points
over and
I've
over and
come
over.
to so far. Prove gravity as a containment for a pressurized gas. Go.
Okay.
And don't
So,
beg the question by saying pressure gradient. Show me a gob of air.
Okay, so unfortunately, I want to point out that making fun of me because of pressure gradient disproves your flat
I'm
Earth.
not making fun of you. I'm
that's
just saying
wonderful.
that you don't understand that you can't have a.
Oh no,
fucking
I am
gradient
fully
without
aware.
pressure.
You
And you
okay?
can't have pressure without something causing the pressure.
Okay,
Gravity
so
doesn't cause pressure. We know that, and pressure cannot be its own source.
take a weather balloon, and send it into the air. What happens?
Okay.
Does it eventually pop?
Yeah, probably.
Yes, it does. But why? Why does it eventually pop if the air is the exact same up there as it is down here?
Well,
If it has the
Nobody
exact
said
same pressure on it?
There's a number of reasons that could occur.
Because of a reduce of pressure gradient.
No, it's well. Wait a
No,
second.
it is.
Yes, pressure gradient. Where the fuck is the pressure coming from?
Gravity.
Gravity. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Now we go to my thought experiment here. Okay.
Mhm.
We're gonna take this guy's vacuum chamber right there,
Mhm.
and let's suppose we got a little box that seals up. Okay, and we got a
Mhm.
little remote control. We can open it up and close it, and it seals. And out
Mhm.
here in the regular air, I just go ahead and seal it up. So we can agree that the pressure inside that box is going to be the same as the ambient pressure outside the box, correct?
Yep.
All right. And I can put that box inside that vacuum chamber, right?
Mhm.
And we can all agree that the box, the chamber, myself, the table it's sitting on, and the air around us, everything is being held to the earth by gravity, correct?
Mhm.
All right. So now I reduce the pressure inside the vacuum chamber. We get it down to as close to a vacuum as we can actually get it without destroying the mechanism. And then I hit the button on my remote control and I open the box. Now, according to your theory, the air should stay inside that box and
No,
not
it shouldn't.
burst to the vacuum of the rest of the fucking chamber.
No, it shouldn't.
Why?
Okay, because
What happened
there's
to gravity? Wasn't gravity first? Wasn't gravity holding all that shit to begin with? Why did it decide
no,
to
it wasn't.
let loose of it?
Okay.
No, it wasn't.
Now I understand the point that you're trying to make. The reason why it explodes out of the box is because there is no air pressure, no atmospheric pressure
Right.
keeping it in there. That now, if even if you did have air in there, it would still bounce out.
But gravity.
Hold on.
But gravity.
It's-
Wait a
you-
second. And how can your fucking pressurized atmos
Okay.
sustain
Okay,
itself
so here.
against great.
Okay, so
because
here,
now
let
you're
here let
talking
let,
about-
let me do another thought experiment to go
No,
with
first,
you.
finish
Okay,
this. Hey, first,
so here,
finish this thought
Good
experiment.
heavens.
no,
You
I
didn't finish this one.
Finish this one.
Why did the
I am
air not stay in the fucking
no, here,
box?
I'm answering his thought experiment with another thought experiment. I'm still engaging with his
Yeah,
thought
question
experiment.
with a question.
But anyways, okay, so okay, so say you're on the ground, you are the air, and you're on the ground. If you have people is it easier to get back up if there's people pushing on you, or is it easier to get back up if there's nobody pushing on you? So imagine imagine the vacuum chamber with air in it, being
Air's
those
not
other people.
pushing down. We
It
just
is.
we,
It is
no, it's
atmospheric
not. We just
pressure.
proved that it's
It
not.
is no, you do not. It's called atmospheric pressure.
No, that's
You
caused by
can
Okay.
displacement.
All right.
Dude,
Hey,
that's
I got it. I
measured
got it.
by
Look, I got it. Look, how
displacement.
about this?
It's not
You
a
see,
measure of air pushing down.
unfortunate. Oh no,
It's
it is.
no,
That's
it's
why.
not.
That's
The
why it's called.
pressure exerts onto you and everything else in all directions due to displacement, not due to a
Okay.
weight of air on you. That's stupid.
Okay.
And
Okay.
if
So
the
it,
air,
okay.
if
So
there
And
was
if
no
that were
gradient
true,
in the air,
Connor,
okay. So if
if there
something
was
is
no
if that
gradient
were
in the air,
true,
you wouldn't need a plane to be pressurized so you
okay.
can breathe while you're flying.
Okay. So say suddenly something is displaced
Nor
to my
would you
right.
need oxygen canisters if you're
Yeah.
walking up to Mount Everest, right?
I no, actually you do because there's a reduction in oxygen due to
That's what I'm
reduced
saying.
atmospheric pressure.
You contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not. Okay.
all right.
Anyways, we will get back. Okay. So say there's a displacement to my right of air or whatever. Do I just all of a sudden just get yanked to my right because there's a displacement?
No, of
No, I
course
don't.
not. Why would
Exactly.
you? It's only 14.7 pounds per square inch. Are you retarded?
Only okay. Do you know how many square inches are on my body?
Yes.
There's a lot.
Yes.
That means that's a lot of
Do you
pressure.
feel it? Do you feel an immense amount of pressure?
Okay. So my
is
muscles
the
have
air
to
what
work.
inhibits you? Is the air pushing down on you? What
Okay.
when
So
you go
okay. So
up?
this also goes into another thing. We have air in our bodies that is pushing out against it. That's
Fucking
why
God.
if you that's why whenever they go to the moon, or I mean not to the moon, if you go to space, your blood instantly boils. You know why? Because there's nothing. There's like it can literally just do whatever.
I know.
yeah, that's why they have zippers on their fucking astronaut suits, right?
Okay.
To keep the air out.
Okay. So they don't have zippers that go
Yeah,
into
they
the
do.
actual
Yes, they
inside
do.
of their
They have
suits.
zippers. Okay, hey, let me ask you a question, Connor. Let
Maybe
me ask you a
into their
question. If I
pockets,
have
but-
1 kilogram of whatever substance, let's just say lead, and now we're to try to lift this 1 kilogram off the ground, that means I would need just a little bit more than 1 kilogram of pressure to lift it off the ground. Correct?
Yeah, to overcome Earth's gravity. Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
exactly, right? So that's 1
assumptively,
kilogram. So in order to lift 1 kilogram off the ground, I need there's 1 kilogram of air pressure pushing it down, and I have to exert over 1 kilogram of muscle power to lift it up off the ground. Correct? Just to verify, right?
I mean that's a simple explanation.
right?
Yeah, more or less.
So now think how much water in the oceans, how much millions and millions of metric tons of
Oh
water
yeah,
is in the ocean.
I already,
No.
already
Let
know
me
the
talk.
point that you're trying
Hey,
to make.
let me talk.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
Let me talk. So
Okay.
you have all this ocean water, billions and billions and billions of metric tons being pushed to the ground by this air pressure, yet I can walk, a butterfly can fly, a piece of paper can blow in the breeze. How come gravity doesn't exert the pressure it does on the paper like it does on the water? Is it
So-
AI? Is it intelligent? Does
So-
it differentiate? You know what? I'm not going to put any pressure on this paper, but I'm going to put it on the oceans. That makes no
Okay.
sense.
Okay, so here, do you weigh millions of kilograms?
No, the point is that there's supposed to be this standard of pressure
Water
constantly
has a
pushing
weight.
against us.
Water
It doesn't
water
make
does
sense,
have
bud.
All right,
water
I don't
does
want to
have-
talk about fucking water. I want to talk about this fucking gas pressure.
Okay. Yeah, what's up?
Okay.
So what other
Although
points
water and
what
gases
other points
are
do you have?
fluids, they are different. Okay. Now, gravity, as you say, contains the air. Correct?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay. Then, if gravity can hold the air against the immense vacuum of space, as you claim it to be,
Mm-hmm.
okay, Why didn't it hold it in the box in the vacuum chamber that which got nowhere near the pressure difference of space?
So essentially, to put it simply, it's about how much energy it needs to get up. So whenever so say
it's not going. Why did it go up at all? Why did
Because
the
there-
gas fill the empty space? Is it
because
that's
it
how
because
gas
it had
is?
enough energy to do so. It had enough energy to go out. That's how literally anything works. It's literally Newton's
What's
first
preventing the
law
energy?
of inertia.
So can you show a downward acceleration of air due to gravity?
Let's see. Not without special equipment, I can't.
What kind of
Is-
special equipment would you need?
Well, such as, for example, I would need a vacuum chamber to be able to take out the atmospheric pressure out of the equation.
If you put a gas in there, you've just increased it because the gas isn't going to stay in a gob, is it?
No, it's not. It's going to come out and bounce everywhere.
No, so couldn't do it that way.
Okay, so here a point that I want to make. How does this prove if the Earth is flat or a sphere?
Okay. Because
because the exact same because we know we know that if, say, assuming the Earth is flat and we take out the atmospheric pressure out of the equation and put it in a vacuum chamber, the exact same thing would happen. How does this prove a flat or spherical Earth?
what do you mean? What it proves is that nobody is going to space. Nobody is getting out of the Earth system. That would be impossible. Because
if there was a dome,
if it's what?
If there was a dome, we wouldn't be able to escape. But to be able to go to space, it requires a huge amount of energy.
Demonstrate a gas pressure system without a container. Can you demonstrate gravity preventing the equalization of a pressurized gas?
Okay, so again, how does this prove the Earth is flat? We know that things move downwards. Like if you can drop something right now and know that it moves downwards.
Does a Zeppelin move downward or upward?
Okay, so again, so it requires a lot of energy, and it also uses I think helium, for example, which is lighter than air.
It only requires a state of disequilibrium.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so if you consider using energy to offset gravitational pull, then yes, I agree with you because it has.
You're talking electrostatics.
Where have you proven a polar attraction? You haven't.
Now he's trying to answer for Saul.
Okay. So again, things fall. Why? Okay, so why do things go down and not up, left or right? Why does it do that?
Well,
what's making it go down?
Where's the densest area of the world? Is it down,
like of Earth,
sideways, or up? Where is the densest material on Earth? Is it down, sideways, or up?
Okay, so I just want to point out that I know the point that you're trying to make, and it literally proves gravity because that's how gravity works. Density, like objects in mass.
So it's relative density disequilibrium.
No, things with mass have gravity. So yes, of course, it's going to be
Zeppelin has mass. And if I increase it, hey, listen, if I increase its mass, its resistance toward the mass of the Earth increases too. Ain't that something? So there goes.
Oh yeah, so it's almost as if the object has gravity. You're giving it another pull somewhere.
Gravity, so there's gravity up in the sky. What's it?
Okay, the moon has gravity.
If the object has gravity, why is it being attracted to the area away from gravity?
Okay, so that's actually a great question, and that's how lunar and solar tides work, because the moon and the sun pull the water upwards.
Do you have any fucking proof of that shit?
Okay,
because if what you're saying is true, that would mean that the moon, if it's pulling on the ocean, then that means also it has to be pulling on the atmosphere too, which means we would have an atmospheric tide and have a noticeable difference in the air pressure.
And would you like to guess what we observed? A difference in air pressure, a difference in you can literally go to any ocean.
Air pressure due to a fucking moon.
You can go to any ocean in the world, and whenever it's
I don't have to be
daytime
at
or
the
the
ocean.
moon,
I'm right here. The full moon goes right over top of me. What the fuck do I have to be at the ocean for? It's
okay,
not
so
pulling
okay,
on the air.
okay, because the ocean has high tides and low tides. What do you think
Okay,
like
so
causes that?
it's the gravity is holding the oceans, and the gravity of the moon is what's pulling on the fucking oceans, right?
Mhm.
And the Earth's gravity is what's holding it here. You just got
Mhm.
done saying that the air is staying here because of the gravity, right?
Okay, the air is staying here for the air is staying here for the most part.
What?
Literally at the very beginning of this debate, I said that rarely air particles do overcome our atmosphere and get pulled off into space. But
Oh, so only when the moon goes by they get pulled off. And do you have any proof?
I
of
mean,
that nonsense?
it's more. I didn't say that's. I did not say that that's the only time that it
Well,
happens.
wait a second. How are they getting out? What if there's
With
if gravity
energy.
holds them? How are they getting out, dude?
Energy to overcome
There's
Earth's
no
gravity.
iron.
What energy? What energy does a gas have? Gas
Kinetic
behavior is
energy.
this. What does gas do? Does
Okay,
it stay in a gob or does it fill the empty space?
it fills the empty
It
space
fills the empty
evenly.
space, that right?
Evenly, which would not. It does not have a pressure
not
gradient.
necessarily. Not
No, it
necessarily
does.
No, it
evenly.
doesn't.
does.
Not
Only if it's
evenly.
completely full to capacity.
No, it does.
Yes, yes, You're not in a spray paint.
No,
can.
you can. You can.
You're
You
not
can. You
in
can
a
literally
spray
test it
paint
yourself.
can. Dude.
No, you can.
Dude, even a fucking oxygen tank for scuba divers, if it's setting long enough, it has to be stirred. Do you know why? Because the various gases start to separate from one another. And you know why that is? It's
Why?
because they're not being stirred up.
Or
You know how they
is
get
it
stirred
possible
up?
that
You know how
you
they
have
get
to
stirred
give it
up?
more energy
You know
so
how
it
they
doesn't
get-
turn into a liquid?
What?
Or is
Listen,
it possible that you have to stir it up to give it enough energy so it doesn't turn back into a
No.
liquid?
why would it turn back into a liquid? When
Because
was
it
ever
loses
a
the
liquid?
energy.
When was it ever a liquid? A scuba
Oxygen-
tank is never filled with anything that turns into a liquid or anything else.
Oxygen can turn into a liquid. And
It
literally
can
anything
turn
can
into
turn
a
into
liquid. Do scuba tanks have liquid gas inside them?
not at the
No,
start.
they don't. Okay, so
Not at the
that's
start.
a non sequitur. That's what's called a non sequitur.
Unfortunately, it's not. You have to stir it up to give it more energy. So
Fuck
it
this
won't turn
energy,
back
bud.
into a
Give it
liquid.
more
I
energy.
think Connor spoke over his professor so much it just gave him a passing grade to get
Wait a
rid of him.
second. Wait a
Man,
second.
that's
Wait a
wonderful.
So for the rest of the night, have a good night, y'all. He's so stupid I can no longer stick around and listen to the shit. Thank
I
you.
hear you.
Okay, sounds good.
Have a good night.
Much
Have a
love.
good night.
Bye, Dreamy.
Okay, so I've been asked a lot of questions, and most of them I've been able to answer with ways that y'all can observe and prove it yourself if you want.
great.
So I would like to ask a couple of questions.
You kind of have. You've
I
answered
told
it.
you.
Wait a
If
second.
you
You've
want to
answered
observe,
it. You've answered them with fallacies.
no, okay. So
Assumptions.
if your hypothesis is that they're fallacies, why don't you go and observe these things and
You've
prove me
observed
wrong?
gas. You've observed gases in our atmos not being How this is the whole problem that you
Okay.
have. You
Okay, so
cannot
I'm going to ask a couple of questions. So say
Alright,
for example, here, how about in May, on I believe it's May 8th, we're gonna have a total lunar eclipse. April 8th, my bad. How does a lunar eclipse work? If now I assume y'all are saying that it's right above us.
No, it's not. It's
and
Saturn.
okay, well no, I meant on a flat Earth. It's like the moon and the sun. Okay, so wait, what? Just so I'm clear, what model do y'all use? Because I've seen like 7 or 8 different models.
The sun does never goes any further north in the Tropic of
Okay, here, would you like
Cancer.
to show me? Could you show me a
you
picture
know
of
where
the
the
model that you
Tropic,
use?
okay, look at Trip Canada's
No, here, I want to see the
yeah.
model that you use.
Okay, well, I'm showing it to you. Okay.
Okay.
And it's real easy. I don't have to dig for anything. You see right there an azimuthal equilateral
Okay.
projection map, right? Okay.
I
So-
do not see a map currently.
On my logo.
Do you see his
Oh,
logo?
the logo of Trip. The logo of Trip. So where's the sun and the moon?
Okay, so it's not necessary to show the sun and the moon to know where they travel between. on this.
Okay, so it's necessary.
So you're
because I
not
wanna
going
know-
to let me finish what I was starting to fucking say, right?
No, I try to correct the things because you go on and on and on about different
Well,
things.
you know,
before I can
at one
answer
point,
them.
Connor, you got to stop
Is that
talking and
or is
listen.
that
No,
not-
okay. So at one point, I have to be able to answer. I've only been able to answer a small handful
Okay,
of
so
Well,
those
you asked the
questions.
look. You asked the question. You sit and you listen to the answer. I've been
Okay.
listening to you. Saab's been listening to you. So you just sit there and listen.
No, he ain't been able to answer shit without being interrupted. Stop playing.
Nah, Joe.
Go
please.
ahead, solve the son of the
Okay,
month. Go
so
ahead,
here
Saab.
I will let the host finish answering the question about how lunar eclipses work. If there we go.
So the lunar eclipse is, in your model, the shadow of the Earth passing in front of the sun.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that it is, and I'll tell you why. It's something else. What is it? I don't know. Perhaps some kind of a dark body we only see when it does pass over a luminary like that.
So you have no answer.
Just a minute. I'm still fucking answering, Connor. You know, did you see? I'm sorry. Was my talking getting in the way of you interrupting what I was saying?
No, yeah, don't worry. I'm just trying to point it out. You just said that you
Don't
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 shut
stop
up.
pointing out, Connor. Just shut up. Yeah.
Nope. Yeah.
All right.
Continue explaining.
So we have this thing called a selenilian eclipse. Do you know what that is? Okay.
No, I do not.
Okay. Well, they call it the impossible eclipse.
Mhm.
And the problem is that it happens at it starts to happen about sunset when the moon is right in front of you and the sun is going down behind you. Now, here's the problem with it. The shadow of the Earth that's projected onto the moon, supposedly, is coming in from the top of the moon down, which is the opposite of what we should see when it happens. Now, another problem we have is that during a solar eclipse, we end up with a shadow roughly 70 miles in diameter. Now, this is the only time I've ever seen where an object is casting a shadow smaller than itself, but we'll go ahead for shits and giggles and say, okay. So we've got this 70-mile shadow that's being cast by an object 2,160 miles in diameter. Now we're using the same light source and the same distance to the light source. So that would mean that during a lunar eclipse, if we run the ratio, the shadow of the sun, of the Earth on the moon, would only be around 200 miles wide, about 1/10 the diameter of the moon. We don't see that. We see full coverage. So how can the Earth cast a shadow as big or bigger than itself onto the moon when the moon cannot do the same thing? It produces a shadow smaller than itself. This means that either the distances are wrong or what we're seeing is not what's actually happening.
You do agree it's a
Alright.
shadow, though?
Okay,
Some
so
kind of darkness that goes over it. I don't know what.
So,
It's not a shadow of the Earth, though. That would be impossible.
Wait, I'm just
Because the
asking
stellar
if you
million
believe
eclipse-
it's a shadow. I think
yeah,
the answer was
what equation did you use to calculate? What was it? 210 miles? What equation did you use
I
to
use,
calculate that?
okay, so the shadow is 70 miles wide,
Mm-hmm.
and the diameter of the moon is 2,160.
Mhm.
Okay, so now make that a fraction. All right, now you're going to take your 70 miles and you're going to multiply it by the diameter of the Earth, which is like
No, that's not
7,900.
how math works. Like
That is
Adam,
how
okay,
ratios
so
are
you-
calculated.
okay, so-
No.
okay,
Trip,
so here,
listen,
there
Colin,
in
that
no
is
part.
how a ratio is
Okay,
calculated.
where in your equation do you account for distance?
What do you
you
mean?
didn't.
You don't need to. It's a
You
ratio.
do. There is a distance
No, you
between the
don't.
moon and us. Yes, you do.
We don't have to because it's the same distance either way,
No,
whether it's a
no, it
lunar
is not.
eclipse or a solar
Okay, so
eclipse.
here
Did the sun move? Did the
you're
fucking sun move?
You're
No.
literally just taking 2,100 miles and dividing it by 210. You're not accounting for distance. You're
No,
not.
I
You're not
don't have
accounting.
to. What distance
You
is the light?
do.
Why?
The distance between
the
us.
distance
and
of the
Wait a
distance
second,
of the
wait a
light
second.
source matters.
Yes, it does.
all right.
With the
Are
distance
you
of
ready
light.
to listen? Are you ready to listen?
Oh, okay. So there's another thing that I wanted to make because you said a lot of things. So if the Earth were okay, so say I'm assuming that you're saying the sun and the moon is directly above us because the in the bottom right corner for me for Tripp's picture you don't show the sun and the moon. So I'm just assuming you ascribe to that version of the flat
Okay.
Earth model. So if they're constantly on opposite sides of each other,
They're
that doesn't
not.
create
They're
solar
not.
eclipse.
Who said that? Who said that?
Okay.
Now,
Okay, so
if you're ready to let me explain
no,
how they
I'm
go.
still going on with my point.
Okay,
So
you're
that
going off of more assumptions. Go ahead.
no, so again, you like literally the entire fact that you say that the Earth is flat, like that is only an assumption. But anyway, so with Tripp,
Wait a second. Do you
okay, so
observe? Wait a second. An assumption.
mhm.
Not an
You say
It's not
mine
an
you
assumption. It's an
mine
observation.
you say that mine's an assumption, but I have only provided I have provided you evidence in how you can prove to yourself, like say the curvature of the Earth, pressure gradients, all that. I have or
Yeah,
radio
and I
waves.
blew every one of those the fuck away. You don't know shit
Okay,
about
but
radio.
you
You're
haven't
trying
done
to
any
bounce
of
a
those.
radio wave off of a
Okay.
dark
Oh yeah,
object.
actually,
that will not
I
bounce
completely
radio
forgot
waves.
about that. So what you're able to do is bounce radio waves
Oh my
off of
fucking
Venus when it's at
Off
its
of
far.
Venus now.
Venus. Now it's off of Venus. Now
Holy
you're
Okay,
fuck,
bouncing
so
radio waves
oh
off
no,
of
okay,
Venus. Give me a break.
okay, and then okay, so he goes on like 15-minute tangents, and then whenever I try to talk for
I
30
know you
seconds, he
get
tries to interrupt.
interrupted. I get it. I get
I know,
it.
I know.
Here's your
Okay, so
opportunity.
okay, but there's also another point that I want to make. Okay, so even if we do assume that it's possible for the moon and the sun to have a solar eclipse, which is why I said it was important to have the sun and the moon in the model for you to show me because it does matter. So we'll assume that the sun and the moon can possibly have a solar eclipse. So the shadow of the Earth would not be round. It wouldn't be round at all. It would be flat.
Well, wait a second.
No.
That's because you're assuming the shadow. You totally lost the
Oh no,
context
okay,
of
no,
everything
you
that I
okay.
told you. Do
Connor,
you
if the shadow comes in
understand
from
what
the
a
top,
ratio
how can
is?
it be the Earth?
Hold on a
If
second.
it comes in through where?
The top. If it comes
The
in from
top.
the top, and both the sun and the moon are in the observer's horizon, like above the horizon, how is the shadow coming in from the top and it being the Earth?
No, I'm saying it's coming in through the top on the flat Earth model.
No, we're not talking about the flat Earth at this point in time. It's just about the lights in the sky.
I'm correcting your misconception of what I said. I wasn't talking about a spherical Earth. I was talking about a flat Earth.
Yeah,
I have to make
the Earth casts a shadow on anything.
No, I have
to
believe
the Earth casts a shadow on anything, and this is
Okay,
why
you
I
said
tried
you
to get you
believe.
to understand that the ratios don't fucking match.
No, they do.
No, they don't.
I have provided you math. If you know the math, you can do it yourself.
Math. I provided you math. If the moon during the
Incorrect
solar-
math
No,
that
it's
didn't
not. How is
assume
it incorrect? How is it
because
incorrect?
you didn't take into account distance.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. You divided
Absolutely, I did.
2,100 by
Absolutely, I did.
200.
No. Here's the thing: the light source is going to be the same.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Does the
No,
sun
it's not.
move? The sun's moving closer or something?
Okay, no, the moon. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's changing positions. It matters how far away it is.
Yes, I know.
It changes how it's going to look.
I know.
It's
So
called
somebody's
perspective.
lying about how far away it is because
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, you have not provided
I
a
am
mathematical
providing it.
equation
I
that includes
provided
this.
it, and you keep fucking interrupting me.
You literally
How
just
big of a
divided.
shadow does the moon leave on the Earth during a solar eclipse?
Not a very big one, I don't think.
It's only about 70 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What is the diameter of the moon?
Like, well, what is it? Like around 2,000 something?
2,160 miles. So we have a ratio. We have an object that is 2,160 miles that is casting a shadow 70 miles wide. Now, if we have an Earth that has a diameter of 7,900 miles, okay, we have this thing's almost 8,000 miles, same light source, same distance away, because in this case now, the moon is on the other side of the Earth, still the same distance from the Earth. Those two things are still the same far apart. The moon, the Earth and the moon, or the Earth and the sun are the same distance apart. So now what we do is we take that 70, we multiply it by the diameter of the Earth, we divide it by the diameter of the moon, and that will tell us how big the shadow within ratio should be of the Earth's shadow on the moon. And we come up with a number that is roughly 200 miles in diameter, which is 1/10 the diameter of the moon.
Okay, so the equation that you just gave me is completely different from the first one.
No, it's not.
You said no, it is. It is. You literally just your first one you divided to like what was it 2,100 by 210.
Nope.
Like that accounts for nothing.
Nope. That's because you were talking.
Okay,
you
so
were not listening.
Okay,
you were scrambling for something.
Hey,
to
Trip,
say,
you see how this dude gets
listening.
interrupted? I know y'all point out when Saab gets interrupted. No one points out when this dude gets interrupted.
Oh yeah. Sorry, my bad. Okay, so let me point out something called perspective. If you put your fist in front of the sun, is that does that mean that the sun is just a tiny bulb like right in front of you?
Of course not.
Exactly.
Are you wanting to talk about perspective now? That's my wheelhouse, babe.
Oh no. Oh yeah.
So I was smiling, Saab. You've given
that's my fucking wheelhouse, baby.
Yeah, so again, you put your fist in front of the sun, and that doesn't mean that like the sun is just dark all of a sudden. It doesn't mean that it's all over the place. It literally just means that it's dark, or not dark, but like if you block out the sun, it's literally just for you. Yeah, that's cool. What is this supposed to prove?
Well, angular size. Okay, that's what you're talking
about.
Okay,
that's another term that's just thrown out there that has nothing to do
really?
with
Do you not understand it? Is that just means that you don't
understand what it means? So the sun is really, really big, which is why no, you are unable to prove how big it is without like how big is the sun? How big is the sun?
I didn't claim how big the sun was.
You said you know
I
how
don't
big
even know what the fuck the sun is. You
literally just said that you know how big
the sun is. Wait a second. Your claim is you know what the sun is, you know how far away it is, and you know how big it is. Those are positive claims. I haven't made those claims.
No, okay, but you literally just said that you know the size of the sun. You literally just said that you know the size of the sun.
What's that?
You literally just said that you know what the size of the sun is.
I did not. I said I don't.
Okay, so you're going back on that. I'll point that out.
I said I don't know the size of the sun. I've never made a positive claim regarding the sun.
He was talking about the shadow.
That, my friend.
Oh, bro, he didn't even bring up the shadow. What?
70 miles. He said it like 3 times.
Okay, so that's an assumption.
No, it's not. That's
no, it is. Okay, so how did you measure it? How did you measure it?
Well, the last fucking eclipse, that's what we saw. That's what
what tools did you use to measure the sun?
Shadow. It's not like it's a big fucking secret or anything.
Okay, but what tools did you use to measure the size of the moon, for example?
Bro, I didn't measure it. What are you talking about?
Exactly. So are you saying that you had to?
You can't measure the sun. You can't measure the sun. You can only calculate.
Okay, so calculating the size of something is a form of measurement. But anyways, so you said that you don't know the size of the moon. So you had to assume the size of the moon because you never did anything to do that, right?
Your numbers. I used your numbers.
My numbers. Yeah, did you? And you used the wrong mathematical equation.
Miles.
You used the wrong equation. You literally just made up an equation in your mind and was like,
no, I didn't make up. That's how ratios.
No, you did.
That's how ratios are calculated. That's how you calculate a ratio. You don't know how to calculate a ratio?
Okay, so unfortunately, the sun and the moon isn't like eclipsing. You can't just put as a ratio. There's a little bit more that goes into that.
Like what?
Okay, so first of all,
hold on, wait a second. Don't you agree that if I cast a shadow onto something, right, it's going to be in proportion to my size, right? Something else
depends on where the light. Okay,
if something else is casting a shadow from the same distance using the same light source, those shadows should be proportional, shouldn't they?
Okay, so whenever the sun is in a different point of the sky and your shadow is stretched out like 10 feet, do you just grow 10 feet magically?
No, of course not.
Exactly. Exactly. It's almost as if the light source can
So
change
the
how big
shadow
the
that
shadow is.
occurs on the Earth, is that a result of
Okay.
a direct alignment, or is that from the sun skewing over on the side of it, making a distorted image on the ground? No, it's not. It's due
No, it is.
to alignment.
No,
If
it
your
is.
shadow
Oh
is
my
under your
fucking
feet,
God.
it's
It's
directly
alignment.
overhead.
Okay,
If it's
so here-
wrong,
to
it's to
the
the
fucking
side.
shit where your point
Okay,
of
here.
view.
You know what? Here. Okay, here. How about I have my dog in the corner. Can you see my shadow?
I
Okay,
can,
so
yeah.
do you see how big that head is? It's like
Yeah.
3 times the size of my head. Is
Yeah.
my head like 3 times bigger now because of that shadow?
No, that's the point.
Exactly.
All right. So how
Exactly.
does an object 2,160 miles in diameter cast a shadow that's much, much smaller than itself? You just
Okay,
debunked
so
yourself,
oh,
bro.
no, I did not.
Yes,
because
you did.
okay, so again, if the light source is closer overhead. Now here, let me see if I can get my
Well,
shadow correct to
wait a
get.
second. Wait. Okay.
Here, let me see if I can. No. Let's see.
Yeah.
Can I get a smaller shadow somewhere? I don't really have a good
No,
area
you
to get a
can't.
smaller shadow.
No,
But
you
anyways,
cannot. I
okay.
guarantee you.
Whenever the shadow or whenever the light is pointing closer overhead and your shadow's smaller, are you all of a
It's
sudden like a
never
2-foot
smaller.
midget?
Your shadow is never smaller than you.
No,
Never.
it okay.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it could be. If
Okay,
you
so
took
okay,
something
so
small and put it close to the light source, the shadow would
yeah.
no
Okay,
longer.
so I also want to point out that within the
Your
first
shadow's going to
hour.
be the same
Okay,
size
hey, wait, hey,
as you
Trip,
or
Trip.
bigger.
Hey
Never
Trip,
smaller.
can you please put up that example where it showed shadows being about the same for a flat Earth and a spherical Earth, where it was showing a smaller shadow than the object actually was for your model?
What are
Stop
you
Would you mind putting that back up? Because within the first hour, he showed a model, or I mean, an incorrect model about how a flat Earth would cast the same shadows.
Yeah.
Why don't you pull that up and show that the shadow is varying sizes depending on where the sun is at.
All right, hang on a second. Let me pull it up. I got to get my folder. Man, that was a long time ago. Wait, I might still have it up.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, but I also want to point out that was brought up before, that the shadow was varying greatly in sizes depending on where the sun was at in the sky.
What did I do? Oh, I took something else off. All right, hang on a second. There we go. All right, there you go.
Can a shadow be smaller than the object? Of course, I am 6 feet tall, but when the sun is at noon, my shadow is 2 feet tall.
Yeah, but your plan view profile, Joe, the shadow's directly under you, isn't it? So it's only going to be big. Listen to me. It's going to be as big under you. And of course, you're not going to see it because the light source is up above you. Does the shadow smaller than you? So you can only cast the shadow the same size or larger than an object.
That's unfortunately not true. Not at all.
Show me one. Do it. Let me see.
Here, give me a second.
You cast a shadow of something and make it be smaller than the object. Okay? Not due to your relative perspective, in actuality. I mean, anybody can move across the room and say, yeah, that shadow over there. No. Measurable. It's not going to happen ever in any fucking reality at all. It's never going to happen. That's an impossibility.
What, a smaller shadow? I'm 6'3", and my shadow is a foot.
It's an impossibility on a flat Earth. Yes, I agree. But on a spherical Earth, that is not how that works.
Really?
None of that is how that works.
Really? So what's the difference here?
What's the shape of the Earth and the distance of the moon and the sun? Like literally, the flat. Nothing about the flat Earth model supports how lunar and solar.
How do you know the distance to the moon and the sun?
Again, radio waves.
No, bullshit. Doesn't work.
But you can buy something that's strong enough to get radio waves, and then bounce it off.
No radio.
Do you even know that the sun's a dark object?
I can
verify that the sun's a dark object, so you can get out of this laser shooting.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So again, then just use the other planets in the sky to do the same thing.
How far they are?
By bouncing radio waves.
You're not bouncing no radio
Bouncing
waves off
radio
a
waves.
fucking planet.
Yes, you are.
Oh no, you're not.
Okay. So here. So let's go with a
Let's go with
flat Earth
something else we
model.
can make
Let's
up.
let's go with a flat Earth model with the dome overhead. Radio wave. Okay, because that's a much shorter distance than the sun and the moon, obviously.
How do you know that? Wait, no,
okay.
not obviously. How do you know
Obviously, okay. So, anyways, I'm going to continue with my example. Okay, so you can use radio waves that move at about the speed of light, and they'll move up, bounce off the dome, and come down, and you'll pick it up. Like it should take you, like I don't know. Let's say it's like 1,000 miles up, for example, just to remove like weird distances
that?
from the
Heard of a
equation.
skip wave?
It would take a couple of seconds for those radio waves to bounce up and then come back down.
Have
But
you
that's
ever
not
heard
what
of
actually
a-
happens.
So you've ever heard of a skip wave?
A skip wave? No. Would you like to provide an example?
Yeah. It's what they say happens, that a radio wave goes up and hits the ionosphere, and bounces back down toward the Earth. They came up with the concept of the ionosphere when they made the first transatlantic radio broadcast, which showed that a linear line of sight radio transmission was indeed sent across a flat plane. So they scrambled and came up and made up this thing called the ionosphere. Okay, well, here's the problem.
Okay,
Once you get to a certain megahertz, once you get to a certain hertz range of your radio signal, the ionosphere will have no effect on that signal anymore. It's enough
Exactly.
to be able to get through
But
it. We
it's not
don't
the same for
see
solid
that,
objects.
Okay.
Gases or
What is the
particles.
medium?
Yes.
Wait a second.
But
What is the
for
medium?
solid objects?
Okay. So you're not bouncing shit off of any
No.
fucking.
No, you are. Okay. So literally, just take like a window in your house and take just like a super cheap radio and bounce it off of there. Guess what happens? It bounces back into the radio. It doesn't go through the window because the window is a solid object that doesn't allow radio waves to pass
Isn't it
through.
funny that instead of a firmament, there's an ionosphere up
Oh
there?
yeah, isn't it funny
Isn't that
that you can
convenient?
literally just
Isn't that
send
convenient?
that you can just send a weather balloon up there
No,
and
you can't. No, you can't.
no, yeah, you can because
No, you
if
can't,
if
because once the
if
balloon
if there was
once the balloon reaches equalization, it will not rise any
okay,
higher.
so
Sorry, brother.
equalization, that's not how that works. It's just a random term that literally has nothing
Not
to
a
do with
random
it.
turn. Why did the balloon stop rising?
Because there was less gravity and atmospheric
No,
pressure,
no,
and
no,
the
no,
stuff in the
because
balloon
it
continues to
became-
expand and pop.
Because it achieved neutral buoyancy.
That neutral buoyancy, bro.
What's
What,
neutral mean?
bro? Neutral buoyancy. Are we just like what? Are we just making things up right now?
Not at all.
Are we just making? Are we
In
just making?
fact, they
Okay.
call the
Okay.
pool.
Well, the only
NASA.
person here that's
so-
making stuff up
Listen to
is
me.
the
They
globe
call
model.
the pool at
Okay, so
NASA.
unfortunately, there's no. Okay, so neutral. I mean, I just have to like wrap my head around that you
You know what the
said
pool
something
is
like
called? Do you know what they call the pool that the astronauts train in?
that. What?
A neutral buoyancy lab.
Okay, but guess what? The moon has water.
Whoa,
It
it has
does.
water.
Now the moon has water.
Whoa,
Or, I mean,
whoa,
not
hold
the
on.
moon. I'm sorry. I'm not the moon. I missed.
Hold on, water boy. Hold on.
The place where they trained in the pool has water. It's a pool is completely different from way up in the sky. I mean, like of course you have clouds, but that's water.
I was addressing your incredulity at a term that you were unfamiliar with that everyone else is familiar with.
Okay,
and that
so
term is
neutral buoyancy.
So
Neutral buoyancy doesn't really exist
my
out of
point
water.
was to exemplify to you and anyone else that doesn't understand that the term neutral buoyancy is actually a fucking thing.
Okay, and guess what neutral buoyancy involves? Water.
Not necessarily.
No, okay, but then so if it
Is
reaches,
a helium balloon in water?
And this guy thinks he's smart, eh?
If
Bro,
a helium
I
balloon
mean,
is
high
in
IQ.
water, but it's buoyant, how the fuck can a helium balloon be buoyant if the only way to be buoyant is in water?
because of gravity.
Where does gravity come into play?
Mass, like okay, so anything that
the mass of the helium balloon, its tendency to resist the mass of the Earth increases. So there goes that.
Oh no, it does not.
Yeah, there.
Okay, because the particles in the balloon have enough energy to make up. So whenever I jump, say I jump, am I overcoming gravity, or am I eventually going to run out of energy and come back down?
No, you have expended the energy to lift you up off the ground.
Exactly. So why? Okay, so why? Whenever I boil water and it turns
Listen, now we're
into
going to
water
boiling
vapor.
fucking water. At what elevation?
Okay, so that's
Okay,
So
so-
that's completely not
No, it is
anything about
because
that's
water
completely
water will boil at lower temperatures at higher elevations. In fact, you can just
Yeah.
put water in a
Oh
vacuum.
no, yes,
chamber and
you
it'll
are
boil.
correct. And would you like
Yes,
to
I
guess
know.
why?
Because
Because of
water in a
gravity.
liquid form can only exist
Because of
with
gravity.
pressure.
No, okay. So the gravity and the atmospheric pressure,
Dude.
whenever you're at sea level,
Priceless.
is much greater. There's a much greater pressure on it, so it requires more energy to
In which
overcome that
direction-
pressure.
In which
If-
direction? In which
if-
direction is this pressure?
So on a sphere, it's wherever the middle of the Earth is.
No. This pressure that I'm feeling, what's that? Is that pushing down on me? I'm feeling 14 and a half pounds pushing down on me.
14 and a half. Okay, so 14 and a half pounds per square inch.
Right.
How many square inches do you have on your body?
Okay, listen to me. Is that pushing down on me, or is it pushing in equally at all
Okay, so
points?
here it's pulling. Okay, so pushing isn't technically correct. It's pulling you towards the center of the Earth.
The air is?
No, gravity.
Okay, well, we're talking about the air and the gravity.
Oh, okay.
right?
Okay, so then technically yes, because air
so
is the
technically
reason why the
you can
atmospheric pressure
demonstrate-
exists because of gravity.
So that all the pressure of the air is pushing down on me, and it's not exerting a force on it at all equal points in my body.
No, it's pushing all over you.
Okay, so it has a very very slightly greater pressure if you're standing up. Anyways, normally it has a very slightly greater pressure at your feet than it does at your head. But I digress because that's not really important for what we're talking
Really,
about.
it doesn't. And
No,
only
it does.
in
It
an
does.
imperceptible amount.
No, it's unless you have
Yeah, so
extremely
if I sat
accurate
here with a
instruments. Yeah, it
barometer
doesn't really
and-
matter.
hey, listen, if I sat here with a fucking barometer and stood up with the change, no.
If it's accurate enough, it would.
Okay, well, like I said, imperceptible.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, so that's why I said I
So it's
digress.
bullshit what you're talking anyway.
No, it's not.
Because you're talking about a downward acceleration of air. Can
Mm-hmm.
you demonstrate a downward acceleration of air due to gravity?
Okay, so again, I'll go back to the example of water. I boil water in no. Okay, so we're
You
no,
just
we're
went to a
no,
limit.
we're not going to gloss
Matter.
we're not going to gloss
We are
over this
talking
because this
about the
actually
state of
disproves
matter
exactly
of
everything that
gas.
you're saying.
We are talking about the state of matter of gas. Our gas is
Exactly.
a liquid.
Why do you think there's a higher pressure gradient all the way down at the where sea level is at, and there's far less air if you get up to say Mount Everest?
Because at ground level, sea level is where the gases are produced and exchanged.
And would you like to guess why?
A
Is
thing.
it trees? Coral
Because
reefs?
of gravity.
No, not because of
Gravity.
gravity. Not because of gravity produces gas.
Gravity.
How does
Wow,
gravity
man.
So here, if
Talk about your God, eh?
Wait a
if
second.
you really
No,
want to
no,
get
I wanna
into it,
hear this. How the fuck does gravity produce a gas?
okay, so that's taken what I said completely out of context.
what you said.
What I said is
You
that the
said
reason
it's
why
here-
all the gas
it's
is down
produced
here.
because of gravity.
It's
Prove
no,
that.
it stays down here because of gravity.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, I can.
You can't
can?
prove anything to these guys. Man.
Okay.
They got an
No,
alternate
I-
theory
no,
for
I- I'm
everything.
aware-
Here's what you need to do.
I
Except-
have.
Connor.
Yeah.
Here's what you need to do.
Oh no,
Connor.
I've even given them the mathematical equation for
Math is
it.
not
I
reality.
and I've
Guy, your math means jack shit,
The
bud.
only
it
proof
means
that
jack
It
to you,
means
but it
jack
doesn't.
shit. You guys have been brainwashed all your fucking lives to think that math proves shit. It doesn't.
You know,
I was brainwashed with the same shit. But then
something
I
that
realized
learned-
that math just describes things. Just
Some-
a description, bud.
It's
It
just a
doesn't prove
description.
jack.
Okay,
Yeah.
so something that I want to point out is that for like 100 years without fail, we have been able to use this mathematical equation to say where the moon's going to be at, where
Yeah,
where,
yeah, hold on.
where Earth is going
The
to be
things in the
at.
sky have been moving around for way longer than
Not a
100 years.
prediction.
They've been moving around for what, 3,000,
Oh, no.
4,000
Oh, no.
years in
Oh,
the same
no.
pattern. And people
Dude,
look
that's a
up at the
post-it
sky
note.
and realize the
it's
pattern, and
not
then they
in the
write it
same
down.
pattern. They have
And then they write
changed.
it down, and then they think they know what's going to happen, but it's been happening forever.
No,
Yeah,
the stars.
that's
The
ridiculous.
stars do change. The stars
they?
do
No, they
change
don't.
every
Have
time.
you ever
They
seen the stars
rotate.
change? Do you have proof of the stars changing?
Okay. So, do you know what seasonal constellations are?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Yes.
Very much so.
Exactly. So that you can only see those during certain parts of the seasons. Do you know why?
Why? Why? Because the sun's blocking them as they turn around us. Because the sun's brighter than the lights
No,
of the sky,
not
of the
as
stars.
they turn
So when
around
the
us,
sun is
as
in the
we
sky,
go around the
it
sun.
lights up the sky, and you can't see the stars. And as
Okay,
it
so-
keeps
okay,
going,
so-
the stars that are here above me are not illuminated anymore, so you can see them.
Okay, so then what happens when the sun sets and you can see the stars perfectly
Well,
fine?
the sun keeps going, bud. It doesn't set. It
Okay,
keeps
okay,
going.
but the light is being blocked out by the other side of the Earth.
No,
Now,
it's not.
now,
No,
it's
now,
not.
what are you
It's just
talking
no,
about?
not
it
The other
is.
side of the
It
Earth.
is. That is
It's just
exactly.
not reaching you. That's all.
How
It's
is
just
it?
not
Because
reaching
because the light doesn't just magically bend and go backwards.
you. Nobody
that's
said it
that Earth
does.
doesn't
Gravity
have enough
again, eh?
gravity for that.
Gravity
Can you
grabbing the
illuminate-
lights?
Hold on. Can you illuminate your entire fucking backyard with a pen light?
No.
No, you
One
can't.
hell of a pen
No,
light.
you can't.
Yeah,
Can
I mean, okay. So how
Alright.
does that go against my argument?
It goes against your argument because of the fact that you're assuming a gigantic sun. You're assuming rotation of the Earth. You're assuming.
Oh no, I'm not. I've given you the mathematical equations that you can
Mathematics
observe
doesn't
and
mean
test and
any-
prove.
No. Mathematics, especially when it's regarding a kinematic effect, mean shit. Okay.
Is the
Oh, yeah,
Earth
you know,
spinning?
oh, yeah.
Like, we're
On the
Okay,
looking
here,
on
flight
here.
model, is the Earth
Hold on, wait a
spin?
second. What we have on here is a kinematic equivalency. Okay. A
Okay, so
kinematic
again, another
equivalency
random
means that
term
it's
that
not
really
true.
doesn't mean anything to what we're
Yeah,
saying.
why don't you go research this stuff? Why don't
You
you,
know,
go
I'm-
research this stuff before you come and talk here? Like you
Because
look
I
like
do.
an idiot.
Okay. So I have read quite a few books over this.
Well, not
and-
enough, obviously.
Okay, so here, tell me a book
Oh,
that
many.
uses mathematical equations to prove a flat Earth.
Why are you reading books instead of actually checking?
Okay, so
Wow.
so something that I want to point out that's kind of ironic that we're having a debate on devices that were made by people who believe in a flat Earth and are able to prove a flat Earth. Like no flat Earth is
Wait,
producing the phone
what-
that I'm
what?
using.
what
What are you
what
talking about?
invention are you? What are you referring to?
So either the phones or computers that we're using, these were made by the people that you're
Are
ridiculing.
you?
No,
That
we're not
you have to be
ridiculing- wait
mentally
a minute.
inept to think that somebody can invent something because it's a ball and not it's not a
Oh,
flat
no,
surface.
no,
That's
I'm
ridiculous.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
You're
that
inept,
that
buddy.
I'm
You're
just
mentally
saying I'm
inept.
just saying that the same scientists who are able to prove that the Earth is a ball also produce the device
prove
that
jack,
you're debating on.
Yeah.
They didn't prove jack
So,
because
I'm
you're
gonna-
using
I'm
this
gonna-
equation that
wait a
Newton invented
second.
that said mass attracted mass. Then it was kicked out because Einstein came over and
No,
had to
it wasn't-
fix
it
it.
was
because it was wrong
Scientists
with
read
Newton's.
books and invented your iPhone. They didn't
Okay.
do it off of studying fucks and rocks and grass.
Oh yeah, and that
Books do
requires a
work,
ball,
yeah?
right? Cool.
I'm
Right,
gonna
Yeah, I
give
know
you-
that.
I'm
Right?
gonna
It
give you-
requires a ball, right?
I'm gonna
Books
give
do
you-
work,
Yeah,
right,
you're talking,
guys?
guy.
Right.
Again, you talk smack, but
Yeah,
Wait a
what
second.
about the
Listen, y'all.
goofy guy that keeps
Listen,
running his
y'all.
mouth? Do books
Listen,
work?
y'all.
Books are good?
Okay, just a moment. I'm going to give you the same equivalency. Okay. Seeing as how a phone or a calculator or a fucking computer or the internet, none of that is dependent upon a globe Earth whatsoever.
No, it's
So I'm
not.
No,
but
no, no,
I'm-
no, no, I'm not done.
I will reiterate that the same
a second,
people who
I'm not
know the
done.
Earth is a
I'm
sphere
Doesn't
are
matter,
able to
bud.
build your
I
equipment.
am
Yeah.
not done. Okay. Now, if I want to use that same kind of comparison, because the guy who came up with a phone thought the Earth is a globe, or the guy that came up with a computer thought the Earth was a globe. Okay, well, I can turn it around this way. Did you know that every serial killer was a globe believer? Does that mean that the globe belief causes serial killers?
Okay, so
Did you know that every mass murderer in history was a globe Earth believer? Does that mean that mass murder is because of a globe? So
Okay, so there's a slight difference between this. If I want to murder somebody, say I don't know, I go to my neighbor's house and I stab them, I literally just have to know how to hold a knife. Like that's an extremely simple concept.
All right,
But guess what you need to
make
do?
a computer is understand microprocessing
Okay,
and
but
electronics.
Exactly, you have to be smart to make a phone.
Stop! You just talk all over, dude, bro. And you was like, "I am not finished," so that you can finish yours, and I can never hear his side of the argument because you already know it and interrupt him.
He's already making fallacies, just like
no, it is not.
I'd still like to hear him. I think yours are fallacies, but everyone gives you the courtesy of saying them.
The difference being is that anybody who is not like severely physically handicapped can go and murder somebody literally anytime they want. That requires zero intelligence to be able to produce a phone. It requires a lot of intelligence, a lot of studying and understanding.
Studying
those same people who are smart and understand things also believe in a globed Earth. Like the comparison just makes no sense.
There's logic for you.
Oh, okay, that's real logic. Okay, so
no, it is logic.
It is. So what part of a computer being developed would be dependent upon a belief that you live on a globe?
Okay, here I've already answered that like multiple times.
It has nothing to do with what he just said.
With it, right?
No, that wasn't my answer. It has your shit has nothing to do with what he just said. It does not change that it's logical that the same people who are smart enough to make these phones understand that the earth is round. That doesn't change because of what you're saying.
Look, I used to work in the pharmaceutical industry. I've met doctors that are supposed to be smart, that's stupid as fuck. Okay? You think that
incredible
because they went to school, it makes them any smarter than me? I'm not an electrician, but I can work electricity. I'm not a plumber, but I can work plumbing.
So
I'm not a
make an iPhone.
I'm not a fucking. I'm not a lot of other things, but I can work them. All right. Just because you have an education,
go make an
doesn't make you smarter.
iPhone without books and impress me because you're the one that said no books, right? Go make an iPhone without books.
Something that I want to point out is that pharmaceuticals, at least for the most part, does not require you to go to school for years and get all this knowledge. My grandma is deals in pharmaceuticals, and guess what? How much training she got? Just like a couple of weeks. I mean, and it has. I would argue my grandma's smart, but that doesn't mean that she's intelligent because she knows how to look at some pills and be like, okay, this paper says you need this. Here you go.
Just like those scientists that you talk about,
they're not scientists.
They're not fucking any smarter than anybody. I met a lot of these people. They don't know how to they don't know how to do basic things.
Okay, so here let me pose a question. So say I go to college and I become an astrologist. So astrology for me to properly study astrology, I would have to, because whenever you're saying that the Earth is flat, you are denying literally all of science. Like literally
not
every
all of science, but
astronomy.
No, okay, talk your shit. So y'all get angry at me for interrupting, but I'm still making my point. So literally every single scientist, current day, can prove that the Earth is flat or is a sphere. They have that knowledge, and it's been going on for over 2,000 years. 2,000 years ago.
Why are we having this discussion then?
No, here I'm bringing up a question because I'm saying that whenever you say the Earth is flat, you're literally saying that every scientist is wrong. So
we're not.
If I go and become
fallacy.
No, okay, so fallacy. No, it's not. Literally any scientist can prove that the Earth is flat or a sphere.
The science in gravity.
The science.
There's no science in that.
So science is supposed to explain why things happen.
That's
right. So things fall.
Do things fall? Show me the scientific method involved with determining.
I will give this to him real quick. The equation again, because he can do it himself if he wants. If he doesn't want to do it, then I can't force him to.
I know the equation. I know the equation. You're going to tell me that there's a G in it.
What's the equation?
You're going to tell me that there's a G in it, and I'm going to tell you that G is a measured effect and not
Okay,
a
here,
God.
what's the equation? Since you know what it
Whichever
is.
one you've tried to slip gravity into,
Okay,
it doesn't
what's
matter. I
okay?
can
So
change
what
it to
what is that
acceleration.
equation?
Well, let's see. We can go. You would say force equals mass times gravity. I say
No, I
force
do not.
equals mass times acceleration.
Okay, so
You would say in the buoyancy formula that weight is due to gravity, and I would say weight is due to disequilibrium. It's still a fucking measured
Okay, so
effect.
here
It's not a cause.
I will go through it
Now, well,
step by step.
I'm gonna kick back and smoke some weed, and I'm gonna let you go ahead and hang yourself some more, because
Okay,
here's
that sounds
the
good.
big thing. Is it possible for someone to be completely learned in some subjects and completely misled in others? Is that a
Okay, so
possibility?
the thing about it
It's
is
flat
not
earthers.
no
Yes,
complicated to prove
question.
flat
gravity
earthers may
Yes
be
exists.
or no
smart
It is
fucking
somewhere,
not
but
question.
somehow
complicated
they
to prove that
seem to
gravity
be
exists.
Yes or
listening
no
here.
question. Is it possible for a person to be well knowledgeable in one subject and completely misled on another? Is
Of
that
course.
possible?
Okay,
Oh,
so
good.
so
There you
how do you
go.
know that's not
So
what's
your
happening
whole
with you?
thing, wait a second. So your whole thing about because a guy made a cell phone, he understood the globe, or because a guy
Okay,
invented
No,
so
no,
again,
that doesn't.
that
Logic
is
doesn't.
taken out of
No,
context. That
well,
is
no,
taken
it
out of
isn't,
logic
context.
doesn't.
because
I have
And
you're
you
literally
said it.
proven
Sav.
multiple
you're
times.
You use
conflating
science
again.
that was
He
I have
printed
said
on a
one
ball.
guy, no one
Again,
guy
you're
made a
conflating
fucking global positioning system, right? It took a
geographical
lot of
Ground
guys who
positioning
had to
system.
know the
exact.
truth
Also,
to
good
pull
point.
it
Well,
off.
yes, and they extrapolated it on triangulation using geographical positioning. This is an old
Based on a
technique goes
spherical
all
Earth.
the way back
Yes,
to
that's why it's
fucking
called
radio.
global.
No,
Based on
GPS.
a spherical
you
Earth.
call it global. I call it
We
No,
called it
geographic.
global to fool the
The
fools.
name of the GPS. I
Oh,
didn't
well,
come up
It's
with it,
ground
bro.
positioning
okay.
system.
No,
Look at
it's
here. This
global.
right here is a
Yeah,
It's
whatever,
global.
bud.
holocaustator.
You rename it,
Whatever.
it's not gonna make it real.
Okay, that's what I'm telling you. So this right here is a Holocaust layer. It's the very one. That means that this was used in the 40s because it's called that, right? I called it that, so therefore that means that's what it is.
So unfortunately, the difference is that you have zero evidence to back that up.
Have you ever
That's the
heard of the
difference.
Loran system?
No, explain it to me.
It's the GPS, the earlier version that was around in World War One, before satellites, before all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Look it up.
And,
Okay,
and
what about it?
would you like to guess
All
how
antenna
accurate
based, bud.
You want to tell
All
me?
Would you like to
antenna
guess how
based.
accurate they were? Would
How
you like
did
to guess how
German
accurate they were?
bombers- How did German bombers in World War II use a line of sight radio beacon in order to do bombing raids on England using line of sight, following a radar beacon well over the curve? Now, they didn't go off a bounce. They didn't go up and then follow it down. They followed that radio signal all the way to the fucking target. It was the first time there was night bombing was able to be done that way under complete discipline, silence, no light, visibility, anything else like that. The distance that they traveled was well beyond what should be blocked by a curvature of the earth, given this transmission, yet they were successful when they ran it every time. It wasn't
Okay,
once
so
again,
they
Connor,
didn't only use the radio.
Once
They,
again,
like,
Connor,
your
you came to
misconception
the
is that they only
discussion
use the
as
radio.
an ignorant person. You came here not knowing jack, yet pretending to know everything.
Okay, so
there's a problem
provided
here, Connor. What you have to do, listen, Connor, what you have to do is you have to educate yourself, all right? Because what Sav did, what I did, what a lot of people did here was take our head out of our asses and research and look properly. What you do is you rely on people to feed you information, and then you go and regurgitate it.
Okay,
what you
so
have to do is become a man and fucking go research this yourself.
Hey,
Simple
Saab,
as
you
that.
think we can get Dr. J in here? You know he ain't gonna jump in
Okay,
and be
so
rude like the rest of
unfortunately,
us.
the difference between me and you is that I can prove with
Yeah,
my
you're a fucking
own two
you're a
hands
fucking sheep guy.
that
That's what you
the
are.
Earth is a sphere, and I've given you multiple examples on how you can do it yourself. If you don't want to do it, I can't make you, man. I'm sorry.
I've spent the last 2014. I've spent doing this. All right.
Man, and you're
I've been
still
fucking
wrong.
spending my time. You have not. You
All
walk
right,
around
so
here thinking that you know stuff, but you don't know.
Okay. So here's
Nothing.
something that I want to
Let's
point
give
out.
Dr. J-
Guys.
Hey, guys. Dr. J has been sitting back behind here,
Hey,
very
thanks,
patiently
guys.
waiting.
Yo,
jump in.
Dr. J.
Hey, Dr. J.
I'm going to give the floor to Dr. J for a minute.
Hey,
Go for it, man.
I do have a doctorate, Connor, but it's in theology, so I'm not really an expert in this area at all. if I made a rainbow in my garage, what shape will it be?
Roughly curved.
What shape is the lens that you're using?
No, with my eyes.
It doesn't matter on the lens. You can look at it yourself.
So you'll say if I look at it with my naked eye, I will see a curve.
No.
I mean, yeah, the light, the rainbow does appear to be curved.
Okay. And Unchained, I don't know what you go by, but it feels weird. Like, I don't know.
Dave,
weird for me.
do you Saab or Dave? One of the two. People call me Saab.
And you think I'll see straight.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Unless your prism is curved. Okay.
So if you're saying if I use a camera, you think it'll be curved? Like
no. It's going to be inside. Your light source is going to be inside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're using inside light. Yeah, it'll come out straight. I believe it will. Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, I've actually accidentally done that myself, accidentally, and then reproduced it. You know how the spoons attack you when you're washing dishes? There's always that fucker that squirts it right back in your face or right back at you, right? So I was using the little sprayer nozzle, and so when it hit the fucking spoon, that water missed it up, and of course the sunlight was coming in through the outside through the window, and it didn't make any bow to it whatsoever. It went right like from the window down to the floor straight. And you can do this, for instance, if you take a prism, right, and you refract light through that, it's not going to be bent, it's not going to be arched, it'll be a straight. You'll see the light coming in just like on the Pink Floyd album Dark Side of the Moon, right? That's what you end up getting. So it's
I thought by definition a rainbow had to be curved. Not only that, I thought it was a circle, and we can only see part of it. I never thought it was a horseshoe.
Well, that's what the problem is too, and this is a problem. How do you actually get to analyze it? Because every time you try to get close to it or move positions, it moves its position as well.
Yeah,
when I discovered that pissed me off, because I remember when I was a little kid, dude convinced me that fucking leprechauns were real. It was around St. Patrick's Day, and he said that if you see a rainbow, there's a leprechaun at the end of the rainbow, and he's got a pot of gold. If you can catch him, you get it, right? And I saw a rainbow. So me and my friend, we started heading to that rainbow. And I was like, well, son of a bitch, we're heading the wrong way now. And so we go the other way. I was like, where is this thing? It keeps moving on us. How do we do it? And then finally I was like, hey, it seems to be moving that way. I told my friend, you go over that way and I'll go over this way and we'll trap it. It was ridiculous. And then I realized that it was an optical effect, that I wasn't really seeing something physical. And I was like,
no, you were seeing something physical. Light is physical. Photons are physical.
Well, photons, is there any really such thing as that?
Yeah. That's literally what light is.
Is it really? Can you show me a photon?
I mean, if I had, an electron microscope, I believe I can.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Here, can I
haven't
ask
done
a
the
question?
experiment. Hold on, let me finish, Connor. You talked for a really long time. I haven't done the experiment. I haven't done the experiment yet. It's like cold and warm here in the Midwest. So one of these days when I have a good warm day, I may try it. I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off, but I'll pull everything out of my garage and see if I can get a mist going and shine a light.
Use a shop light. Just use a shop light in a mist.
Okay. And Connor, you're confident that it's going to be curved? Just want to confirm that.
No, I'm not.
The rainbow, I mean, yeah, it's gonna be like, what was your name? Joe Cool. Like he said, it's circular, but because there's ground, it's it gets to the ground. But if you're high enough up, it's gonna be a circle. But yeah.
Oh, and real quick, off topic a little bit, and let y'all mull over on this. And I already asked Joe. He never did answer me. Okay. So I had a commenter with an interesting theory about the George Floyd incident being a hoax, and that it's possible that Joe Cool is actually George Floyd. Now, he hasn't denied it. Okay. Joe has not denied it. So I don't know. Joe, are you George Floyd really? I mean, I know you can't really tell us, but come on, man.
He definitely is, no doubt.
I can't really tell you that, but I can tell you, being on YouTube, I've had to deny that I've had AIDS. I'm a trans woman, a 70-year-old transsexual, unilateral. So sometimes you guys are nice shit. This won't be one of them.
I thought it was funny as hell. And so as soon as I saw that, I took a fucking screenshot of it. I said, I got to send that to Joe. So I texted him. I said, this, and then I just followed it up. Well, are you?
Yeah.
And he hasn't denied it, though, ladies and gentlemen. He has not.
I think I got that in my comments too. I've also had people say they wish I was dead, like George Foreman. The cough kills me.
Okay. The internet's a crazy ass place. I want to welcome Zerzus is up here tonight, and State. How you guys?
That's good, gentlemen.
Doing good. He is definitely George Floyd. Whoever asked that question is on point. And you, I don't know if you've noticed, but you're one of my favorite clips now. Where the fuck did you find these people?
He talking about you, so he got a clip for you.
Yeah, I have to wonder that all the time. I'm like, God damn, where the fuck do you get these people from and shit?
There's never a shortage of opportunities to use it.
Oh, I'd imagine you got it set like that little baby Babylon clip that I got, don't you?
Yeah, he just click a button, man, while niggas talking.
Like, I got this, and I'll pull it up. I was using that when Nick Volt was on here acting like a fool every time he started going off.
I've never seen it. He told me about this guy
and
named
Nick and
that gives him
Dave
shit all
flirt
the
like
time.
Jack and Paul do. It's the weirdest twin flame nonsense.
Okay, so unfortunately, I'm gonna have to leave here in a few minutes, but I would like to ask one more question.
Right on.
Okay, so with the indoctrination, I doubt I'm pronouncing that correctly, claim. So for about 2,000 years, 2,100 years, at least the history books claim that we've been able to claim, or I've been able to prove the Earth is a sphere. Most of the greatest minds throughout history since then have agreed to that. Billions of people today, 74 different space agencies, et cetera, all unanimously agree that the Earth is a sphere, and they all agree on the same size, like they agree on everything. So during that process, whenever I become an astronomer if I become an astronomer, for example, or an astronaut, or anybody who can prove for a fact, which is almost every science out there, that the Earth is flat or a sphere, at what point in college do they go like, hey, why, the Earth is flat, like at what point do they
say that? Why would they tell you that when it's the greatest lie ever told? Permeating through academia.
Because I would then have the knowledge to indisputably prove the Earth is flat or is a sphere. No, I do not.
Sure you do.
So literally almost everybody on Earth, except for I think a couple tens of thousands of people.
Connor, if it's so evident, and these ancient Greeks all knew this, all of ancient Greece knew this.
Not all of them. I said all of the great minds.
It comes a false argument that there were dumb people back in the day.
Great minds is a subjective viewpoint.
Okay, it is subjective, but it's based on if they've done something great with their mind.
How do you know they were great minds, or even that they actually existed? The bottom line was this:
we can prove
a couple of guys sitting around in a bathhouse in Greece talking.
Not a couple of guys.
Yeah, a couple of guys.
A couple of very well-educated guys who knew what they were doing. A couple
of Pythagorean cult members that had.
I mean, you can assume that.
No, I'm not assuming it. It's the facts.
Okay, so why were a couple of people around a bath table were able to prove during that long ago were able to prove
it? If it were proven, we would not be having this discussion.
Okay, so let's take religion, for example. There are people who believe in the Quran. There are people that believe in the Bible, and they debate. If, say, Christianity is true, then why are they debating at all?
Well, because neither one
You're
can
wrong.
actually be proven. In our
Oh,
case,
whoa,
it
whoa!
can.
Well, you know, it's what
In our case,
exactly.
it
You know,
can.
so
If the
exactly
Earth,
because neither one can be
if
proven.
the Earth was so evidently a globe, and this is something everybody knows without being
Not
told.
everybody. I said
Well, wait a
billions.
second.
I didn't say
All right,
everybody.
wait a second.
Only the good
So the
ones.
only people that know it's a globe are people that have been told it's a globe, right?
No, not at all.
No.
Those-
Anybody who's
those-
looked at the
those-
sun
okay,
rise
so-
and set in the day and saw
Uh,
a
No,
moon,
we already
Yeah.
been
Okay.
through
So
that.
okay.
We've been
So
through that. There's nothing
again,
about a
like
sunrise or a
you said with
sunset.
those,
There's
like you said with
nothing
those
about a
Pythagorean.
sunrise or a sunset that would go, hey, I think I live on a ball that's turning around in space. Nothing would ever make you think that. I don't care if you
well,
saw
that
the
full
sun go down
size
a
sun
million
No.
sinking
times.
below the horizon as
Where would
opposed
you
to
get the idea the Earth
disappearing
was a
like
ball, Dave?
perspective.
Okay.
And
So
since
okay.
the
So
sun doesn't shrink,
may I have a may I have
I
a
know it
moment?
disappears
show you. You
behind the
wanna see-
horizon
you wanna
before it
see why
has
the
the
sun
ability
doesn't
to
shrink?
shrink. It doesn't just go
You
out
wanna
of view
see
and
why,
shrink
Joe?
like
You
everything
want to
else.
see why? I can
No,
show
no, no.
you
I
why.
know why.
no, we
You
we
don't
And
we
I'm
are
not
aware.
interested
I
in your opacity
No,
theory.
no. I'm just going to give you. I'm going to give you an example. Are you ready for it?
yeah, sure.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to pull myself up full screen. All right. So y'all can see my hand right here, right? Oh,
Mhm.
that's where I tapped out my bowl. All right. So you see my hand right here, right? I'm going to put it right here next to my face. And when I bring it close to you, you can see a drastic change in angular size, can't you?
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
If
All
you're
right.
saying it gets
Hang
bigger
on,
and smaller,
hang
yes.
on.
He's
No,
got to
yeah.
use weird
Hang on.
phraseology here to save
Hang
himself.
on. Hang on.
Watch out for those wires.
I know, right? All right. So now I got my hand right here next to my face. Same size. Here's the hand I was using before. It's right here next to my face, right? Okay. Now I move it toward you. You see no appreciable change in angular size. Why?
Okay,
Because
but guess what?
Yeah,
They
this is a
invent
dumb
telescope.
argument.
listen,
You
the
invent
reason
telescopes, so you
is
can measure.
because the reason is
Is because you moved it 2 inches. Fuck
no,
outta
I didn't.
here.
I moved it the same distance, Joe. The reason is because it was already far away from you when you were observing.
Okay, so then why whenever you get, say, telescopes that can see the sun at a greater scale, that we can see it getting slightly bigger and slightly smaller. If I got a camera, or if I just use my phone,
You
I think my
can.
phone has a strong enough camera,
You
and
can.
zoom in, I can see that your hand moves.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so
You're not
so
going to see a change in
okay, so
angular size.
unfortunately,
all you're doing is magnifying what you can already see.
okay, but guess what? Okay, but like, just because you magnify it doesn't mean that just
You're not gonna-
magically removes that
magnifying
you
it
can
isn't
see gets
living.
closer or further
Connor,
away.
Magnifying something isn't actually putting you closer to it.
Okay, obviously. Okay, but my point is that just because you make it look bigger doesn't mean you can't see differences in how far away things are.
The point.
Like that does not
All
remove
right,
that
wait a
fact.
second.
Not to mention that
Wait, what was my point?
I
your
think
point
your
that
point was
to the
that
naked eye,
That
it's
if
hard to see the
something is
difference. in the size of the
already
sun.
far away from you.
hey, are the suns further
if
away? Are
something
the
is-
stars?
Listen to me. If
Go ahead.
something is already far away from you,
Yeah.
you're not going to see much change, if any, in angular
All right.
size.
All
Now,
right,
Okay,
look,
but
stop,
as-
stay with that,
as-
stay with that. We don't want to go nowhere else but this for a minute because I
Okay,
want to
yeah,
question you on this.
I completely agree. This example completely disproves the flat Earth argument, and I don't think you even realize it. Okay, so say
Hold
for
on,
example,
I got one too.
Yeah,
Let
yeah,
me
get-
ask
yeah,
him
get-
first.
yeah, give
Hold
me a
on,
moment.
man. Hold on. Let me get one in first.
Okay, sorry.
It's more of an observation than a question. We can make certain decisions about how big the sun is because we know that something as big as Mount Everest, you can drive further enough away where it disappears. It will shrink till it disappears. Mount
Yeah,
Everest.
which is
So
not
we can
possible with flat
assume the sun is massive, Saab, even though I know you say you have no idea what it is. We know it's a lot bigger than Mount Everest, right?
Oh, sure, I'll agree with that.
Yeah,
All
so
right, that was all. Continue. Go. You go
yeah,
ahead.
so something that I wanted to say is that, so again, I'm assuming that Tripp's model, you know, the one with the sun and the moon, is the same with that. Now, I'll also point out that, ironically enough, that the math that he's using is a globe Earth model with extreme distortion at the outer edges of it. I'll
Do
point
you know
that
why
out.
that is? Do you know why that is?
Because it's trying to be accurate in the middle.
No.
Unfortunately,
No,
turning a
no.
3D object into
No.
a 2D
No.
object.
No.
Literally
No.
anybody can
No.
look this up.
No.
Like
No.
literally anybody can look this up. They can
Wrong.
research it.
I
They
know
can do
I
it
have.
themselves.
I have.
No,
I have
you
researched
we have,
it.
You have, there is
I
okay.
have
So
researched it.
okay, so you have made a lot of claims about being like, yeah, I have done this. Yes, I have
I
done
have,
that. But then you
won't
don't
let me
provide proof.
explain it.
But you
won't
don't
let-
provide
I'm
proof.
about
No,
to give it
we are
to you.
going to stay latched onto this point, and we're not going to
I'm
move on to
about
it because
give it to you.
Yeah.
this is what we've almost done
Connor.
for almost 4 hours. Is that
Yeah, let's say
after-
what
after I prove you wrong, you immediately just jump to a different point. So no, I'm
proven anyone
I am going
wrong.
to latch
You
onto
haven't
this.
proven
Yeah,
anyone
that's-
So
wrong.
anyway,
I
so
admit it.
okay.
Connor,
So wait,
Connor,
oh yeah. So
Connor,
anyways,
I
whenever
admitted
we're
that the
talking
map
about
is
a sun,
distorted.
we were
Do
doing
you
about
know
the
why?
objects
yeah. So
moving.
we're doing the sun and the moon right now. Let's
Right, let's say I think it's my
let's-
turn, Connor. I think you
Wait
did
a
one
minute,
with
Oh
the
no, sorry.
sun.
Oh wait. Here, can I? Sorry, I wasn't even on to my point. I was just pointing out something
Okay,
that
my
I will make it
apologies.
quick. No,
Yeah.
don't worry. I'll make it quick. So anyway, so say we have the sun, the sun, right above us on the flat Earth model. I still assume that because you haven't provided an actual model that you believe in, so I have to make a few assumptions, unfortunately. So the sun and the moon in the air, if the sun's right above you, it is going to be so much bigger than say if it's on the other side of the flat Earth model. You can see that with your naked eyes. You can and you can see it even better if you get a camera that can properly record, that can properly take a picture.
You
of it.
can't see
It
that
would get-
far.
No,
Connor,
you
like, what do you think? We're Superman?
Wait a
Like,
minute.
some-
We
like,
can
are you
see
insane?
stars with the telescope. We can see
Are you
stars. We
insane?
know they're further than the sun, right? We
Okay,
can see
Yeah,
stars.
you can't see that far
No, you
over
can't, you
over
can't.
terrestrial viewing area. You can't.
Okay. Oh, okay. So, but that doesn't make up for the fact that the sun would get smaller as it gets further away from you.
But the thing is, we don't even know what the sun is. What if it's a projection of another sun inside our reality?
I just explained to you with demonstrable evidence that if
No,
something-
okay, so
No,
you
no,
okay,
no,
your,
you did not.
your
Saab.
evidence has literally been look, the sun
Wait.
does this because I said that.
Right.
You provided
What
no
happens,
proof of that.
Saab? You
Hold
didn't
on,
take
wait.
that
I'm gonna
hand.
put everybody the fuck backstage. I really am.
All right, you
Okay.
didn't take that
You know what?
hand
That's
so
all right.
far that we couldn't see it anymore, Saab, which is your claim.
Joe, that
right?
wasn't the purpose of the demonstration. The purpose of the demonstration was that if something is already far from you, you do not see a drastic change and sometimes no change in the angular size.
I get that.
I'm
If
not
it
done.
moves 6
I'm
inches,
not done.
The sun is close to us on your model.
All right, I'm
Go
not
ahead.
done. So, once the sun has gone to a certain distance, we can indeed, to a certain extent and a certain distance, depending on the opacity, bring
No,
the
not
sun.
depending on anything, we can see it.
Holy fucking God. Shut the fuck up until I'm done with this.
Sorry, I just had to correct
You don't have to
misconceptions.
nothing. Okay? Within a certain distance, depending on the amount of atmos opacity. We know this exists because on our weather apps, you'll see a little thing index on there that says visibility. That changes from day to day depending on the amount of shit that is in the air that we're looking through.
Please continue,
Now,
though, with-
I'm
yeah.
going to. Now, if I'm submerged underwater and the water is murky and I can only see about 6 feet in front of me, it's about the furthest I can see. If I take out some binoculars, am I going to see further in that murkiness? No.
So, okay,
I'm
so
only
what
going to
happens when the
magnify-
water's clear?
Was there still words coming out of my goddamn face?
Well, no, your example just doesn't hold up
No,
under
it's
scrutiny.
not.
Yeah, we can't
Because
wait to
you
tear it
have-
apart.
Is there a such
Yeah, I
thing?
know. Yeah,
that-
yeah.
Is there an opacity to the atmos over distance? Yes or no?
Okay, so sometimes there's a lot
Is
of
there
opacity.
an
Sometimes
opacity of the
Was there words
atmos
coming out of his
over a
face?
distance?
That was
Yes
good,
or
bro.
no?
Okay, so there's a couple of here. Okay, so here, after I break down this, I'm gonna have to go. But okay, so
Simple yes
the
or no,
atmosphere,
Connor.
the
Is
atmosphere
there or
doesn't.
is there not
Okay, so
a
here, what the
visibility
atmosphere doesn't
index?
always just have clouds and a bunch of stuff in it.
Is there a visibility index or not?
Okay, so
This shit will
again,
not prove your argument.
I
I
am
know you like to
answering
say
that.
weird shit and
It
think if he
will.
gives you a yes
Yeah,
and no,
okay.
it prove your argument. It will not.
All right. Yes,
Okay,
it will.
okay,
Yes,
so
it will.
here,
When
there's
can
a
you
couple
see
of
a
things
car
that I'm
going
going to say
away?
about this because
No,
we're not going to move on from
listen
this
to me.
because
When
I'm
can
going
you
to hold you accountable
can
for
you-
the things that you're saying and actually tell you the way that things
you
work.
see-
Because unfortunately, literally everything that you have said to make your point has disproved your own argument, or you just completely make things up.
you're just
And
trying
you
to-
accused me for being
talking shit.
indoctrinated and making
No, you're
assumptions
just
when
talking
I have
shit. You
told
haven't
you.
proven a thing.
Hey, Saab,
for
remember how
every
you didn't
single
like being
example.
interrupted when motherfucker when you were
Wait a
talking?
second.
Remember
No,
that? It
Literally,
was only
literally
5
every
minutes
single
ago.
example that I have given, I have been able to tell you a way that the average person can prove me correct.
You're not
And if you
proof.
think, and
Saab, remember you didn't like being interrupted 5 minutes
and
ago,
and
Saab?
if you do not agree with what I'm saying, then go out and actually prove something instead of looking up on YouTube and being like, yeah, that makes sense to me because I don't understand it. Like that is literally
Hey,
the
Connor,
worst.
that sounds like you. You've been this whole conversation. You'd be like, "Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I don't know that.
Look
I
at
don't know
all
that."
the interruptions.
Joe, shut
three
up.
or four times I didn't know a specific word. That does not mean that I just immediately don't know anything.
Lots of shit you didn't know. Lots of stuff you didn't know. So don't come here and talk like you're a fucking high priest or fucking Scientology or some shit.
Not to mention that most of the words that you'll have used, or most of the scientific words, are not applicable in y'all's situation whatsoever.
Which
one?
But
Well, in this instance, opacity, and when he's done, I'll explain it to you.
Opacity. Okay, yeah, opacity is just happens to be correct in this situation, but the atmosphere does not always have like a 67% distortion due to
nobody
opacity.
said it did. Nobody said it did,
Or
Connor.
oh no, but your
example
example with the murky water. Your example with the murky
You don't
water
like being interrupted, remember?
Your example with the murky water.
I know, I'm just saying the rules got to apply to both.
So,
oh man, okay. Oh man, yeah, you really just kicked him out. But anyways, okay, so I'm making one more point because the atmosphere is not always murky water. Like that's not how the atmosphere works. Unfortunately, it is sometimes murky, as in your example, but sometimes the water clears. And again, you can take a weather balloon and attach a camera to it, and you can go up high enough into the thermosphere where the atmosphere has like such a tiny distortion that like even under extreme scrutiny and using other equipment, you wouldn't be able to notice it. You're able to make observations all the way up there.
As you just admitted, then there is a visibility index, isn't there?
Oh my, okay. So, and as you are admitting as well that you can remove that. What I actually said is that
we're talking
sometimes
about a
there's a
fucking
distortion.
sunset.
Yes, that's wonderful, and you're trying to disprove it with a moot point. That does not apply.
Fucking troposphere.
Yeah. Okay. So
where
wonderful.
Do you view a sunset at, Connor?
Okay.
Where
So
do you view a sunset at, Connor?
How high
Where
up is the
do you
troposphere?
view a sunset at, Connor? In the troposphere or on the Earth?
Your eyeball.
Okay. So you are currently in the troposphere. The troposphere is the lowest atmosphere. It's what? It's
sunset
troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and then exosphere. We are always down here. We are
viewing the sunset. Where do you view sunsets from?
okay. So something that I'm just going to point out is that apparently he doesn't even know the levels of the atmosphere.
Where do you view sunsets from, asshole?
And generally I observe them on Earth.
Where do you view sunsets from?
I view them on Earth.
You view them on Earth. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And where's the densest materials on Earth as far as gaseous?
Are we really gonna go? Are we really? I have already completely disproved.
Where are they?
This has nothing to do. This has.
Where are they?
In the middle of the Earth.
No, they're not. They're on the Earth.
No,
Okay,
they're in the middle.
No,
they're
no,
in the
no,
middle.
no, no.
No,
The
they're in the middle.
densest materials of gaseous material is at
Oh,
or near.
gas. You didn't specify. You said densest materials. You didn't
Aren't we
specify
talking
gas.
about being
specified
able to
it.
see, you dumb fuck? Do you think that I'm talking about looking through dirt, you idiot?
Okay, so something that I just want to point out is that literally at the very beginning of this debate, I pointed out that if you insult people during a debate, you have
Christ,
a low
why are you talking
emotional.
about fucking dirt?
You
I'm
you have a
talking about
low
air.
emotional intelligence, and
Do
you
you
agree.
understand air?
You
Does
agreed.
the air have a visibility index to it on the Earth? Yeah. the answer to
Whoa.
those
Okay. So
questions
what
are
happened? What
right?
happens if you take a balloon with a camera and you go up and
Okay,
you
we're
remove the
not viewing
visibility index?
sunsets from. We're not viewing sunsets on the ground or up in the balloon. are
Okay,
we?
but you can. Okay,
But
so
we
sorry,
can, and
sorry,
that's not
sorry
what
that
we're
sorry that
talking
I
about.
gave
If
sorry
you
that I
viewed
gave
a
you an example
sunset,
that disproves
if
your
you
point.
viewed a sunset from Tahiti or wherever, it doesn't fucking matter. You're looking at a sunset on the
Okay,
Earth.
okay, but guess what? You can literally just take a balloon with a camera, go up
What does that
into
got to
the.
do? Well, then go ahead and do it. Right now, we're talking about what we've observed, and we were brought.
Okay,
to the
what
idea.
you have observed? You have
Okay,
only
and
provided
you
points on Earth.
observed as well. Did you see a different thing than I did?
Whoa, okay, so yes, because guess what? You can literally just take a balloon with a camera, boop, send it up there, and then you can observe the sun setting like that, and it just
Have
completely
you done
disproves
this?
your point.
Have you done this?
Have I done this?
you
I
done
think
it?
I think I did like a high school project on it one
Yeah,
time.
okay. You
Yeah,
think
sure.
you did.
Hey.
You can't remember whether or not you sent a balloon.
Oh, I
up
can't.
to
Okay,
observe
so
a
I also
fucking
okay, so
sunset.
you
Shut
can't
the
even
fuck
you
up.
can't even remember the
Sam,
different levels
show him the
of the
video of the
atmosphere.
sun
So,
fade out.
Connor. So we're not viewing sunsets from way up in the air from a balloon. are
okay,
we?
so yeah,
We observed-
again, the example disproves your point.
we observed sunsets. I'm sorry, we observed sunsets from the Earth, right?
Not
And
all of us. You have.
Okay.
That's
Isn't
a distinction.
is this what
You
we're
have.
talking about? Is this
I'm
what-
not part of that.
Okay, you've never watched the sunset on the Earth.
Okay, I
You
have.
always are watching
Okay,
it from up in a fucking balloon or something.
Okay, again, moot point, like straw
No, it's
manning
not a
right here.
moot point at
Again,
all.
okay, so
Okay,
does the sun
I
set
gotta
differently?
scramble real quick to find out
Does
why
the
I have
sun?
something.
Okay, so does the sun set differently, or do you think that, say, if I went up into the atmosphere with a balloon, and that do you think that it's going to set in about the same way?
No.
It. Okay,
Nope.
so if you
Not at all.
disagree, you can
Not
do
at
it
all. Not
yourself.
at all. Show me a sunset from 130,000 feet. Go ahead.
Okay,
Give me one. Show me
so
one.
unfortunately,
Show me a
you
fucking sunset from 130,000 feet.
from 130,000 feet. Okay, give me give me 1 moment.
All right. So here's the problem you have, right? With this whole fucking thing. We're not even doing this on the fucking up in a balloon. Supposedly, Connor says he has a thing from up in a balloon of a sunset.
That is not I am not in that group. I have proved with my own two hands that the Earth is a sphere. If you haven't conducted those tests, then that's not my fault.
Proved it. If there's a kinematic equivalency, it's not proof, bro. You understand that?
A
right?
random word that has nothing to do with what we're saying. Just because
go
you
ahead
don't
and
know
tell
how to
me you
prove
don't
that the Earth is flat
understand,
or is a
do you
sphere.
not know? Do you not know what kinematic means?
Okay, but again, it has nothing. Okay, so
do you know what kinematic
again,
means?
it doesn't matter. It doesn't.
It does matter. It does matter.
Okay, so we don't have to make. Okay, so we don't have to use random scientific words.
If something has a kinematic equivalency, it's not proof.
Okay, here. Unfortunately, I do have to go, but if you're uploading this video on YouTube, people can go back to the parts of the video, and I want you guys to try and conduct the test yourselves and prove me wrong.
We already have. We already did.
On
I did it right here, brother.
On
I did it right
Facebook,
here.
guys, and I'm also talking to the viewers here. I mean, not on Facebook, on Instagram. I am on Instagram, Jurassic Man 93. I love dinosaurs. Sorry, guys. But anyways, Jurassic Man 93. I encourage everybody to to conduct the tests that are in the video of this. Hopefully he will upload the video and try to prove me wrong, and obviously don't just say, oh, I did it. Like, provide pictures and videos that you actually conducted these tests and try to prove me wrong.
So you see how
because that's how science works. You try to disprove somebody on their claims.
This is how science
anyways
works. That's
all I have to say.
Wait, Connor, can I say something to you before you leave?
Yeah, make it quick.
Real quick? Yeah, just listen, okay? Then I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think that all the history we were taught is true? Yes or no? It's yes or no. It's a very simple question. Yes or no? Is all the history that we were taught true?
I don't know.
So you don't know. Okay. So if I were to give you an example of how history was taught to us incorrectly, would that be enough for you to question all history?
If you were able to provide an example based on evidence, then yes, I would believe you.
I can.
Because that's how that works.
Listen, okay, so answer the question. Yes or no? Why do you keep it's a yes or no question?
Okay, because
so if I were to show you an example of their lying to us, would that be enough for you to start questioning everything? Because that's what happened to me when I was a kid.
Like
I was told to lie. Guy, did he leave? Or
like,
do you stop talking for a second?
I don't ascribe to the spherical Earth model because I'm just like, oh man, it's what I
shut your mouth for a second and listen.
It's because I was.
You can't even listen,
able to prove it.
Connor, shut up for a second. Let me finish what I was saying. So I'm going to give you an example of how we were lied to, and that was enough for me to question everything. Because once somebody lies to me, I question everything they say.
This debate, Jurassic Man
Hey, can you mute this guy for a second?
If you want to continue with the debate, Jurassic Man 93, I will see you guys later. I also have debate.
Hey, are you going to listen to the question, yes or no?
Everybody else be quiet. Connor, one more
Are you going to listen to the question or not?
Would you wait a second, Connor? Since you got to go and everything, I just wanted to say, well, how would you like to continue this on modern day debates or on Jeranism, where it's moderated? I think that would be the greatest. Absolutely.
Send a message on Instagram.
You don't know what a kinematic effect is, right? And if something has a kinematic equivalence, then it's not really proof of anything. Okay. You can't say, oh, this is exclusive. No, obviously it's not. So we have to throw that out the window. Eratosthenes and his sticks and shadows isn't proof of anything. What I was trying to get through to people is that there is a visibility index. And just because you zoom in on the soup doesn't mean you can magically see through the fucking soup. Okay, that's why I use the example of a murky pond. It's not going to give you more visibility in the pond. And in this idea, to give you a good idea, when do you see a car's headlight first? On a clear night as it's coming toward you, or on a foggy night when it's coming to you? And I'm talking thick, heavy fog. You don't see that headlight until it gets way closer to you than if there is no fog. Okay, now that's just a short distance. When you're looking through the Atmos opacity, and that's what I'm talking about, your visibility index, you're right in that. You're right in the soup. So you're not going to have an unlimited vision any more than you're going to have unlimited vision in a murky pond. It's just that fucking simple to it. And I don't know why these people think that I should be able to see forever and ever and ever and ever, even though there's all this fucking hundreds and thousands of miles of shit that I'm looking through. That's just the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of. I put a poll up in the chat. Did Connor convince you of a globe? That's the poll. So far, we're at 91% say no. And I'm speculating that he voted and said that he did. So
I haven't voted yet, so it's higher than 91.
Let me see what we got. It's 35 votes, 9% saying that he did. I'd like to, if you were somebody that thinks that he did, go ahead and click that fucking link. I'd like to hear how. He self-voted. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't vote because, well, I'm here on the show and that wouldn't be fair. Now, you were asking for an explanation of what kinematics is.
Uh-huh.
kinematics is basically the easiest way to explain it would be an equation of movement only, so it can't be applied to something that's not moving, and it doesn't necessarily look into kinetics at all. It actually completely ignores kinetics.
I guess that would be fair, but it's also what I'm getting at with it. What would you use for a better word, Zerzus? Just out of curiosity, because what we're talking about,
kind of like kinetics because it explains
something that has an explanation two ways, that it doesn't, one way doesn't exclusively mean the answer, that there's two possible ways or three possible viable ways that something's happening. Synonymous, I don't know, that's not even right.
I kind of like kinetics because with kinematics, I can throw a rock, and once that rock starts moving, I can then apply kinematic math to it, and I will find that rock will continue moving in that manner forever and ever and ever nonstop. Right. However, with kinetics, it explains what caused it to start moving, me throwing it. It will then explain the maximum velocity. It accounts for air. It accounts for all of the different factors, which would slow it down and eventually make that rock drop. Kinematics doesn't necessarily do that.
When visually we're seeing another phenomenon, and this was the question, what would you refer as a better term to explain, like, for instance, the Eratosthenes joke, right? Okay, we had that nifty little picture up here that showed that it works with a local light source on a level flat plane, as well as a globe with a distant light source. Okay, so if neither one, so it doesn't prove it flat and it doesn't prove it a globe, what would you call that? It's not proof either way.
So that wouldn't be kinematics or kinetics, because what you would be doing for the Eratosthenes experiment, you would be waiting until the solstice, and then you would wait until the exact noon hour on the solstice, and then you would take your reference frame from that exact noon hour. And on the other position, you would wait till the noon hour on the solstice, then you would take your position at the exact hour that the solstice is in the initial position, which I think was Alexandria originally. And you're not really necessarily determining movement, you're more determining geometry.
So then what would be, again, back to the original question, what would be an appropriate syntax to describe something along those lines that is not proof of either thing, either way?
Geometry.
In other words, well, it's not really like, for instance, if I have a word that means the same thing as something else, right? I can say that that's a synonym, right? If I know that something is the opposite of it, I have an antonym, right? So this, of course, is what do we have when two different conditions can yield the same result? That's what the question is. What kind of a word should we use in place of that? And I'm on board with you, Zerzus. I'm on board. I'm just looking for substitute. What word would we use to say, look, it works this way and it works this way. It's not proof of either one. Now that's kind of a wordy way to say it. Any help from the fucking chat or anything else like that? But anyway, the point's being made. Dr. J, what do you got going on, brother? You haven't said shit in a while.
Yeah, no, I'm not an expert. I consider myself a little bit convertible in this issue or whatever, and so I'm looking forward to when I have time to do the experiment. So
I'm totally digging that rainbow experiment. I can't wait till you get that done.
I think somebody did it already.
I'm sure it's been done 100 times, but I want to do it myself just to see.
I would like to see you do it too, Dr. J, because I think that you would be very unbiased and honest in the results and the observations. I really do. I have to be really skeptical of the things that come from quote unquote globetards. And I'll tell you why. So many times I have found them lying, fudging video, just being intellectually dishonest, straw manning someone's position as to what they're saying, skewing it and everything. Bottom line is I don't trust them. I really don't, because they have a track record of deceit. And of course, in my opinion, actually, I believe it to be a fact that their position is that of defending a deception. And so therefore you have to. And the way I look at it is if you have to lie or obfuscate or even twist someone's words around to make it match what you want it to say, you didn't really have a fucking position. You've had to resort to trickery in order to make it seem as though your position is correct. And a truth does not need that.
Yeah, and to be honest, when I do it, I'll try to take pictures and videos and show what I do the best I can. But I don't even really expect to change anyone's mind either way. I know that no matter what I show, people are going to say it's wrong or whatever.
Well,
I don't care. I'm doing it for me.
In your mind, it'll answer a question in your mind. I mean, you're going to be the one right there, or it might turn out that it's inconclusive. Either way, that you make a rainbow or whatever is not going to make the earth flat or a globe. It's not going to make the scientifically impossible possible. We can speculate as to the reason of the shape of a rainbow, and it seems to hold and make sense. However, do we really know? Absolutely not, that it's because of the firmament. We can't. I mean, the only thing I would say to point to that would be when you see a double rainbow, the one above the other is the colors are all inverted like a reflection. So that's kind of interesting. But outside of that, it's still not going to change the scientific impossibilities of what's claimed by the heliocentric model. And those, of course, are right there at the basics. They're the ones that they ran by you and you didn't bother questioning them because you were like a kid. You didn't have any critical thinking skills. You weren't really used to it. And plus, the people that told you, they're educators. They don't know different because that's how they learn the shit too. So they gloss right past all those. And those basics are that convexity, the behavior of water, as well as this gas pressure system. That's a biggie, man. Now, how do I know there's containment? Because there must be. We already know you cannot demonstrate gravity causing a downward acceleration of air. We know that a gas can only have weight when in a volume, and the only way to have a volume of gas is with containment. We've shown that when we manipulate the independent variable of the medium, the dependent variable of the object will change. When we put something in a vacuum chamber and remove the medium, the object gets heavier. What? What happened to all the weight of that air in there? Shouldn't it have gotten lighter? If the air was pushing down on the object, why would it get heavier when you take away the very air that's pushing down on it? That doesn't make any sense. And then I find that if I increase the density of the medium, I can change the weight of the object because it's nothing more than relative to the medium in which it resides. That's why I use the example of a gallon of water would weigh approximately 8.5 pounds. Okay, that's what we quantify. We quantify it that way because this is the medium we exist in. That's what's important to us. If we were aquatic creatures living on the ocean floor, our physics would be completely different than what our concept of them are today. But that being said, if an 8.5 pound gallon of water weighs that much outside here, what does it weigh in water? It doesn't weigh anything. Why? Because of the fact, even if I leave it in the jug, we discount that jug, it doesn't weigh anything. It doesn't rise. It doesn't float. It doesn't do anything. It stays neutral within the medium because it has achieved relative density. Now, the entire amount of water is in a state of disequilibrium because it too is contained and it's trying to level out and spread, but it's stopped because of the basin that it's in. Similar, but not exactly to how a gas pressure system works. So we've shown successfully that gravity doesn't affect gas pressure. at all. And they always want to talk about a pressure gradient. Well, there's your key word, pressure. There's your key word.
I have no clue what any of that has to do with a rainbow, but I'm really digging this rainbow experiment. And I don't really think that I'm talking, sir. I don't really think that a spray bottle is actually adequate for the experiment. I would have to say maybe, you know, a 4-foot wide area of misting water that you're able to maintain. And then, you know, a light source that you can put behind it, which is not going to exceed that mist of water so that you can see the rainbow for much longer periods of time. The same as you do, you know, out here in the open. Now, the claim was originally from, I think it was Gary, that the firmament was the shape of the rainbow. And that's why I chose the square garage, because it will actually decide whether or not the domed firmament would be the cause of the bow itself. If you're in a square garage and you come out with a bowed light, then it eliminates the whole firmament idea entirely. It doesn't eliminate the firmament. The idea that the rainbow shape is caused by the firmament.
Right. That's what it eliminates. See, the thing is, like I said earlier, though, and the reason I went on to those other things is because exactly what I said. You said exactly what I said about the rainbow experiment. It's very interesting, and it could lead to an idea a strengthened idea that perhaps it is the firmament that causes the arc of a rainbow. But the thing is, we know that it must exist. What is its shape? Fuck, I don't know. What is it made of? I don't know. Right? But if like I've used the example before, if I'm eating a steak, a beef steak, do I have to see the cow or know the color of the cow or where it was raised in order to know that that steak came from a cow? No, I don't.
Well, in
Not
this
at all.
manner, I don't know would be an obfuscation because it's making the principle behind the entire experiment unknowable or undefinable, which it clearly does have definition in its initial statement, which was made by Gary. So
That's
it does
Gary's
have definable parameters. I don't know would make it an obfuscation because I don't know. It makes it where it can't be determined.
Well, some things are undetermined.
But it would be determined.
They really are.
No, there's things that are just beyond our reach.
All that would be determined is that it is not the shape of whatever's covering you that is causing it, but rather the shape of the screen in which it's being projected. In other words, the water itself. So that would there's another factor that we have to look into. I don't know. It's Greg's claim. So Greg can defend it or espouse it or whatever else. I have no idea what the shape of it is. I only know that it has to exist or we would not be sitting here having this conversation.
No, this
atmospheric
complexity thing. Oh, go ahead, Jay.
Well, I was just gonna say, so if I get like a nozzle, I think I'm gonna get like a nozzle. You think that I can create enough mist in my garage? Like that'll create enough water?
Yeah, you should be able to, but you want to have it very fine. You want to make sure it's a fine mist so that you can create a rainbow. Because the larger the droplets, the less likelihood you will actually be able to create the rainbow.
Go down to Home
flat,
Depot.
whichever
What
one it
state
is.
are you in? What state are you in, Dr. J?
I'm in Kansas.
I'm in Oregon.
You got Home Depot, absolutely. So go down there to the there in their irrigation and watering and in the garden section and everything, you can find mister valves, right? So people like out in California, in Southern California, what they do is they put these things out, a little water line that goes around like a cabana or whatever. And it just sprays a mist. They got these little nozzles that go into the side of the tube and it sprays because it's under pressure. These little mister valves make just this mist that you don't get wet, but you keep cool when it's really hot. So you can get those little valves. They're probably about 50 cents a piece.
And in that case, you can actually make it as wide as your garage if you wished.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You could set up a series of them on a piece of PVC, put water under pressure through the PVC pipe, and that would do it too. Yeah. I set up a really cool irrigation system when I lived in California. It was really cool because we had to set up something so that we could water the marijuana plants. I mean, we had like 800 plants, so we had to really set this thing up. And then where I lived at, it got really hot. I was like right at the edge of the Mojave Desert, at the foot of the Sierra Mountains. So it gets hotter than a fuck. And it would get too hot for the plants. So we came up with this brilliant idea. We put a fence of burlap around each patch, sectioned it off like that, then ran some of those little misters like that down some plastic tubing along that burlap, and then turned it on, let it mist, and it kept the burlap wet, right? Not soaked, but wet. And that water's continuous evaporation off of there drew the heat out of the pen in order to do the evaporation process. And it kept the plants cool. It saved them from getting burned up in the hot sun, man. So it's pretty cool. But anyway, my point being, those little misters, yeah, you can get those for all different shapes of spray, radius of it, size, all kinds of shit. Trip, did you have something, brother?
No. I was just listening. But one thing, gentlemen, I will say that I don't know how these people believe in something that cannot be proven. And I can't believe I've stayed up this late. I gotta get to sleep.
Yeah, I hear you, brother. I'm going to cut it off here in a minute myself.
As a pleasure as always, gentlemen. I hope you guys have a wonderful evening, the people in the chat, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah.
Now, as far as atmospheric opacity, I think I can probably devise another experiment. I don't know if I can come up with an agreement on what the outcome of the experiment would be. We'd have to maybe set that up at a later time. But would you say that a jet could fly pretty easily at 35,000 feet?
That a what can fly at 35,000 feet? A jet? Yeah, easy. That's average cruising altitude of an airliner anyway. So yeah.
And would you say that if the jet was directly above you at 35,000 feet, you should be able to see it?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say if it was a nice clear day.
Mm-hmm.
And if the sun was also in the sky at the exact same time as a jet,
Mm-hmm.
you would be able to see the sun as far as I am concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 35,000 feet, do you know how high that is?
Yeah.
It's roughly 6 miles, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we took a day where the visibility was roughly, I don't know, 3 miles, half the distance, and then we looked up at that jet, we would not be able to see that jet anymore, correct?
No, probably not.
And if it was an absolutely clear day, but yet the atmospheric opacity was visibility down to 3 miles, wouldn't you think that we'd be able to see the sun?
No, not necessarily. It depends on where the location of the sun, the angle, and how much
above you.
It's above you?
Yeah.
Well,
like where the jet is.
Oh, up above where the jet's at. Yeah, I would reckon you would. But
yet
that
you can't
brings
see
me
the jet
to
at 3 miles.
What's that?
But yet you just described that you wouldn't be able to see the jet at 3 miles if the atmospheric opacity was 3 mile visibility and the jet was 6 miles high.
A jet's not emitting light, and a jet is nowhere near the size of a sun.
So then that would also explain that off in the distance on the horizon, it's also negated because the sun emits light.
What? The sun emits light. Yeah, there's a lot of high altitude photographs of the sun in different positions, leaving a hot spot right under it, under the earth.
Well, basically what I'm saying is if the atmospheric opacity was to a point where you could only see 3 miles in distance, but yet it was a clear day, which is possible, a lot of moisture in the air or whatnot, you would still be able to see the sunset because the clouds aren't blocking the sun.
That's right. I'm not talking about clouds.
Well, supposedly
That's not what visibility is about. Visibility is not about clouds.
Right. I'm trying to understand how the sun would be highly affected by the atmospheric opacity.
Okay.
Because if the atmospheric opacity is 3 miles and the sun is much further than 3 miles, then you
Headlight
should be
beam
able
in
to see it at
headlight
sunset,
beam in the
but yet
fog.
you are.
Headlight beam in the fog.
Well, you
There's your-
can't see a headlight beam in the fog at 3
Yeah, you
miles
can.
if the
Yeah, you can.
atmospheric
No, you
opacity is
can't. But
3 miles.
once it gets within a certain range, it will start appearing to you.
Yeah,
And if
within
it
the 3
goes
miles
away from you,
visibility.
if it goes away from you, it'll start disappearing from you, not due to distance. Because if the fog wasn't there, you could see it a long way further off. But the fact that the fog is there, that it's actually refracting the light, diffusing it. Okay, so it's diffusing the light, and the more of a thick layer of this opacity that you get with distance increases the amount of opacity you're looking at, because it's getting thicker and thicker and thicker as the thing moves away. It's going to reach a point where it obscures the object before you actually see it change.
You know, you can have 3-mile visibility limitation without having any fog.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to bring up that photograph I just had a minute ago. Where is that again? Because it's got a great. Okay. Yeah, you can even see it in this. Now, you see this, how we don't see, and it's not just because of clouds. Do you see how that's got that like line there? Do you know what that line actually is? That's because of your angle of view, all right? And because of your field of view, you're looking up to this distance right here, and then that's as far as you're going to be able to see before it just starts leveling out, and you're looking through a real thick layer of this shit. Now that layer continues on right here. It continues on right here all the way to the front where you're at. But the reality of it is because you're seeing through, as you go in distance, a thicker and thicker and thicker amount of that shit. The same thing is when you're on the ground, okay? When you are looking, say, 20 miles, okay? You're looking through 20 miles of the most opaque aspect of our entire Atmos system because you're on the ground, especially when there's a lot of water or looking out over water, because there's a lot of moisture. Duh. I feel dumb saying this, right above the water. There is a high moisture index above the water due to evaporation that's taking place all the time. This gives you not only problems with refraction, but it's harder to see through than it is. This is one of the things that amazed the shit out of me when I was out west, is I could not believe how far I could see. And it was merely because the air was so much drier. It was like 17% humidity, and it's like you could see forever, and it would fool the shit out of you because you'd be used to being here and judging distances and shit. And so you'd see like a little grotto in a rock over there, and you're like, hey, yeah, let's go over there, man. It's just right there. And then 40 minutes later, you're still walking, and it's just right there, and it hasn't changed angular size much either. Not until you get a whole lot closer to it. Then it starts getting bigger to you, but it looks the same, like you haven't even moved any distance whatsoever to get to that little cave. So yeah, you have atmospheric opacity. That's just a fact.
Right. I wasn't denying atmospheric opacity. I was saying that if the atmospheric opacity has a limit of 3 miles that you can, and it's on a clear day, no fog.
Well, it's not a limit. It's a gradual increase as you go on. The clearest view is up to 3 miles, and it gets worse and worse as you increase in distance because of that. That's why the visibility index is there. That's how far you can clearly see before the opacity of the air starts to affect what you can see. That's all that is. It doesn't mean that it's just going to be boom right there. It's a gradual effect from your position because of the fact that you're looking through further and further and further and further thicker distances of this crap. And I'm just using that word euphemistically, crap, that we're in. Of course, it's beneficial. We need it. This is why when you're looking at stuff, things in the background start looking a little more hazy. And things beyond that get a little more hazy. You start seeing a haze in front of shit. It's not as clear as the stuff that's closer to you. That's what's responsible for that. And the further something is, the worse that effect becomes. It's real simple, man. So yeah, the globe demands 3 miles, and it just happens to match human eyesight perspective. I think that's interesting. So I think I'm going to close it up. I'm going on 4.5 hours here. I want to thank everybody for coming up here tonight. Dr. J, you got anything you want to leave us with real quick?
No, thanks for letting me on, and looking forward to see what happens. So appreciate chatting with you guys.
Yeah,
right on. Totally. In fact, when I get off here, I'm going on the Home Depot website. And I bet you wouldn't even have to go down there. You could probably order it, get some plastic tubing. I got some here. I should do it myself because I got a whole spool of plastic clear tubing. And you know what? I might even have some little sprayers because I made this bubble ponics growing system that works really good. You can grow weed inside of a 5-gallon tote with nothing but nutrients and sprayers. And the roots hang down. It's a type of hydroponics, but you can grow like 4 plants in one little area. And you get these little power nuggets that grow, man, these little power buds. It's unreal, man. So it's really cool. I should start making those and selling them again.
If you get a good system and you know, don't be afraid to send me the links as far as what you bought. It'll make it easier on me for sure.
Yeah. Absolutely, man. We'll get on it. I'll look into what would be needed for it and see what kind of an experiment we can set up. I'll go into the blueprint phase of it and see what kind of equipment we'll need. And like maybe on the next show or the one after that, I should have some kind of an idea and we can look real time on here for all the equipment that we're going to need and perhaps even order it if I don't have the shit already. I'm one of those people that doesn't ever throw something away because it might come in handy. And then you about come on yourself 20 years later when you go, I got just the thing I need for that right there. I've been saving it all these years. I knew I'd fucking need it. But most of the shit's just sitting around. So, you know how that goes.
Yep.
Zerzuz, what do you got for us before we go real quick?
Oh yeah, I'm kind of waiting for this experiment. My only I do it myself, but my only limitation is that I don't have access to a garage. So that's kind of why I'm, waiting. I'd like to see how it comes out, and I'd like to also, before, we automatically start discounting things, I want to make sure that the person that does the experiment explains what they see with their eyes so that we don't have this curved lens argument, which obviously if the person sees with their eyes this thing, then the curved camera lens is kind of irrelevant.
Well, the best thing to do would be to like set up a test pattern if you do use a camera. Okay, put up some kind of a test pattern with vertical and horizontal lines, some circles, concentric, kind of like they used to do.
We can just trust that the person, or we can just trust that the person's doing the experiment is describing what they see with their eyes accurately.
Well, also what that does too is that we can see if there's any kind of distortion, it would be evident in the initial test pattern.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Take it away in real time. Take it away in real time without cutting off the camera or anything like that. Here's our test pattern. We see we're not seeing any distortion or anything else like this at the distance that our experiment's going to be taking place at. That's like a control. So we see here's something designed to show some distortion. It'd be real easy to make one up too.
So Dr. J, do you know how to set that up as far as to determine how much curvature the lens is displaying? Because I can explain that to you real quick. You get a grid. You get a grid, like grid paper. You want to get a thick grid paper where the squares are about roughly 1 inch to a ½ inch in diameter. Get the camera up extremely close to it, to where it's taking up the entire field, and the lines along that grid will ripple or bow depending on where the distortion in the camera is.
That's what I just said, man.
Oh, is it? Sorry.
Yeah. Maybe we should do a stream or something where we kind of set it up and whiteboard it and write it down and kind of that way we're all like on the same page and making sure
Use
that
2
what
cameras.
I'm doing is right.
Iron Horse says use 2 cameras. That'd be cool too.
Okay.
Yeah, do that. All right. Well,
we
that sounds
should
like
just set it
some
up
good
together.
ideas, guys.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
It sounds like some good ideas. I'll come up with something. It should be easy to make an apparatus that would do what we want it to do. Yeah, not a problem. So with all that being said, I'd like to thank everybody for coming on, everybody that showed up in the chat and in the view, and all of you out there watching it the next day at work. Good luck to you. Have a nice day. Just remember, the Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey, and see your doctor and get rid of his ass, because he'll probably kill you. So good night, everybody. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind.
Penguins.